everybody. It is Wednesday morning at just about 8 a.m. Not your average time that you're going to see Tim and Ryan pop up, but
It's a little early.
here we are. We both haven't been feeling well lately. That's why you haven't seen us. And it was kind of funny because I was laying in bed trying to sleep, and my brain was just going, 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 going. I'm thinking of everything that's going on. I being sick, and that the cat, like the football started and everything. I've kind of like taken a small back seat, not completely, but a small back seat to what's going on in the world stage. The whole Charlie Kirk thing really just pushed me away from it all for a while, to be honest. But it's great to be back. It's Wednesday morning. We're gonna try to do a little news segment for you guys. As I was getting ready, man, I found a story, and this just happened that an Amish family was attacked here in Ohio. I have a press conference from that. We're about to watch that first, and that, you know, you're gonna attack people I don't hear too many stories, Ryan. That's what I wanted to ask you, and we'll get more into it in the video. But do you really hear? You're more up that way. We're more closer to Amish country. Do you hear like a lot of stories of the Amish being attacked?
Not really.
Yeah, I don't either. So this is going to be interesting to see what exactly happened. Um, we've got the world news. Clearly, I'm sure they're going to talk about what's going on in Chicago. I'm sure there's going to be a lot of different things that they're talking about. I know that there was hostages released, so there's other stuff that will be talked about. But other than that, uh, yeah, we just decided to go live and say what's up to everybody and try to get something across. I still have a show planned for the nighttime people. I still got a show planned for you nighttime people, so don't worry. The truth will be coming. I will try to, if we get time, I'll try to get some other stuff in. But I was just trying to get a refresh on what the hell is really going on today. So here we are. Is there anything you want to say before we get this popping?
No, man. Good
All right.
morning.
Good morning to everybody. Welcome to the people that are watching. Hit the like, the share, subscribe. Let's get into it, y'all. So yeah, there was a Amish family kidnapped and uh kidnapped. Hold on, we'll see what it is. I'm not gonna. Here we go, guys. Good morning, and let's get this party started.
What we're going to do is I'm going to give a brief description of what occurred. Lieutenant Jonovich, who's in charge of the law enforcement division, is going to tell you how the investigation went, what happened at the investigation, and then Prosecutor Flays is going to give you some information on what his bond was, what his potential problems are. There's a lot of things that we're not going to be able to say because of Marcy's Law. And the victim has requested that a lot of that information not be released, so we're not going to be able to release it.
I'm assuming Marcy's Law is for people that are underage. They're not going to release any of the information.
But I just want to start out with the fact that this crime in our county is particularly disturbing. The fact that these people, these bad guys, these slugs who don't have jobs can come into our county and expect to victimize the Amish community.
Imagine being able to build an app with your name on it, just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44.
That
Horrendous. There's apparently some rumors out there that these people think that the Amish won't report the crimes, that the Amish will just go with the flow. Well, that is not the case. I'm here to tell you, in this county, and we won't put up with it. Our Amish community, we have a great relationship with. We work with them on a daily basis with the different bishops. We work with safety committees, and they know that if they are a victim of a crime, they are not afraid to report it. And I guarantee you that we're not afraid to investigate it. And these guys will get what they deserve. They victimized not only the business owner and his family, but his 8-year-old child, who they threatened to abduct. And in fact, at one point you'll hear where they used a stun gun on the 8-year-old as well as the business owner.
This is, I can already just see where this is going. This is going to be effed up.
That is horrendous to me. I can't believe that they would do this. And they're not even from the area. You're going to find out that they're from the Canton area. They came up here to our county to commit these crimes, and in the end, they're going to pay for it. So at this time, I'll introduce Lieutenant
Fuck around and find out shit in Ohio.
Jim Jonovich.
Afternoon. Like the sheriff stated, there are some intentional redactions in some of the things that we're going to play for you and show to you, and those are because of Marcy's Law and the victim in this crime wanting to keep his information redacted. So on October 9th, 2025, at 17:26 hours, Geauga County Sheriff's Office 911 Center received a 911 call from a 40-year-old male in Middlefield Township. The caller reported that he'd just been robbed. He further stated 3 males in a black pickup truck came in and robbed him, and that they may have taken his son. Shortly later in the call, the son can be heard speaking with the victim, and the victim reports his son is safe. You will see in the call that will make a little bit more sense here in a minute. The victim reported he'd given all of his money to the suspects. He further stated they hit him, threatened to kill him, and he did advise that he was injured and bleeding on the 911 call. The victim also stated the suspects were armed with an electrical device that they utilized to shock him, and we later would find out they also shocked the 8-year-old juvenile. The victim stated his 8-year-old son and he were the only ones home at the time. He said the suspects threatened to take his son if he did not provide them with more money than they had already found. At this time, we're going to play the 911 call.
Face tattoos. I already don't trust the guy. Dude came from Canton. Anybody go look it up. One of the top 10 worst crime-infested cities in the United States. When the shit hits the fan, this is what you're going to see. People like this trying to invade the good folks.
Sure, if you might step aside so he can see the fucking face. You got to see the controls. You got to come my way a little bit here.
Plenty in the closet.
Where's your emergency?
What's your drop?
Road. And what happened?
Black pickup truck, 3 guys came in, robbed us.
Okay.
They might have taken my son, I don't know.
They may have taken your son?
They may have taken my son, yes.
All right, what's the name of the business? What did they take?
Yeah.
Did they take a cash register?
No. No.
No, but they almost took his son. Hello.
I had to give them all my money.
Okay.
They hit me. They were trying to kill me. They're driving a black pickup truck.
Did you see what direction they went?
I think they just left now.
Did you see what direction they went in?
Yeah.
What direction did the truck go? Some safety was found. What direction did the truck go?
I can't see. They already left.
They already left? Okay. Describe the 3 males.
Tattoos on the neck.
Okay, stick with one male. Male one. Describe him.
Ball cap.
White male?
Let me ask my friend about all that. Any swing. Black shirt.
They hit him and took the cash he had on him. They hit him, yeah. Okay, he doesn't know?
If you live in a Massachusetts, Pennsylvania, or Ohio zip code and have 0 DUIs in the last 5 years,
He doesn't know what you mean.
Can you provide me a description?
He had a black shirt and ball cap.
How the hell did they not say face tattoos, face tattoos, face tattoos, bro?
And what about the second male? What was he wearing?
Oh gosh, I don't remember.
Okay.
Maybe they wore masks,
And
hopefully.
how did they hit you?
But
He grabbed a plant, my wife's plant, and he hit me with it.
Are you bleeding or have injuries?
I am bleeding,
Do you need an ambulance?
but I don't need assistance, no, not an ambulance.
How much money did they take?
I don't even know. They found my wife's money in the closet.
Okay. Did they seem to know what they were doing or what they were looking for?
They just asked for the money.
Okay. Did they have weapons?
Did they have what?
Weapons, like a gun?
They had like something that made a clicking sound and it shot. They put that on me a couple of times.
They had something that made a clicking sound and shocked you?
Yes,
Where did they stick you with that?
in my stomach.
Okay. And who else was present in the room when this happened?
Just my young son, 7 years old.
The 7-year-old, and where is he at right now?
He's beside me. I thought they took him, but they didn't. They were threatening to take him if I don't give him more money. I didn't have any more.
Okay. Correct.
It's just hard to hear.
Yeah.
thanks, brother.
Stay on the phone with me, okay? I have lots of help on the way.
Okay.
Are you sure you don't need an ambulance?
No, I don't need an ambulance. I'm bleeding a little bit on my neck, but it's okay.
We can just check you out. You don't have to go to the hospital.
I don't need an ambulance.
Okay, understood. What is your name? And a phone number for you, Nathaniel? Okay. So this male that has the tattoos on his neck, wearing a ball cap and a black shirt, what do you think his weight was? Was he heavy set, medium build?
He was about 170 maybe.
Okay.
About probably 5'9".
Is he the one that had the taser-like object that hit you in the stomach?
Yes, but they passed that around a few times.
Okay.
Different guys, because I was guarded. They were threatening to take my son.
Are,
Give him more money.
understood. Were they wearing a mask?
No.
No mask?
Okay,
They did have ball caps on.
Yes.
so my first thing is there's no masks. And you can clearly see all this ink on this guy's face. Wouldn't it be really easy to describe him? I don't understand why that was never mentioned one time. No mask. How are you going to go do a robbery or commit a crime with a face like that and not even wear a mask, bro?
Well, one did it. Did they? What were they only? Were they wearing ball caps? All of them? Like, shove it up? Just one.
Just one. Okay.
My son says he remembers two of them. Maybe we're not sure.
Okay. They'll get that information when they get there. Okay.
Okay.
All right. I'm going to keep you on the phone just as a precaution. until a deputy gets there to talk with you, okay?
To those that are tuning in, him and somebody else, they did a home invasion on the Amish or their business. I believe they threatened to taser their 8-year-old son and kidnap him if they didn't get more money. And here we are. We're just hearing it all right now, live. Or not live.
Is this your home address?
It is.
Okay. Do you know a make and model of the truck? Have you ever seen one like it before?
It was a Chevy. They pulled in here earlier, and they just turned around and left again.
What time do you think that was?
It was about 3 o'clock when they were here the first time. I just noticed them leaving, so I didn't pay any attention.
Okay.
But I recognized the truck when they came in the second time.
And what is the name of your business again?
My cabinet, we have 2 of them actually. One of my cabinet shop is cut.
And did they come into the shop or the house?
No, they came in the house. My wife isn't home, and my oldest son went hunting, and my youngest son was here with me, and I was taking a nap once they pulled in.
Okay. Any idea how much money they could have got?
Probably.
Please.
They took my son's wallet, both of my son's wallets. Well, did they take the wallet or did they just take the money? I'm guessing it was probably, it could have been up to $5,000. I'm not positive.
Okay.
Bro, you're done already?
Yeah, bro.
How?
I hired Motion to hire AI employees.
AI employees?
Yeah, dude, I have a project manager.
Have you had any employees that you've had to terminate recently, anything like that?
No, not at all. I'm an Amish guy, so my...
Okay. Your employees are Amish? Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, 3 white males. One with tattoos on his neck, wearing a ball cap and a black shirt. Unknown on the other side.
Oh, they got some tattoos on his neck.
No mask.
No mask.
No, just number 1. Just number 1, yeah. How's your bleeding? Does it slow down or stop?
It's okay.
Okay.
It's bleeding, but it's okay.
Okay. How's your little one doing? Is he okay?
He's okay, yes. He's okay,
Okay.
right? You're okay.
All right, we have some deputies on news. They should be there with you any minute.
Okay. That's okay.
Do you remember if this truck had 4 doors or 2?
Look, if you live in Ohio and you deal with the Amish and you understand how pissed everybody is, this is a big deal.
I would guess a 4-door with a smaller Chevy, in my remembrance.
Okay. Did it have a loud exhaust? Is there anything noticeable about it?
No, it was a nice truck.
Okay.
Maybe some stickers on the inside that I remember seeing in the windows.
Do you remember the color of those stickers?
No, I think they were, all I remember was tinted windows, and I just saw circles, and I actually remember that from the first time they pulled in.
Okay.
The sun shines through it.
Okay.
Okay, I see a sheriff now.
All right. Thank you. Glad you're okay. Bye-bye.
Yep, bye.
Deputies responding to that area were advised of the vehicle description. We have multiple dispatchers in our center. What you hear is just the one taking the 911 caller, but they were putting out over the radio, actively updating deputies responding with the vehicle's description and the fact that it had left. So responding deputies responded from various locations of the county and began scouring the area for the suspect vehicle in hopes of intercepting it fleeing the crime scene. The vehicle was not located at that time. Deputies arrived on scene, checked the welfare of the victims, and secured the crime scene for processing. Detectives were called to respond out to the scene. Detectives responded, began processing the scene and interviewing the victims and witnesses. Detectives learned the 3 suspects first arrived at the residence and used a ruse to gain access to the victim's property. The suspects posed falsely as potential customers of the business and tried to gain the victim's trust. The suspects ultimately used physical force by placing the juvenile victim, an 8-year-old, into a chokehold type restraint to force the adult victim and his son into the house. The adult victim stated that he was placed under watch by one of the 3 men while his house was ransacked by the other 2 suspects. He reported they separated him from his son and they held his son hostage as they moved through the house searching for money. I was out at this crime scene that night. This house was completely ransacked. Everything was gone through, thrown all about. The victim stated the suspects became angry. They did not find more money and physically assaulted him and threatened to kill him if he did not produce more money. The victim was hit in the face with a wooden crate and suffered an injury to the side of his face to include swelling and a substantial laceration below the ear. He talks on the 911 call about bleeding out his neck. It was up behind the jaw. The victim also reported the suspects shocked him with the taser device. When the victim could not produce any more money, the suspects stated they were going to kill him and take his son. He was forced to look away as the suspects exited the residence holding his son hostage. At this time, the male was able to run and call 911 when the suspects left the residence. As heard on the call, the juvenile re-enters the house shortly after he gets a hold of 911. The juvenile victim later reported that he was being dragged towards the suspect vehicle, but he was able to break free and run away. He further stated he believed he was going to be abducted and killed. The juvenile fled through a dark field and was able to observe the suspect vehicle leaving the property as he was running away, which is why he returned to the residence to check on his father. The juvenile victim also reported that he was shocked in the stomach with the taser device multiple times during this incident. The juvenile victim also described witnessing his father being thrown to the ground and being assaulted and beat by the suspects in his presence.
I want to call your attention to an earth-shattering change that's happening in our society that I know you're aware of. AI. Are you using it?
Detectives remain on the scene processing evidence. The Attorney General's Office BCI Crime Scene Unit was requested to assist with processing the evidence. Due to the serious nature of this incident, detectives worked around the clock in the investigation. Through nonstop persistence and determination, detectives were able to identify the suspect vehicle through surveillance to include private security camera systems and license plate readers. The vehicle was equipped with a stolen Ohio license plate out of Stark County. With the assistance of Stark County Sheriff's Office Metro Narcotics Unit, the identity of one of the suspects was able to be determined. It was also determined the suspect vehicle, we can put that up, was a 2020 Chevy Colorado that had been stolen from North Canton. This vehicle was reported stolen on September 1st. It was also discovered during the course of the investigation that this vehicle is suspected in multiple criminal offenses throughout Stark County, to include B&Es, theft, smash and grabs, and other property-type crimes. The main suspect and primary aggressor was identified as 33-year-old Bradford Zahler from Canton, Ohio. We can put up his picture. This suspect was described by the victim as being the leader of the group. His facial tattoos are very recognizable and were very explicitly described by the victim. With the assistance of Stark County Sheriff's Office, Metro Narcotics Unit, and the Canton Police Department, Bradford was taken into custody on October 11th, 2025 at approximately 0300 hours in Canton. During the investigations, detectives worked with the Adult Parole Authority, and it was determined that Zahler was currently on parole for felony domestic violence and felony breaking and entering. Zahler had served 119 days in Warren Correctional Institute and was released on parole August 8th, 2025. Parole also advised us that Zahler was equipped with an electronic GPS monitoring unit. Location data gathered through this GPS monitoring unit places Zahler at the victim's residence at the time of the crime. The top priority of the Geauga County Sheriff's Office is the safety and security of the citizens of Geauga County. The Sheriff's Office strives to guarantee that residents have the highest level of security and privacy within their home. This case is a fine example of the dedication of the men and women of this office to that priority. Detectives and deputies worked around the clock, relentlessly pursuing the individuals responsible for this serious crime. We will continue to work around the clock until all suspects in this case are charged accordingly for their involvement. I'm going to turn it over to County Prosecutor Jim Flays.
Thank you, Lieutenant. Good afternoon, everyone. Before I start my portion, I did want to say the Sheriff's Office worked, when he says round the clock, the sheriff called me immediately after this incident happened, and these detectives and the lieutenant literally did not sleep and worked around the clock. And they had identified the ringleader less than 24 hours after this happened and had developed a plan to arrest him, and ultimately he was arrested down in Stark County. So I can't say enough for the quick action and taking somebody dangerous off the streets, and just the outstanding police work that went into this apprehension, and they're working towards the other apprehensions as we speak. The defendant was arraigned this morning in Chardon Municipal Court. He was charged over the weekend via complaint in municipal court with aggravated robbery, aggravated burglary, and aggravated kidnapping. He appeared on those charges this morning, and given his extensive criminal record and the fact that he was on release from prison through the parole authority with an ankle monitor when these crimes occurred, we requested and the judge granted a $750,000 cash bond for this defendant. So he's still being held here in the Geauga County Safety Center, and we plan on him being held throughout the duration of the proceedings. The matter has been scheduled for preliminary hearing on Monday, October 20th at 1 p.m. And at that time, the defendant can opt to have a probable cause hearing or waive that hearing, and then the matter will be sent over for consideration by the Geauga County Grand Jury. And once the investigation is complete, we will present the findings to the grand jury and seek an indictment. Thank you.
I'd just like to say that
this dude's pissed.
Obviously,
right here.
Geauga County is a rural community, and we have a large Amish population. And as far as I'm concerned, these guys were lucky because the majority of our Amish population are all hunters, and they all have guns. And they're very lucky that they weren't used on them. And it's appalling that they would come from Stark County all the way up here.
That's exactly what I just said. They all have pew-pews. They're all ready. I'm surprised they weren't ready when it happened. And these motherfuckers coming from the city trying to come kidnap our farmers and our Amish and the innocent. Bro, we got to stop that quick.
And victimize our residents, our Amish population, and expect to get away with it. Because obviously they're not going to. The technology that we have, the dedication that we have with our deputies and our detectives, the fact that we use flock cameras all over the county and share that information with all the counties around us enables us to solve these crimes. And I feel very confident within the next couple of days, the other two individuals are also going to be joining him in our jail. So anybody have any questions?
Two questions. First off, is the boy 8 or 7? Just to clarify.
He's 8. So in the 911 call, it's kind of muffled, but the caller does correct, and he says 8.
Do you have any reason to believe that this was a targeted act of violence, or do you? This family was randomly chosen?
I don't think it was random, but it's still a lot of investigation to go. And who knows when we get done whether other crimes will be solved due to their due diligence on this case.
How seriously were they hurt?
Well, obviously not enough to go to the hospital. He didn't want an ambulance. But the fact that he was hurt at all is disturbing. And the fact that they would use a stun gun or shocking device on an 8-year-old child is even more disturbing in my mind.
The sum of money is up to $5,000. Was that able to be recovered? Do you have an updated number of how much was actually taken?
We do have an accurate number of how much was taken because they took it from multiple different family members' rooms. Like I said, they ransacked this entire house, looking through everything, dumping, spilling everything. He has multiple other children, and so it took cash from all of those children, and he does not have an accurate count of how much money each of them had.
Question about the ankle monitor.
They be having cash.
How was it able to travel that far and not set off an alert?
That I cannot answer. That ankle monitor is monitored and maintained by APA, Adult Parole Authority.
Were the suspects armed with anything other than a stun gun?
The suspects threatened multiple times that they were in possession of a weapon, but one was not presented. We do know with certainty that they did have an electrical stun device, as we did recover a portion of it that broke off during the incident.
And with this case involving multiple counties, are there going to be any jurisdictional challenges in handling it?
Our case is within our county, so all of our charges are going to be just within our county. I think there will be many additional charges coming from those other agencies as they further their investigations.
Will the suspects be charged equally?
That will have to be determined as we continue through the investigation and speak with Prosecutor Flays here, but they are all going to be facing serious level felonies. I'm sorry?
Preliminary hearing, it's Monday, October 20th at 1 p.m. in Shard Municipal Court.
The crime was October 9th, and we received a call at 17:26.
Do you know who the other 2 individuals are?
This is a very serious crime, and my detectives have worked very diligently on that. So I don't want to release anything that is going to hamper the prosecution or the outcome of this crime. I want to see that justice is served upon these individuals for these victims. So at this time, I can't comment any further on that, but I am very confident that we will resolve this with all 3 of them.
When people see this story at home, what do you want them to take away from it?
Don't ever come into our county and commit a crime like this, because you will go to jail. And we will find you, no matter how long it takes. And you heard the diligence of our detectives working night and day to solve this crime and get these guys off the street, because I'm sure this is not the first time they've done that. And we aim to make it the last time.
Do you remember any of what was stolen?
Money right now, we can't make any determination if any money that we did recover or are going to recover can be directly linked back to those individuals. However, we did recover the vehicle used in the offense, and that is in our possession.
Question about the family. I assume they're trying to recover and move on from this. You said their whole house was turned over, and obviously they had a traumatic experience. Is there anything that you can do to help support that during this time? Because obviously they're private people and they live in a secluded area where stuff like this just doesn't happen. If someone wants to help them, how can they?
They have a very good network of Amish community working together. Plus, our victims assistant has been working with the family to assist them with anything they need. But that Amish communities are very close, and they will work with each other and help each other, and we will advise them or provide them with any other help that they might need, including witnesses or anything like that that were witnesses to the crime.
The legal process would probably go back and return, right? Like, is that restitution? Is that the right word?
Correct. Yeah, as the sheriff stated, our victim advocate, who's actually in the back of the room, Sarah, has been in contact multiple times today already with the victims.
Do you know at this point why they targeted a business in Geauga? I mean, it's a bit of a ways to go from Canton.
There's still more investigations to come up, but that is a question that we are going to answer.
Will you talk more about this business and home? How did this ruse play out?
So the business, which is somewhat commonplace for a lot of the Amish businesses, is they have, one parcel of property, a family property, and their homes and their businesses will be on that. So when these gentlemen arrived, there's a couple businesses on the property. Those were no longer open, but the house is very much adjacent to the businesses. So they noticed our victims up at the house and went up and began talking to the victim. They were aware of the type of business that the victim had, and so they posed as potential customers or potential buyers for some custom items to have the victim make.
And the multiple businesses, do you want us to hold off on showing those businesses? Is it okay for us to air that? I want to clarify that because I think there's
Well, he didn't want his address put out, but he said that he sold the property. So I we're not going to give you his address.
It's the best way to answer that. That's kind of, that was what he advised us, so.
Very good. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Well, God bless that family. Shame on the people that invaded these people's privacy. Go Buckeyes. What's up, OSU? Good morning. Streetlight. I will go there and offer them 24. Hey, man, we need to protect them. We need to protect the Amish, bro. They're the last innocent people we have left here in Ohio, where I'm from. And if you're from Ohio, you understand. We love seeing them drive by on their carriages. It still makes us feel like, I don't know, somewhat wholesome. I don't know what the word is, man. What's the word, Ryan? Do you have one? So I'm gonna go ahead and get into what's going on in the world news. I'm using Fox clips at the moment because the other clips that I have, I just can't get to them right now. So this is what I have to present, which I'm interested anyways in this mainstream because I always want to see what the hell is going on in the mainstream, and then I'll break it down tonight and do my best to show what's actually going on.
This took 3,000 years to get to this point. Can you believe it? And it's going to hold up, too.
What's up, Floppy?
The president
How you
describing
doing,
this
bro?
as much
What's up,
more than a
Floppy?
hostage exchange and ceasefire. He's promising the region a new golden age.
This is not only the end of a war. This is the end of an age of terror and death and the beginning of the age of faith and hope and of God. This is the historic dawn of a new Middle East.
Trump says the Gaza deal might be his biggest accomplishment yet, and that's saying a lot, although he hasn't finished the big, beautiful ballroom. To him, the deal is more beautiful than any tower, any course, any coin. The deal is as beautiful as Melania, almost.
They all wanted to see this happen. That's the amazing thing. Everybody came together at this point. If you go back 6 months or 7 months, you would have said a thing like this is impossible. They all wanted this to happen, and it's one of the most beautiful things I've ever seen.
Everybody wanted this, but they never tried. And when they did it the wrong way. Instead of giving the Iranians bribes, he bombed them. He sold the Arabs tech instead of just weaponry, and didn't lecture them about human rights abuses. He let Israel fight their own wars, joined in when it made sense, and then told them to cut it out when it didn't. Trump discovered that the Palestinian statehood wasn't a goal. It was just a stumbling block. Joe Biden, in a weird way, did bring the Jews and Muslims together. They both hated him. President Trump, the Jews and the Muslims, respected. And now families are being reunited for the first time in 2 years. For a man who's accused of separating families, he sure knows how to bring them together.
He said they did. They hate them.
and it feels so good.
The hostages are back. The hostages are back. It is a good feeling. Isn't that nice to say? You know, I just said the hostage. First time I said the hostages are back. It feels so good to say it.
Kamala wanted a ceasefire without getting the hostages back. How does that look now? Biden said Trump stole his peace plan. How does that look right now? The cover of the Jerusalem Post. God bless the peacemaker. From Air Force One, Trump was welcomed with a big thank you on Israeli beaches. In the town square, they were chanting his name.
You heard the whole crowd here started to erupt into cheers of thank you, Trump. Thank you, Trump. Fair to say that President Trump is possibly even more popular here than he is in the United States.
Wolf Blitzer says people are wearing MAGA hats in the Middle East.
And when I was there, I even saw people wearing Make America Great Again hats in that crowd over at
Whoa, they're wearing MAGA hats in the Middle East. I was told from my friends in the Middle East that they love Trump. They would let him be president.
Israeli ministers were seen wearing red hats today that said, Trump the peace president. Hakeem should wear one of those instead of the sombrero. Netanyahu says he's got a new BFF.
Donald Trump is the greatest friend that the state of Israel has ever had in the White House.
Don't trust me. No.
Imagine bringing your side project to life just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44.
The Arabs haven't had an American president this good since Bush the Elder. It's not easy.
I don't trust this at all, just so you guys know.
To get Jews and Muslims to love someone this much. They can't agree about anything. Egyptian F-16s even gave Air Force One a big, beautiful escort today. Meanwhile, Trump was on the phone with Arab investors to help turn Gaza into the Mideast Mar-a-Lago.
I'm pleased to announce that numerous countries of great wealth and power and dignity have come forward to me just today and over the last week to say they want to help in the reconstruction of Gaza, putting up whatever money is necessary.
The Mideast used to be a money pit, and somehow Trump's turned it into an investment opportunity and has everybody else putting up most of the capital. Fingers crossed the deal sticks. Now, Pakistan's demanding the Nobel.
So is this like war, or are they trying to make... Oh, yeah, they make money off of war. That's right.
Nobel Committee do a recount.
I would like to nominate this great president for Nobel Peace Prize. And I think that you're the man this world needed most at this point in time.
A decade ago, Pakistan was caught harboring Osama bin Laden, and now they're kissing the feet of an American president. Time magazine put him on the cover, calling the peace deal his triumph. But Trump's humble. He doesn't want all the credit.
Marco will go down, I mean this, as the greatest Secretary of State in the history of the United States. I believe that.
Marco
I believe it.
Oh, Marco.
And he and I, you know, we really fought it out. You remember, he was tough. He was nasty. Who the hell thought this was going to happen, Marco, right?
And Witkoff got a big shout out, too.
Steve started this all by himself. I call him Henry Kissinger, who doesn't leak, okay? Henry is a big leaker. He leaked. Steve doesn't leak. Steve just wants to get...
I can't stand Henry Kissinger. He's a globalist piece of ass, and I'm glad he is unalive today.
Get the job done. He wants to do what's right.
New York real estate developers did more for peace in the Middle East than what career diplomats did in decades. Hillary said Trump didn't even have the temperament to be president.
Everyone thought I was going to be brutal. In fact, I remember Hillary Clinton during a debate, she said, look at him, he's going to go to war with everybody. And actually, she said, he's got a personality that's all about war. No, my personality actually is all about stopping wars, and it seems to work.
Democrats are now saying, thank God we didn't have Kamala.
it pains me somewhat to admit this, but yes, he's certainly been good for the Middle East and for Israel in a way that I don't think there was any reason to expect Harris to be good.
Even Kamala is giving Trump credit.
I don't think that we should hold in credit where it's due, and I commend the people who have been a part of this process. I'd commend the Qataris, the Egyptians, and the president.
If Kamala had succeeded in putting Trump in prison, Iran would have still had nukes and Hamas would have still had hostages. The best Biden and Harris could do for Gaza was spend hundreds of millions on a pier that sank into the ocean. Even Biden's guys are now giving MAGA credit.
I give credit to President Trump. I give credit to Witkoff and Kushner and Rubio. These are hard jobs.
This shouldn't be political. We can all celebrate peace and the hostage release, but we do have to keep score. A lot has been said.
If he gets the Israeli hostages out, I promise I will wear a MAGA hat for one day on the show and say, thank you for doing it.
Well, we watched The View today, and
Bro, if we could see that, that'd be crazy. I don't even care, but just to see them broads wear it, it would be nuts.
no hat. Rashida Tlaib was banging pots and pans, screaming free Gaza. Trump just freed Gaza. No tweets, no speeches, no press releases, nothing. And the woman's Palestinian. Seems like she was more into the Intifada. Even Fetterman's asking, where's Rashida?
Absolute elation. I mean, how can we all celebrate this thing? I mean, you've had human beings held underground for over 2 years and tortured and beaten and starved, forced to dig their own graves and things. Now they can finally come back home. And now everyone should be celebrating these things.
If Democrats had their way, Trump would have been rotting away in prison like a hostage instead of freeing them. Why can't the left just say we were wrong? They held signs that said, end genocide now. Trump ended what they said was genocide. Not even a thank you. No, sorry about the whole Hitler thing. Now we should make them call him Gandhi. Trump's on a roll, and he's reaching out to friends and foes.
Yet even to Iran, whose regime has inflicted so much death on the Middle East, the hand of friendship and cooperation is open. I'm telling you, they want to make a deal. That's all I do in my life. I make deals. I'm good at it. I've always been good at it. And I know when they want. Even if they said, we don't want to make a deal, I can tell you they want to make a deal.
With this Mideast momentum, Trump's turning his eyes back to Ukraine. He's flirting with sending Zelensky tomahawks to make Putin feel more pain. Carrot hasn't worked. Trump thinks it might be time for Putin to feel some stick. Now, if Israel and Hamas can make a deal, Russia and Ukraine can too. Trump's more accomplished in 9 months than most presidents do.
But do they want it to end, though? Do they?
In a term. He's still got 3.5 years left, and he's already racked up 8 peace deals, trillions of dollars of investments and trade deals, a secure border, tax relief, crime down in D.C., record stock market, low gas prices, and cooling inflation. When Trump meets Xi Jinping next month in South Korea, China is going to be facing an American president battle-tested and with the wind at his back. We're witnessing a historic presidential legacy being written in real time.
Wait, Trump's meeting up with the president of China in North Korea? That's got to be some interesting world stage shit.
Question now is, how big?
Is there a dream that you're still trying to chase, or have you reached all your dreams?
You're asking questions like you're a television comp. I thought I was just going to come out and play around the golf with you. And that's,
I want
you're asking questions like I'm on television. Yeah, no, look, you become president. That's a dream, right?
Yeah.
I
don't think you
now you can no, you dream now you want to be a great president.
Yeah.
Now you're president. Now your dream is to be a great president.
I think you're doing a pretty good job.
I would say it's like having another producer in the room that knows exactly what your song needs. This is co-producer, the fastest way to find samples that fit your.
And welcome to Hannity, and we start tonight with a Fox News alert. Tonight,
You know, I really want to hear, I hope it's on the next one. I really want to hear about what's going on in Chicago.
President Trump just pulled off something once thought impossible, and the nation and the world are a safer place. For the first time in decades, we now have a clear path and committed coalition of partners to achieve a true, lasting peace in the Middle East. Take a look.
This is the day that people across the region and around the world have been working, striving, hoping, and praying for. Together, we've achieved what everybody said was impossible. At long last, we have peace in the Middle East, and it's a very simple expression, peace in the Middle East, and we've heard it for many years, but nobody thought it could ever get there, and now we're there.
Okay, so how did we get here? How did Trump pull this off when so many others had tried and failed? First, it is critically important to understand President Trump, more than any other president in the modern era, does understand the power, the influence of this country, the USA, and he is willing to use both economically, militarily, to make the world a better and safer place. After Afghanistan, guess what? America now stands bright and tall as the leader not only of the free world, but of the entire world. And this brings us to 4 critical points: how this all went down, how it all happened. And only Donald Trump could convince Israel. Why? Because of his long-standing support for Israel. And only Trump could get Israel to stop wiping out Gaza completely. That war was won. They just had to finish it. This, of course, after we had Hamas attacking Israel for decades, culminating with the attacks a little over 2 years ago on October 7th. Now, number 2, only Trump could convince a coalition of neighboring Arab countries to join in these peace efforts. Why? Because after decades, many of these countries, most of these countries, wanted nothing to do with any solution, and he was able to forge deep alliances with countries. Why? Because they trusted him. They respected him. He built up real and meaningful relationships with all of them. Number 3, you cannot underestimate the impact of Donald Trump sticking to his promise. Iran cannot have nuclear weapons, and then taking out the Iranian nuclear sites. The world knows that President Trump does not make idle threats. And this is proven with the Trump doctrine over and over and over again. And more recently gave Iran 50 days, choose peace. They said no. On day 51, Israel got the green light. They attacked Iran's ballistic missile sites, their air defense systems, and then we took out their nuclear facilities. Well, he gave them the choice for peace. They rejected it. Number 4, Trump said to Hamas, you can do it the easy way, you can do it the hard way. They initially rejected this deal. President Trump doubled down, said, if you reject this deal, you will be obliterated. Clearly, they believed him, and their minds were changed. This is the embodiment. This is not a phrase that conservatives use, peace through strength. Trust but verify. No, these are real principles that work in real time, and we watched it unfold before our eyes today. And as Time magazine rightly pointed out, this is Trump's triumph. But this is so much more than a political win. Thanks to the president, his team, countless lives have been saved on both sides of this conflict, including all 20 living hostages now released by Hamas. Thank God. Take a look.
Over the past 2 years, I've met many of the families of the Israelis taken hostage and those that were taken hostage. Unbelievable. I've looked into their eyes. I've seen the worst nightmares of their suffering. But I've also seen something else, the beautiful love of the people, the love of people, frankly, that hold things together, the love that gives you the courage to carry on through thousands of years of persecution and repression, and to emerge with the heart of David. It's the heart of David. It's that love that's defeated the enemies of civilization, built this incredible country and this unbelievable economy, and forged one of the great democracies of the world.
Now, for more than 2 years, these hostages, they were held in captivity by terrorists in Gaza, by Hamas, and now they are home. Take a look.
Shema Israel, Adonai Eloheinu, Adonai Echad. ברוך אתה אדוני אלוהינו מלך העולם שהחיינו וקיימנו והגיענו לזמן הזה. וואי. אוי, כמה.
טוק שלי, בוא, אמא שלך. אוי, נמרוד. ילד גיבור שלי, ילד גיבור. חיים שלי. חיים שלי, אתה חיים שלי.
This is horrible video.
ברוך אתה אדוני אלוהינו מלך העולם שהחיינו וקיימנו והגיענו לזמן הזה.
Of Israel, I'm not really sure what part of hundreds of thousands of rockets that have been fired into this small country the size of New Jersey they don't understand. I'm not sure what part of murder, the equivalent of 40,000 Americans in a day murdered based on their population size versus ours, that they don't understand. I'm not sure what part of rape and kidnapping and beheading they don't understand. I've seen those videos. I wish the world would see them. And now the Middle East, by the way, and the world is changing rapidly right before our eyes, thanks to President Trump. America now is in the driver's seat. Today, every leader from almost every major country around the globe convened in Egypt to thank our president, to praise the administration's pursuit of peace. He's been unrelenting. He has literally been expending so much political time and energy to get this day accomplished and make this happen and commit to helping this become a lasting peace, a lasting coalition. Hours earlier, during his speech at Israel's Knesset, members of Israel's government were chanting Trump, Trump, Trump. Some were even wearing red MAGA hats. Take a look.
I love Israel. I'm with you all the way. You will be bigger, better, stronger, and more loving than ever before. Thank you very much. God bless you. God bless the United States of America, and God bless the Middle East. Thank you, everybody. Good luck. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Are they chanting his name?
For the first time, maybe ever, there was cheering in both Israel and in Gaza. Make no mistake, you're witnessing history.
No way is this going to stay popping. It's just going to pop off again. No way.
That many thought could never happen. But not everyone was particularly happy. The, quote, ceasefire crowd, well, can't seem to say much of anything at this point. It looks like they really didn't want a ceasefire after all, or they simply cannot find it within themselves to ever once, at one time, give President Trump any credit at all. Meanwhile, Joe Biden's dumb, incompetent former Secretary of State, the architect of the Afghanistan withdrawal, Tony Blinken, actually took credit for this deal, posting on X that he was glad that President Trump adopted the Biden plan for peace, which is like the most laughable post I've ever seen. Remember, Obama and Biden, remember their Iranian nuclear deal? Remember they dumped, cash and other currencies and cargo planes on the tarmacs for the mullahs to foment more terror around the world? That was not exactly a peace plan. And that deal would have allowed the Iranians to become a nuclear superpower. In reality, the only thing Blinken ever pulled off was his disinformation campaign against Trump. Of course, he organized the now infamous letter signed by, 51 former Intel officials who had never seen Hunter's very real laptop that is now authenticated, falsely suggesting that laptop that they never saw was likely Russian disinformation. And meanwhile, over at fake news CNN, the network's far-left international correspondent, Christiane Ampor, forced to apologize over the disgusting comparison to the Holocaust. Take a look.
People who start to talk to the hostages who've only just been released will find that it will take a long, long time for them to recover physically, but also mentally. It's been a terrible, terrible 2 years for them, because not only are they there, they're probably being treated better than the average Gazan, because they are the pawns and the chips that Hamas had. Now Hamas has given up all its leverage, by the way, by giving them all up. So that is a victory for the Israeli side.
The hate never stops. The rhetoric was even worse from a former MSDNC host who wrote and then deleted a tweet calling the war in Gaza worse than the Holocaust. Again, for some on the left, peace was never the goal. But for President Trump, peace was always on his mind. And despite the haters and those that doubt, he got it done. That's great for the world, great for Israel, great for the Middle East.
All right. So Donald Trump hit the Middle East today for a truly historic Gaza peace summit, and we have the handshake to prove it.
Are you still stuffing your kangaroo hoodie pockets? You need the new 340...
To be fair, this was yesterday's. Look, this happened last time. No,
I won't let go.
Is it working? I feel like it's like...
Maybe they have Adolf confused with Gandhi. That happens. I often mistake Katie Porter for Randy Quaid. But it must be strange for the haters to see Gazans join Israelis in chanting Trump's name over and over, which makes us wonder, where are the protesters now? The screaming scumbags who tormented Jews on campus, defaced property, tore down posters of hostages. They yelled, "Free, free Palestine." But now that it's free, they're keeping a lower profile than Greta Thunberg's barber.
This is...
So why is that?
There's no
Well,
laugh
it's the difference
track,
between
man. I
true
don't think I can
achievement
watch
and
this.
delusional narratives. And all those narratives lead to is suffering. Take the arson suspect in the Palisades fire, who had posted memes mocking Trump supporters and frequently shared headlines about climate change. It's a similar false narrative that led to Charlie Kirk's murder, the attempted assassinations of Trump, the attacks on ICE and Teslas. But the climate change narratives may be worse and total harm done. Fraudulent climate models led to draining the taxpayers of trillions. To fight a demon that was as real as Dylan Mulvaney's camel toe. Meanwhile, young people were tortured into thinking the world was going to end every 15 minutes. And now a young climate hysteric causes massive death and destruction. Born from fantasy.
So what am I missing? I don't know about this. This dude caught California on fire? I have no clue about this.
See the pattern? But then there's reality, the peace deals. Good news for the real world, but bad news for the delusional left. And it exposes the lie that is behind such activism, that it's harder and more heroic to be angry. No, it's not. It's harder to be good and to attempt the impossible, which is what Trump did. But the media ascribes value not to Trump, but to those who shout the loudest at him. Oh, look at the passion. They care so much. No, it's easy to scream, but it's harder to do the work. It was the work Biden didn't do or couldn't do. Instead, he trafficked in emotional narratives about white supremacy and MAGA extremism, his unfounded accusations papered over the reality that he did nothing for anyone but his family. Now, let me ask you a question. Have you ever seen Trump show an ounce of anger about anything? And not just since he became a politician, I mean ever. Hell, even when he got shot, he didn't give the guy the finger. But boy, would Joe Biden get angry just about over anything. Because Joe Biden came from the lethargic, bureaucratic world of the acceptable. Trump came from the world of the unacceptable, meaning Trump refused to accept the decline that Biden had accepted. And for that reason, Trump became unacceptable.
Oh, no, I think... No, it's doing a little too much D-sucking here.
To people like Joe. And now what Trump has done through his persistent optimism is provide a sharp contrast between the attention-seeking ego and those who wish to improve the lives around them. The golden age, if you will. It's a difference between hopeful action and selfish anger. I know what you're thinking, but Greg, you're pretty angry. And my answer to that is shut up and mind your own business. But it's no wonder the protesters are speechless, their side lost, and now they'll have to find something new to scream about. And it will be something you know they'll never fix, because even they know it's whatever they likely broke.
Welcome tonight. Yeah, we asked to book Trump
siege, Eric Trump.
Oh shit, Eric Trump.
He's so white, he makes Eric Trump look like Denzel Washington. Fox News contributor Tom Shalhoub. He encourages his fans to bring their own material. Actor, writer, and comedian Jamie Lissow. And she had her identity stolen by a broom. New York Times bestselling author and Fox News contributor Kat Duke.
Hi, I'm JT, and I made Result Hunter, the search engine for conservatives. Let me just tell you what it does. First,
So, Eric, this was, I believe, the 8th war your dad has ended. Can you imagine if he actually tried?
Well, by the way, exactly 1 year ago, he was serving French fries at McDonald's, and now we've ended 8 wars,
That was hilarious.
including Middle East peace, right? Joe
That was hilarious when he was serving French fries at McDonald's.
Biden was in there for 4 years. Yeah, he wasn't really in there. The auto pen was in there. He wasn't doing a damn thing, right? He got 0 accomplished. So incredibly proud of my father.
Yeah.
What a great day. What a great day for the world.
You know, I would say that he's America's dad, but I don't want to go that far. I'm not like Jesse Waters. It's disgusting what he'll say. But are you kind of amazed that that there are still people that cannot kind of reconcile that they might be wrong about your dad? Like they'd rather go to the grave with this in their stomach than actually get it out and say, maybe I screwed up.
How about you take the entire mainstream media?
Yeah.
Right? I mean, they're literally supporting naked people who are lying on bridges in Portland, right? Going crazy about these issues. I mean, you said it best. Like, you know, everybody in Gaza is chanting Trump. Like, what the hell issue do they have to stand on now? Both the Israelis and the Gazans, they all love Trump.
Look, I will say this. To those that think he's lying, I have friends in the Middle East who told me this is true. I heard it from them before I heard it from any of this stuff.
You know, who are they supporting at this point?
Yeah, I think they're supporting their own rage. You know, it's something that makes them feel
They've got
good.
plenty of that, Greg.
Yes. But it's easy. But it's easier, and kind of the point of, and you know what? I think Tom Shalhoub, you were inspired my monologue because Tom is the type of person you make fun of. He's an optimist. He's always in a good mood. He's square. He's a fuddy-duddy. He's Ned Flanders, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Yes.
But those are the people that actually do the work. It's the other side, the constantly angry, the people who are seen as passionate. Those are the people that get all the attention, while you, who does the work, does not. Do you follow that?
Thank you, Greg. I like the sound of that. That's maybe why I'm so happy today, and I see so many frustrated people on the left. I want to be in that Nobel Peace Prize meeting when they're trying to work it out. I know they won't allow me to do it. I'm sure it's in a private room, but it's going to be so awkward. You know, they're going to be like, okay, welcome to order. I wonder who's going to get the prize this year. Go ahead, just shout out the names there. Donald Trump. I can't hear out of my ear there.
Not that funny, though. Super corny.
Donald Trump. Oh, don't everybody talk at once.
You just became Italian.
Bro, your Arab fucking accent sucks, bro.
Exactly. He's like this, yeah. What did you say there? Oh, Taylor Swift. That's a good one, Taylor Swift.
Sounds like a spectrum, like somebody on the spectrum.
Taylor Swift, yeah, she's gonna marry that football player. That's good. Let's give it to her. I like that idea. I guess he was supposed to be Swedish. I don't know. I can't do the Swedish.
You were Swedish and then you went Italian.
Well, maybe because it's a it's a Columbus Day.
Norwegian.
You're a meatball. Jamie, do you think, you see what Trump is doing in the Middle East? Imagine what he could have done with you and your ex-wife.
Oh my gosh.
It's so funny you said that. When I was researching Nobel Peace Prize winners, I had no idea in 2020 the lady that did my ex-wife's divorce won.
That was fucking funny.
I think he's a real candidate for that. I think he should get the Nobel Prize. Look at what it's all about. And Greg, this has nothing to do with the fact that Eric Trump is looking at me. But isn't it fun to talk about Trump having
Where's
areas? This
the
would be like,
it is funny.
It's so
laugh
fun. It would be like
track,
if
bro, makes you
Hunter
corny.
Biden was on. You asked me if I liked crack.
Oh, okay. If you guys haven't noticed, there's no laugh track. Tell me in the chat if this isn't super cringy with no laugh track.
You know what? It's weird though. I don't really think like when you bring it up, I forget that he's actually his son because all we do is we talk about Trump anyway.
Yeah. As soon as they said his last name, I was like, yep. But think about all that Trump has done. Not just this, but all that he's done. This is like mind-blowing. He basically did the impossible. That's basically what it's like. And if you look at there's nothing Biden did that there would ever be a conversation about a Nobel Peace. Like nothing. He would win like little prize. I heard they gave him little prizes when he would make it all the way to the toilet. But
they would give him the prize from the Cracker Jack.
Yeah, yeah.
A little tiny book.
Yeah, I heard he got it like twice.
Okay.
Kat, does it matter? Who
kinda
cares about
corny,
the Nobel
I'm not
Prize?
gonna
I
lie,
don't
I'm
care.
gonna spark
It's like
one up
if you
and go
win
to the
it, it
next
means
one.
you.
I love
you,
the show
you
though.
Probably don't. You're not that great.
I mean, this is such a huge win already, right?
Yeah,
I
yeah.
mean, I don't understand how everyone has to really. The only take is that this is a great win. Great job to President Trump. This is amazing. This is exciting. I mean, even Hillary Clinton had to commend him on this, and he ruined her life.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Like he's. There are a lot of people, obviously, who hate Trump for whatever reason, but she like hates him. Like he took her life and just like all her hopes and dreams were crushed. And she's like, I really commend him on this. So if you can't, if there's anyone out there who feels like they can't, then you really got to take a look at yourself.
My cynicism says she's getting something out of this Middle East deal. Like she's a shark for money, so there's got to be something where her and Bill are seeing some cash come out of like Qatar or something. Don't you think? Like, what would make her like Trump? Some money.
I mean, if you're going to be against literal peace in the Middle East, that's a real tough look.
That's true. That's true. Is it weird? I got to go to break, Eric. But did you ever think, like, when you were the son of Donald Trump, that was kind of enough, right? When he was like just doing The Apprentice, did you think he was going to do this and make your life even crazier?
Yeah, and then I got dragged into this very nice world where I became the most subpoenaed person in American history for doing that. Like, no laptops from hell, no prostitution, no, what did you use, crack? I mean, he was on a lot of stuff, right? So we'll use your example. Listen, isn't it like the beauty of the power of positive thinking, right? Every one of these people said this could not be done. Peace in the Middle East could not exist. And he comes out day one, we're going to get peace in the Middle East, right? That's the power of positive thinking. That's the difference between a business person and...
All right, I'm going to cut it right there. We'll see how long this piece lasts. I don't even think it will. We're going to go. So that was yesterday's news. We are going to get into today's news now. I wanted to get yesterday's because I just wasn't caught up on the news. So I wanted to get yesterday's in. So now we got today's. This is just a couple hours old, so this would have been yesterday's news. Hopefully they talk about Chicago and ICE. I need to find something about that, to be honest.
The unstoppable force. That's the focus of tonight's angle. Oh my God, what a 72 hours or so it's been. A juggernaut for peace and prosperity. Donald Trump once again has reminded us that we are living in a historic time.
We had a great week. We had a great weekend. We had a great period of time in the Middle East. It was very comprehensive. It went very rapidly, and I think it's going to lead to something that's going to be unrecognizable, certainly for the Middle East.
What's good,
Andre? In the last
What's
few
good,
days,
man?
people can't believe it. I've never seen anything like it. I've never seen the love and the spirit.
We haven't seen anything like it. Back and forth to the Middle East, history made in the Gaza peace deal. The world, as he said, coming to be together to be part of what few thought was possible. Now, it's hard to believe that just a year ago, America had a president who hardly ever did press conferences and would routinely end his official day before noon. But 36 hours into his trip, President Trump was chatting with the media aboard Air Force One. They were sleepy. And it wasn't until 2:30 in the morning, this is amazing, that he finally walked off Air Force One for another full workday, not skipping a beat. All right, 79 years of age. But as proud as Trump is of his team and their Middle East triumph, he isn't resting on his laurels. Today, his focus was closer to home, our own hemisphere, specifically in Argentina. The conservative reformer, President Javier Milei, who has big elections coming up, was visiting the White House.
For the first time in floor history.
Don't miss one game-changing moment.
Tell us what category you want to steal.
After another.
Nobody on the floor is safe.
I'm gonna throw up.
Tonight at 8 on Fox 28. Never sue the other driver after a car accident. There's a better way to get paid a way bigger check without having to.
It's a great honor to have the leader of Argentina, a place that I love, I've been to, and one of the most beautiful places in the world, President. And I really want to thank you very much. He's MAGA all the way. It's Make Argentina Great Again. He's become very popular, and he's on the verge of a breakthrough, I think. I think he's really on the verge of tremendous economic success.
Again, contrary to what so many establishment types predicted, Trump is not just trying to make peace between enemies, but also he's trying to cultivate deeper relationships with nations critical to our own strategic position in the world.
President Obama had a big opportunity during his term, which he wasted. Many governments in Latin America went center-right, and the U.S. ignored them. We are not going to ignore our allies. We're using our economic strength to create peace. It is much better to form an economic bridge with our allies, people who want to do the right thing, than have to have shoot at narco gunboats. We're confident that President Milei is going to do well. We've been criticized by a couple of American Peronists like Senator Warren.
That's a compliment. She has no idea what she's doing. She's a nasty, horrible senator. Go ahead. Other than that, I like her very much.
Oh, no. Okay. Of course, it's Trump, right? So he got a lot of laughs today as he's dealing with all this substance and what has to be real jet lag. But none of his critics were spared, okay, including his predecessor, again, who could never dream of doing what Trump has done because he had no vision, or he was asleep at the wheel or on the beach.
I'd love to go to Argentina. I'd like to be like Biden. I'd like to go to the beach.
I'd like to be like Biden.
My legs are not quite as thin as his. My legs are slightly heavier. My arms are slightly larger. My body is a little bit larger than his. I'm not sure it would be appreciated on the beach. You won't see me on a bathing suit, sitting on a beach in Argentina, falling down, not being able to lift a 3-ounce chair. You spend too much time on a beach.
And Trump, of course, strafed the media.
And we're going to have lunch, and we'll take a couple of questions from the news, and I'm sure they'll be extremely non-hostile and friendly. Like JD went through a very friendly interview with George Slobodanopoulos, who was nice enough to pay me $16 million the last time we came. He had to pay $16 million to me, which was good. It was worth having somebody lie. If you get $16 million, that's good.
And what about junior White House aides who turned against him for their fleeting moment of fame?
Alyssa Farah, she is one of the hosts on ABC's show The View. She said a while back, I'll quote, "If Trump gets the Israeli hostages out, I promise I will wear a MAGA hat for one day on this show and say thank you for doing it." Your response?
She worked here. She gave me the most beautiful letter. I figured she would not make it. And she didn't have a big role here either. Then she got hired by The View, and they gave her a couple of bucks, and she changed her view very quickly. I never thought she'd make it, but she's on The View. But it just shows what a fraud The View is.
No. Let's see it, Alyssa. Where's the hat? Oh, don't see it. Well, the only reason she made that fake promise was because she had zero faith in President Trump. Big miscalculation. So word of the wise, everybody out there, and I've said this, do not underestimate Donald Trump or, of course, America. Even the New York Times had to admit, rarely has an American president been met with such adulation abroad. No one could have gotten all this stuff done. No one could have gotten all these people together. Trump did. President Trump has taken a flamethrower to globalists across the political spectrum, and he's remade our foreign and economic policy. So anyone who is not celebrating him for his accomplishments is revealing who they really are and whose interests they have. The entire world has come to Trump, and he's now using it as an opportunity to make a move on China. Again, it's hard to imagine that any previous American president kept President Xi up at night ever, because President Xi knew how to dominate them, how to play them, knew how to cheat on trade deals, knew how to move unchallenged, even in our own hemisphere, how to buy up American land and our resources, even our food companies, even land near military bases. But dealing with President Trump is another matter altogether. He knows how to maneuver and protect American interests.
Everybody deals with China. They have to deal with us, too. We have to be careful with China. Look, I have a great relationship with President Xi, but sometimes it gets testy because China likes to take advantage of people, and they can't take advantage of us. But we have a fair relationship with China, and I think it'll be fine. And if it's not, that's okay, too. You have to do and go where the punches are thrown. You got to put up the blocks. We have a lot of punches being thrown, and we've been very successful.
Oh, I love that. You got to go where the punches are being put in your arm, block. You see how he's thinking? But China, of course, is trying to flex before Xi's meeting with Trump at the end of the month in Korea. Yeah, that's still on for now.
Do it again,
Xi's trying
bro.
to get leverage against Trump in the United States by ramping up export controls on rare earth materials and then threatening fees on non-Chinese ships at their ports, so they somewhat pulled that back. But President Trump, he's not about to let that happen. America is not going to be held hostage, and neither will any of our allies. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent says this only shows how weak their economy is and that they want to pull everybody else down with them. And the Dutch, who would have thought it, clearly has had enough of China's economic games. Its government took control of Nexperia. That's a Chinese-owned chip firm based in the Netherlands. And the Netherlands citing national security concerns. So they've taken control of that company. That is bold and that is smart. So is the world finally waking up to the China threat? Is it realizing that pragmatism, as Trump knows, always beats progressivism? But Trump's playing it really smart right now. So it's a good time for him to move in on China, while he has the majority of the world's leaders, friend or foe, paying attention. Xi has 2 weeks to figure out a plan. So he's going to start playing nice, a little bit more reasonably, or will he let his country's economy continue to crumble and get slapped with 100% tariffs? Right now, the choice is his. Trump's going to be ready either way, because that's just how he is. And America will be fine either way. And that's the angle.
Biden said, "Watch me," and we watched him fall asleep. Now we're watching Trump, the man that never sleeps. I'm just tired looking at his schedule. In the last day, the president flew 14 hours to Israel, hugged hostage families, and delivered a speech to their parliament. Then flew to Egypt, met with the president, spoke to the press, signed a peace deal, gave another speech, met with more world leaders, and then flew back home at the crack of dawn. He touched down at 2:30 in the morning. Instead of going to bed, blew up a Coke boat, then welcomed the president of Argentina at 1, and then got invited to go on another trip.
I'm just a little busy.
I personally don't think that there's anything stopping. I'm showing what the news is saying.
I'd love to go to Argentina. I'd like to be like Biden. I'd like to go to the beach. My body is a little bit larger than his. I'm not sure it would be appreciated on the beach, but I'm not going to take a chance. You won't see me in a bathing suit. You won't see in a bathing suit sitting on a beach in Argentina, falling down, not being able to lift a 3-ounce chair.
Argentina's president this time didn't bring a chainsaw, but he didn't come empty-handed. He gave Trump a framed Nobel nomination.
That's fantastic. Thank you very much.
And when he did this letter, Mr. President, your settlement in the Middle East wasn't done. So we have to do a new letter
Let's do an
to include a gap because this is a very important.
You'll have to add one extra sentence.
Exactly.
Trump, too, was in a giving mood. Zelensky's coming to town Friday, and Christmas might come early.
I know what he has to say. He wants weapons. He would like to have tomahawks. Everyone else wants tomahawks. And we have a lot of tomahawks. Tomahawk is a... Do you need any tomahawks in Argentina?
You get a tomahawk. You get a tomahawk. Everyone gets tomahawks. Well, not you, ABC.
Your ABC fake news.
Mr. President,
First of all, congratulations.
I don't take questions from ABC fake news. After what you did with Stephanopoulos to the Vice President of the United States, I don't take questions from ABC fake news.
The world's heaping praise on 47 over the last 24 hours, but there's another man who deserves some credit. Charlie Kirk. If it wasn't for Charlie, Trump might not have made it back to the White House, and the world wouldn't be celebrating Mideast peace. And today was Charlie's 32nd birthday. Trump made sure he made it back for the party.
I raced back halfway around the globe. I was going to call Erica and say, Erica, could you maybe move it to Friday? And I didn't have the courage to call. But you know why I didn't call? Because I heard today was Charlie's birthday. And I said, you know, that was a definite. And I said, we're going to have to forget about some of those very big, very rich countries that expected me to be there.
Charlie's closest friends and family gathered at the White House to celebrate his life. Most of the cabinet and high-ranking politicians were in attendance because Charlie helped them get there. Charlie's biggest supporters in conservative media showed up, and I was lucky enough to be there with Emma. And you could feel God watching over us.
To the glory of our Savior, with whom he now rests in heaven, and he is going to make heaven. I said, I'm not sure I can make it, but he's going to make it. He's there. He's looking down on us right now. It's so incredible. Look at this, how this turned out. This was supposed to be so dark and cloudy. Not dark and cloudy, is it? Look at that, how beautiful that is.
Trump awarded Charlie America's highest civilian honor, the Presidential Medal of Freedom. The medal was originally established by President Truman in 1945.
He was assassinated in the prime of his life for boldly speaking the truth, for living his faith and relentlessly fighting for a better and stronger America. He loved this country. And that's why this afternoon it's my privilege to posthumously award Charles James Kirk, our nation's highest civilian honor, the Presidential Medal of Freedom. Thank you.
His widow, Erica, accepted the medal and said Charlie couldn't have gotten a better birthday gift.
I have spent 7.5 years trying to find the perfect birthday gift for Charlie. And it's so difficult. And those of you that have spouses or loved ones, you know how difficult it is sometimes to buy a gift for someone that you love, because he wasn't a materialistic man, so that also did not help. But now I can say with confidence, Mr. President, that you have given him the best birthday gift he could ever have.
But maybe an even better gift came from Charlie's daughter.
She said, "Happy birthday, Daddy. I want to give you a stuffed animal." I want you to eat a cupcake with ice cream, and I want you to go have a birthday surprise. I love you, is what she said.
A lot of hype around this new plugin. It's called Co-Producer from Output.
At that moment, many in the audience began to cry. And then Erica said Charlie's son, who isn't able to even talk yet, gave Charlie another gift. He became the man of the house by becoming potty trained at 16 months. That puts Jesse Jr. to shame. Trump says Charlie's greatest gift, though, was his wife, Erica.
He said, "You won't believe how beautiful she is." I said, well, then now that I meet her, he's right. But then he also said, and you know what? She's like the smartest person I know. He was deeply in love with you. It's great. Erica, your love and courage have been an inspiration to all of us, and We will always be here for you, and we're always going to be here for your gorgeous, beautiful children. And we'll never forget what your family has sacrificed for our country.
Charlie Kirk died for free speech and was wearing a shirt that said freedom when an assassin's bullet ripped through his body. Erica noted that freedom is what drove the colonists to create our founding documents, and freedom should be Charlie's legacy.
His name, Charles, literally means free man. And that's exactly who my husband was. He was a free man. His story reminds us all that to live free is the greatest gift, but to die free is the greatest victory.
President Trump mentioned that, like Socrates, St. Peter, Lincoln, and MLK, Charlie was a martyr for truth and freedom and gave his life for America and for Jesus Christ. Charlie lost his life, but he's helped save thousands of lives by fighting to put America first and putting Trump back in the White House. The Iranian nuclear program has been obliterated, and the hostages are home. And peace on earth is not out of reach. Charlie, in a way, was a prophet and saw Donald Trump would be the right leader to restore this great American republic and spread love throughout the Holy Land. The Jews and Arabs can't agree on anything, but they both agreed that they trusted Donald Trump.
I think today what I've been mostly struck by is Donald Trump's sheer force of personality. There are not many men, not many leaders who can walk into the Knesset in Israel to such rapturous applause, such a warm welcome, and then, less than an hour later, appear in a room of world leaders, Arab and Muslim leaders, and have the same kind of warm welcome. It really is his force of nature which has managed to make this happen.
A few months ago, the media was saying this was impossible.
He just wants Gaza emptied so they can build hotels.
I think it's the same idea of what we were talking about with Ukraine, is that he didn't understand why it wasn't being done before he was there. Then he got into office and realized, wow, this is really, really hard. No. And now he's turned his attention elsewhere.
It's
so
not black and white.
That's what's happening.
Yeah, it's complicated.
Ye of little faith. Why would the media be wrong about everything and suddenly be right? Trump has experienced political redemption, and now some members of the press are starting to repent.
I didn't think it was going to happen. Bravo to America. Bravo to the Trump administration. Bravo to President Trump.
Even notorious non-believers are experiencing a spiritual awakening.
Credit where credit is due. Donald Trump did something good. It's kind of surprising to see him do something good.
What a day for Donald Trump. You know what? He finally did something positive today, and I want to give him credit for it because I know he's not the type to take credit for himself.
Biden swallowing his pride and saying congrats to Trump. So did Kamala. So did the Clintons. But Obama won't do it. He's realizing slowly he's not the Messiah, and the words just won't come out. Barry can take his time, but there's no denying the success. Just ask Donald Trump's latest dinner guest.
Have the humility to give it up for enormous success on any level.
I agree.
Trump, not my choice, didn't vote for him, but somehow,
a lot of people did.
And he's, I can't deny the success.
I can't either.
At this moment in time, Trump has enormous international political capital. He has the Arab world in his corner. The memories of Operation Midnight Hammer are still fresh. NATO's fully funded and about to turn up the heat on Russia. Zelensky's in town later this week, and Putin's under pressure. The Monroe Doctrine's back. We call it the Dunroe Doctrine. And he's cut trade deals on the Pacific Rim with our allies, encircling the Chinese. Trump's meeting Xi Jinping soon in South Korea, and both sides are exchanging heavy blows over trade. The president has to finesse the power struggle so China saves face, and the American economy remains dominant, and it will, always, because we embrace freedom. Putin's a nuisance, but he can be neutralized with a little help from the Chinese. The American decline is over. With Charlie's spirit still alive, the United States can win the 21st century. Erica said freedom without God is chaos, and urged those in attendance today to not live in fear. Being a free American, brave and unafraid, with faith in God, is the recipe for success.
in Charlie's honor, we will continue like we have been to fight, and to win. We're going to win so much.
Happy birthday, Charlie. We love you.
Hey, Sean.
I'm going to go ahead and show the ceremony that happened. I have it here. I'll go ahead and put that on for everybody. Here you guys go.
Be seated. This is the first time we've been at the new and improved Rose Garden, and people are loving it. They're loving it like they've not loved a lot of things. We have the Presidential Walk of Fame, which you just saw, and that just opened, and we wanted to get it open for this occasion. We were hoping we were able to get outside, and the weather allowed us to. It was supposed to be a terrible rainy day. I was telling Eric, and God was watching, and he didn't want that for Charlie. He just didn't want that. So it's really beautiful. It couldn't be more beautiful. Today we're here to honor and remember a fearless warrior for liberty, beloved leader who galvanized the next generation like nobody I've ever seen before, and an American patriot of the deepest conviction, the finest quality and the highest caliber, the late, great Charlie Kirk. Five weeks ago, our nation was robbed of this extraordinary champion. He was a champion in every way. I got to know him so well. He didn't like losing, and he was able to fight people that were enemies, and he didn't necessarily love those enemies so much. You know, I heard he loved his enemies, and I said, wait a minute, is that the same Charlie that I know? I'm not sure, but I didn't want to get into it. But it was a horrible, heinous, demonic act of murder. He was assassinated in the prime of his life for boldly speaking the truth, for living his faith and relentlessly fighting for a better and stronger America. He loved this country. And that's why this afternoon it's my privilege to posthumously award Charles James Kirk, our nation's highest civilian honor, the Presidential Medal of Freedom. Thank you. As you know, only hours ago, I returned from a very historic trip to secure peace in the Middle East. People
What's
said
up, Ronald?
Charlie
How you
felt it
doing,
could
brother?
be done. Charlie felt it could be done. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. But I raced back halfway around the globe. I was going to call Erica and say, Erica, could you maybe move it to Friday?
Is it me, or did you hear the background,
And I didn't have the
Ryan?
courage to call. But you know why I didn't call? Because I heard today was
you hear
Charlie's
the
birthday.
clapping?
And I said, you know,
Yeah, I heard it.
that was a definite.
Okay, I did.
And I said, we're going to have to forget about some of those very big, very rich countries that expected me to be there.
So watch the
And I can tell you, based on the length of that flight, I wouldn't want to go back tomorrow.
That's why I'm scared to go.
But I would not have missed this moment for anything in the world. Nothing. And it's a very important time for our country, and our country is doing so well. It's never done better. We are a country with almost now $18 trillion of investment coming in. Nobody's ever seen anything like that. Previous administration had less than $1 trillion for 4 years. We have more than 18, it'll be much more than 20 by the time the year, more than $20 trillion. There's never been a country in the world that had anything like that. What's happened to our country is incredible in a short period of time. Charlie was a big person for, sir, could we close up those borders, please, a little bit? You know, they're really leaking badly. I said, Charlie, I haven't gotten there yet. But, you know, it came out the last 4 months. Literally nobody was allowed into our country. And the only people that were allowed in were people that came in legally. The borders are absolutely stone cold closed, and they reported 0, 0, 0, and 0, so that's pretty good. But he was a big believer. He wanted people in the country more than I did, frankly. He wanted them to come in legally, and he got his wish. October 14th is Charlie's birthday, and he should have been turning 32 years old. I tell you, when I first met him, he was like 22, and I said, boy, he's awfully young, but I thought he was older than that, you know. He looked a little bit older than his age. That's okay, you know. That's not good when you're old, but when you're young, it's great. He had the best of all things, but he was special. But instead, Charlie is attaining a far more important milestone. We're entering his name forever into the eternal roster of true American heroes. He's a true American hero, an amazing person, way, way beyond his years. And I'm honored to be joined by a woman who has endured unspeakable hardship with unbelievable strength, and that's Charlie's widow, Erica. And I just want to thank you, Erica. He loved you so much. I was with him. Oh, please. Thank you, darling. Thank you. I was with him before I met Erica, and he told me he was going to get married. He said, "You won't believe how beautiful she is." I said, well, then now that I meet her, he's right. But then he also said, and you know what? She's like the smartest person I know. See, they do go together on occasion. Not often. Not often. But on occasion they go together. But he was in love with you. He was deeply in love with you. It's great. Erica, your love and courage have been an inspiration to all of us, and we will always be here for you, and we're always going to be here for your gorgeous, beautiful children. And we'll never forget what your family has sacrificed for our country. Man loved our country. When things were going badly for our country, he was so, as you know, angry. He would get angry because he said it doesn't have to be that way. We're also pleased to be joined by an incredible group of Charlie's friends, very powerful friends, actually, and some not so powerful, and they're actually better people, okay? I know them all. They're the less powerful ones. I have to tell you that, all of you power guys down here, the best ones in the group are the ones that are less successful, but that happens too. No, they're all great, and they're here. And let's start with Erica's father. Where is Erica's father? Where are you? Where are you, Dad? Oh, look at him. Wow. I want to get a hat like that, too. I like that. How are you? Nice to see you again. Thanks as well to Vice President J.D. Vance, who's been fantastic. J.D., thank you very much. Great. Doing a great job. Did a great job on Sunday with George Slopadopoulos. He put him away pretty good. Second lady, who's a phenomenal woman, Usha Vance. Thank you very much, Usha. Thank you very much. Great woman. President of Argentina. He wanted to be here. That's Argentina's a serious flight, right? And he's become a superstar, and he's doing amazing things. He's a MAGA person, but it's make Argentina great again. That's what he does, right? And I want you to stand, please, Javier Milei. Doing a great job. Thank you very much. Many members of my cabinet are here. Just about all of them are here. I won't go into every single one of them, but I'll announce a few of the people that have really turned this country around and helped me. Incredible people. Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson. Where is Mike? Mike, what a job you're doing, Mike. What a job you're doing. And I watched you this morning, and you're in there trying to say, look, just let the country open. Everything will be fine. We're dealing with some radical left lunatics. And I just wish Charlie was here to fight us. I think the fight would have been over already. He would have had a march on the Capitol by people whose average age is about 21, because there's nobody that had that relationship with young people. Right, Mike? So thank you, Mike, for being here. House Majority Leader Steve Scalise. Steve, thank you very much. A brave guy and a friend. House Majority Whip, another terrific man, Tom Emmer. Thank you, Tom. Senate Majority Whip, John Barrasso. John, thank you very much. You have all these senators. I'm going to get in trouble. I'm not going to read all their names. I'll be reading all day. We'll be talking about Charlie in about 45 minutes from now. We can't do that. So all of the senators, there's so many of you, thank you very much. I do want to thank Senator Thune for doing a terrific job. He's really been leading properly. Do you agree, Mike? The team, the two of these guys have been fantastic. So to Senator Thune, I want to thank you very much. Incredible job. I watched him this morning, and he was out there pounding them this morning on television, too. John Barrasso, thank you for the work you've done, and congratulations on your success. But I want to thank you all and all of the Congress people that are here. And I see we have our Attorney General here, and you are doing a fantastic job. Thank you very much, Pam. Thank you. Thank you very much. We have everybody. Wow, that's incredible. Okay, I'm not going to do any more. I'm going to be here too long, but I just want to thank you. You have given him such support, but he always gave you such support. That's why you're here. And very unusual. Charles James Kirk was a visionary and one of the greatest figures of his generation. He was truly an amazing figure and growing leaps and bounds. He knew that the fight to preserve our heritage is waged not only on the battlefield and in the halls of power, of which we have tremendous power here, including the head of a place called war. We call it now war. We had defense. We had our Secretary of Defense. Now we have a Secretary of War. And somehow I think it's more emblematic, and hopefully we'll never have to use war. But the fact that we're ready is very good. Peace through strength is very important. But also in the hearts of our nation's youth, that's where Charlie rode strongest. At age 18, that insight inspired Charlie to found the organization that ultimately touched the lives of millions and millions of people, and so many young people that nobody's ever seen anything like it, frankly. Turning Point USA. It's amazing, and it's actually bigger now. It's become bigger in the last few weeks than Charlie ever thought. I think his end vision in many years from now would have been just a fraction of what it turned out to be in a couple of weeks, right? It's amazing. With hard work and joyful spirit and endless enthusiasm and determination. And he did have great enthusiasm. You know, I always say you need enthusiasm to be successful. He had great enthusiasm. Charlie grew Turning Point into the largest conservative youth organization in the entire country. He forged a personal bond with countless young conservatives. He fought for free speech, religious liberty, strong borders, and a very strong and proud America. In everything he did, he put America first. He really put America first. And ultimately, Charlie became more than a leader of an important organization. He became the leader of historic movements all over the country. There were movements, individual movements, one movement. But it was historic. Everything he did was historic, and a true evangelist for the cause of freedom and the word of Almighty God. God was very important to Charlie. He would say, you know, if you don't have religion, you're not going to have a strong country. It's true. He was so wise beyond his years. You know, I talk to him sometimes and say, this guy is like a young guy. He was really a wise man. From the time Charlie worked on my presidential campaign in 2016, and he was there right from the beginning. He liked me. I don't know. I have no idea why. What the hell was he thinking? He said, you're going to win, sir. I said, you know, I'm running against 17 senators and a lot of tough people and governors. We have all these people. And he said, no, you're going to win, sir. He said, not going to be close. And he made it happen. He helped make it happen. I'll tell you that. Without him, who knows what would be. Maybe you'd have Kamala standing here today. That would not be good. I will tell you, Javier, you don't know who Kamala is. Promise, it would not be good. You agree with that, Howard? He also mobilized countless citizens to go vote. It's called Go Vote. Very simple.
And with his help in 2024, we won more young people than any Republican by far.
Did you know that nearly half of U.S. TV streaming time is on Roku? With Roku's new self-service ad tool, it's easy to set
in the history of our country. And we won the popular vote. We won the swing states, all 7 of them. Remember, they said, oh, well, if Trump could win 4, that would be nice. I win 7 by a lot, by a landslide. But the popular vote was massive. And we won the Electoral College. Remember, they said, well, it's going to be very hard. I'd say 270. Well, we got 312 to 226. And then we won something called districts and councils and different things. But in one case, we won 2,750 to 525. That's the one where you see the map is almost entirely red, except they have a little blue line on one side and a little blue line, meaning New York and a little bit Los Angeles. I have a feeling that if the vote were 100%, we would have won that too. You want to know the truth. But he knew, and he knew very well, and he also understood honesty, and he was always concerned with honesty. He said the only way we can lose is if the cheating gets so bad, and that's where we came up with a little phrase, too big to rig. We said, go out and vote. Just go out and vote. And we had that. Remember, we used to say that all the time because people would say, oh, they're going to win. We don't have to vote. Let's go to a movie. We'll come home and watch later. And he wasn't about that. So we come up to, together, we came up with that phrase. We got to make it too big. I never made a speech where I didn't say at the end, now look, the polls are showing good. Don't believe the polls. He said, we're going to make it, Susie, right? Too big to rig. So if you think we're going to win by a lot, doesn't matter. Pretend we're losing. You got to go out and vote. They voted. And at 9:02, the whole thing was over, right? 9:02. Remember, they said, oh, this could go a few days. Well, it went a few minutes. 9:02. And he knew that. And I felt it, but he knew it. He knew it. I think he knew it more than anybody. But Charlie never missed an opportunity to remind us of the Judeo-Christian principles of our nation's founding or to share his deep Christian faith. In his final moments, Charlie testified to the greatness of America and to the glory of our Savior, with whom he now rests in heaven. And he is going to make heaven. I said, I'm not sure I can make it, but he's going to make it. He's there. He's looking down on us right now. It's so incredible. Look at this, how this turned out. This was supposed to be so dark and cloudy. Not dark and cloudy, is it? Look at that, how beautiful that is. There's no artist that can capture it as beautiful as it is today. Wow, it's amazing. As I said, on the day that he was assassinated, Charlie Kirk was a martyr for truth and for freedom. And from Socrates to think, and to St. Peter, from Abraham Lincoln to Martin Luther King, those who change history the most, and he really did, have always risked their lives for causes they were put on earth to defend. He was put on earth to do exactly what he was doing. He didn't want to waste time. He would have been a top student at any college in the country. I know the college as well. He's smarter than the guys there. He was so smart. But he almost, I guess, didn't have the time. He knew what he wanted to do. It wasn't like, gee, I want to sit in the classroom for 4 years listening to people teach me liberal principles, because they were never going to teach him that anyway. But he didn't have the time. He really didn't have the time. But every time the enemies of goodness and virtue tried to silence the voice of righteous and noble leaders like Charlie, they failed. They seem to fail. Ultimately, they look like they're doing well, and then they end up failing. Because the truth has been unrelenting over the years, over history. And people like Charlie, it's just they've got a power that others don't have, and very few people will ever have. So today, like those martyrs before him, Charlie's voice, his message, and his legacy are stronger and greater than ever before. They are greater than ever before. Look, this is a horrible event, but it brought out the greatness of Charlie. Nothing could have ever supplanted this. It's incredible, the way people are talking about him. And with great love. I mean, I read so many stories about some of the enemies, but I watch the enemies, and it's hard for them to speak badly about him because they just don't. And then you do have people in the days since Charlie's killing, we've seen exactly why our country so dearly needed his example, we've watched legions of far-left radicals resort to desperate acts of violence and terror because they know that their ideas and arguments are persuading no one. They know that they're failing. They have the devil's ideology, and they're failing, and they know it. They feel it, and they become violent. They seem to become very violent on the left. They've rammed vehicles into federal law enforcement, fired sniper rifles at ICE agents, and me, you know. But I made a turn at a good time. I made a turn at a good time. I turned to the right. Charlie couldn't believe it, actually. He said, how the hell did you make that turn? I said, I don't know. But fired rifles and threatened the lives of our Supreme Court justices, our great justices. They have to be protected. We just issued a lot of money, $60 million, to protect the Supreme Court justices. Very important. We can't let anything happen. In places of worship, we're protecting our people. We've seen that a candidate for Attorney General in Virginia boasted that he would want to see the Republican legislature, a legislator in Virginia, shot in the head and to see his children murdered. He actually said this. And now he continues to run for office, and most people continue to back him, but he said he wants his man shot. He said shot in the head and to see his children murdered. And they keep running. Pretty amazing, right? That's a bad one. Let's see how that turns out, but that's a really bad one. Nobody's heard that one before. Especially in the wake of Charlie's assassination, our country must have absolutely no tolerance for this radical left violence, extremism, and terror. We're done with the angry mobs, and we're not going to let our cities be unsafe. We're going to make sure our cities are safe. When you have Chicago, where they had 4,000 people murdered over a very short period of time, 4,000 people, and then we have a governor stand up and say, oh, things are going swimmingly. No, they're not. We're going to make Chicago safe, just like we're going to make, look what we did in D.C. It's so nice that we started here, because this was one of the most violent places in the United States. It'd be dangerous to be right out here. But you couldn't go to a restaurant. The restaurants were all dying. The whole place was dying. You'd have these gorgeous, look at the Washington Monument over there. You'd have these gorgeous buildings and monuments and structures. And people were afraid to leave their apartment. They were afraid to go to work. They'd get into an Uber, and they'd feel safe, and then the Uber would be attacked. They thought they made it to safety, and then the Uber was attacked on the trip in. But we've done a great job, and now it's considered a totally safe city. We haven't had problems. It took us 12 days to make it great. We took out, Pam, 1,700 hard criminals, career criminals in many cases, but these are hardened criminals. Many of them came in through the Biden open borders. We brought them back to the countries. And a couple were so violent that we put them in jail. We don't want to take a chance that they could get back in, because no matter how good we do, somebody can sneak in. They were so violent and so bad. One arrested 28 times. Every time he left prison, he'd get into a violent incident. 28 times. And we put him away for a long time. But we're done with the angry mobs. We're done with it. This is such an unbelievable place right now. You take a look where you can walk down the middle of the street with your wife or your husband. Your children can walk. They can walk alone. It doesn't matter. They can walk anywhere in Washington, and they're safe now. If this were a year and a half ago, a year ago, they'd have a serious chance of being.
If you live in an Ohio zip code and have 0 DUIs in the last 5 years,
badly hurt, even killed. They come in from Indiana, they come in from Iowa, they come from Florida to see their nation's capital, and somebody would have to call the parents, I'm sorry, but your son or your daughter's been killed. Not anymore. You hear those sirens going off? That's good. That's a good sound. That means they either got the bad guy or they're going to stop the bad guy. You didn't hear that sound because nobody wanted to do anything. Nobody. Listen to the beauty of that sound.
How's that good? You don't want to hear
That's the
any
real deal
sirens.
sirens. They're not politically correct sirens. You hear them, they're about 3 miles away. That's great. What a beautiful sound. They're stopping crime. That's what they're doing. So we're done with the voices of fools. They're fools. and death threats, and we're going to make our cities safe. And I thought it was Charlie's, one of his biggest dreams was that. He couldn't believe it. Chicago is going to be a great city again. We've already, we sent people in there 6 months ago, and this governor said, well, crime is down. Yeah, that's because we had the FBI in there for 6 months, just preparing it for the bigger surge. And they've done a great job, the cash and the FBI. They've done a great job, and they love doing it, They love being able to do it. They were restricted from doing it. They couldn't do anything. And now they're totally unrestricted. All they have to do is stop crime, and they're doing it. By the way, Memphis, as you know, you heard they went in about a week ago, one of the most dangerous places in the country, really in the world. It's not just the country. They have very few cities that would compare to some of these cities. You go to Afghanistan, you say, oh, that's unsafe. Well, the crime numbers are much better than the crime numbers in places that we have. So Memphis, I understand, is doing unbelievably in 1 week. It's like a different place. And this took 12 days, and then after that, we just perfected it. But after 12 days, we had good safety here. After 1 month, it's like, it's really amazing. And by the way, restaurants are booming. Restaurants are opening up. The big problem we have, you can't get into a restaurant in D.C. anymore. So they're opening up. It's a beautiful thing to see. It's called safety. It's called law enforcement and letting them do their job. And that's why I said last month that I have directed the Attorney General and the Department of Homeland Security to confront the very real threat of left-wing terrorism in our country. It's a real threat. Not when you confront it, it's not, because they're not brave people. In fact, they're cowards. When you confront them, they immediately fold. You have to see them fold. You have to see them crying. They fold. But it includes dismantling the networks that fund them and finance them, and we're finding out who those networks are. We already know quite a few of them. When you see these violent incidents and then you see people holding this gorgeous sign with beautiful wood, beautiful cardboard, wood, everything's perfect paint job, and they're all the same. There are thousands of them. You know that they weren't made in the basement out of love. They were made by anarchists, and in some cases wealthy. I'll probably find some of my nice friends that are up there being so nice to me, especially lately. They're being very nice. But it surprises you who they may be, and you almost wonder why would they do it? But they're hurting our country, and we're really taking it back one by one. If we didn't go into Los Angeles early on in the administration, the commissioner, the chief of police, Los Angeles, said if they didn't go in, we would have lost our city. Now, they already lost 25,000 houses to fire because they wouldn't let the water come in from the Pacific Northwest, which they should have done. I said, you better do it. They didn't do it, and we had 25,000 homes where they had no water in their sprinklers, they had no water in the fire hydrants. It would have been a different kind of a thing if they did what they were supposed to do. We had to break in. We broke in and had the water come down. They said for the environment, it's great. They lost 25,000 houses. It's incredible. But the commissioner said without the federal government and President Trump's intervention, we would have lost the entire city. And we have the Olympics going there soon. I got the Olympics. We have the Olympics. We have the World Cup. And we have, most importantly, we have the 250th anniversary of our country. That's going to be most important. And all of these things are happening. And we're going to have safe cities. We're going to have very, very safe cities. So 1 month after Charlie's death, we still feel the terrible shock and the pain of his loss, like just about nobody I can think of. Charlie Kirk was one of a kind. He was unstoppable. And he really was. Boy, when he had an idea in his head, he would call me, sir, please, you haven't done it yet. I said, Charlie, relax. Just relax. He didn't relax. He'd call me the next day again. It got it done. But he was like indomitable and always will be. He's really irreplaceable. Nobody can replace him. But they're going to do great. But you can't replace that kind of person and that kind of talent, frankly. The word talent is an important word, but that kind of talent. So we hold his memory in our hearts forever. Every single day of this administration, we will continue to carry out the mission for which he lived, and he really did. He lived for this country. He lived for his wife and his family, but he lived for this country too. In Charlie's honor, we will continue like we have been to fight, 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 and to win, win, win. We're going to win so much. So the Presidential Medal of Freedom is a big deal. You have the Congressional Medal of Honor, military, and the Presidential Medal of Freedom, which is civilian. And the Presidential Medal of Freedom is a really big deal. Very few people get it. Very few people, frankly, qualify. It's a decision of the president, but it's a qualification that's a very hard one to get. And I would like to ask, if I might, the military aide to read Charles James Kirk's citation for the Presidential Medal of Freedom. Thank you very much. Thank you.
For the first time in floor history.
Don't miss one game-changing moment.
Tell us what category you want to steal.
After another.
Nobody on the floor is safe.
I'm going to throw up.
Tonight at 8 on Fox 28.
They're really getting us with the ads. They don't normally do this thing like that. They don't normally do that many ads.
The Presidential Medal of Freedom is awarded to Charles James Kirk. Accepting on behalf of Charlie is his wife, Mrs. Erica Kirk. Charlie Kirk was one of the most influential American political figures of his generation. At just 18 years old, he founded Turning Point USA and grew it into the largest conservative youth organization in the nation. For over a decade, he tirelessly traveled the country, leading a movement to restore respect for our founding principles, reawaken our national identity, and inspire a renewed spirit of religious devotion. He was one of the great debaters and communicators of his time. Despite receiving repeated threats, he remained undeterred and modeled courage, logic, humor, and grace to the next generation. On September 10th, 2025, at age 31, Charlie Kirk was assassinated while addressing a group of students. The United States honors him as a martyr for truth and freedom.
I want to hear what Erica had to say. I got this, but I would like to hear Erica's speech. But I've got this about what's going on in Chicago with ICE in Chicago. I want to find what Erica said. I want to watch her speech. I'll look for it.
Chicago team, where there is a helicopter over the scene where an ICE vehicle collided with another vehicle, and that has led to some chaos right there. I'm Stephanie Quinu. You are watching live now from Fox. Christy Mattino, my colleague, will carry our coverage in just a bit.
There's such a contentious. So sometimes they do go in to the police, you know, the district office there to the police, and in the past that's what they had been doing. I don't know that they're still doing this because this has gotten so contentious, but they would go in and just kind of inform local police, hey, we're going to go to 105th and Avenue N. There's something.
Yeah, you wonder, had someone, were there people leaking where they were going? They were fearing for their safety, and that's why?
You know, as bad as the relationship is between public officials and the federal government right now, they have maintained somewhat of a dialogue with the police, and Snelling has mentioned that. that, again, just going in and informing them we're going to be here just so you know, just so you're informed. We know we can't, you know, per the law, you can't come help us, you know, raid a house, but you should know for public safety purposes where we're at. And you know, Snelling has said that they've still kept that dialogue and that communication. As you see, police clearly are there. And, you know, I can attempt here to get some further clarification from the police department.
If you're a producer who hates AI, this plugin might change your mind. This is reimagining CoProducer. You can take any sample you find and flip it into infinite one-of-a-kind.
Yeah, why don't you try to do that? And then I'm just going to give people a lay of the land who might just be joining us. So around 12:28-ish this afternoon, we got a tip via Skyfox that there was some sort of federal agent activity in the East Side neighborhood. That is in the southeast side of the city, very close to the Indiana state line. This is 104th and Avenue N. And so we were able to zoom in on the scene, and we witnessed at least 50 federal agents, including ICE, maybe Border Patrol, on the scene there. They were blocking. There we are. We're showing you video now because the scene appears to have just been cleared. But this is what we witnessed, and we saw them running after people in the neighborhood. We'd heard this all began with some type of car accident. We don't know if maybe those federal agents were in pursuit of someone. And that's how it began. But you see a lot of people there wearing dark clothing, just running and scattering. And then those agents blocked off about a block radius of this particular neighborhood, this East Side neighborhood. And they deployed several times pepper balls to kind of disperse the crowd. We saw Chicago police officers approach as well. And then soon after that, that's when those pepper balls were deployed. And now the scene looks pretty clear. Those about 5-6 SUVs that were there that we assume were being driven by federal agents left. The Chicago police left. This is what the scene looks like right now at 105th and Avenue N. Looks like some debris in the roadway. But boy, Paris, there were quite a few protesters that gathered at that scene very quickly.
Yeah, and you would imagine because of the Hispanic Latino population on the southeast side that there would be undocumented immigrants in that population, or perhaps asylum seekers, and clearly neighborhood residents coming out, as they have in every neighborhood that ICE has come to. Rogers Park, Lincoln Square, Albany Park. I mean, we got dispatches from Kenilworth. I mean, so it's been, you know, it's been all manner of it, all across the region, all manner of neighborhood. And ICE and DHS has been very clear that they want a show of force. They've videotaped, they've filmed everything that they've done. They put them out on social media videos, really kind of sending the message that they are here, and they believe they have jurisdiction to kind of go into these neighborhoods and conduct these raids. But again, a bunch of court rulings have kind of shackled them a little bit, you know, if they're following them. Again, with deploying tear gas, you have to give 2 warnings before you deploy tear gas. And many onlookers have said they don't believe that that's happened. They cannot use any kind of violent or munition against protesters that are just standing around and protesting on a public way, on a public sidewalk, on a public street. But as you saw, some of those protests can get contentious as guards are staring down the protesters, and that's where they can use their warnings and then deploy tear gas. And we saw tear gas multiple times being deployed here.
How have you heard that the federal agents are tracking down these people who are alleged illegal immigrants in our community? How are they getting their names? How are they finding out where they are?
Well, they certainly have long had, you know, databases of who some of these folks are, especially folks that have been convicted of criminal activity or folks that have been charged. But beyond that, we really don't know what they're using to justify going into certain neighborhoods or going after certain people. And they have said they are literally going up to places like the other day in Marquette Park, just going up and screening people on things like reasonable suspicion. And the Customs and Border Patrol Commander, Gregory Bavino, has said it can be based on look. It can be based on, well, they might be looking afraid or grip their steering wheel tightly when we come around, and that's how we use reasonable suspicion. Federal judges and courts have said not so fast. That's not necessarily a good enough reasonable suspicion to detain people. And we've heard anecdotally that they have detained U.S. citizens that didn't have paperwork or that looked like they were not U.S. citizens. And so there's all kinds of these stories emerging as Homeland Security has put out dispatches of violent criminals that they say that they have detained. So it's been both. I mean, it's been, and from their own data, the majority of folks they've detained have not had criminal convictions on their record, which is belying the point of what they said they were going to do, is just go after the worst of the worst. But what they've said is because there are sanctuary protections here, and you're not going to cooperate, then we have to go into neighborhoods. You could avoid this by cooperating and getting rid of those sanctuary protections. But as part of the sanctuary law, they have to present, if they present a warrant signed by a judge, we got a judge signing this warrant that we're going after so-and-so in this house, then the cops can cooperate and say, okay, we know about this person, we have records, here's our records that we have of this person, you know, tell us how we can assist. That is perfectly legal. And clearly DHS does not want to go through the process of getting warrants signed by a judge because of the volume that they're trying to do. They've said they've gotten 1,500 folks so far in Operation Midway Blitz. So it's hard to get a warrant for 1,500 individuals. And they don't, by law, they don't have to do it.
Can you believe that this guy in this picture is me? I didn't realize how bad my hair loss was until I seen the transformation.
Okay. So,
hey, we want to thank you for your expertise. Stay right
here. Still waiting for some comments from
stay
CPD.
by my side, please, Paris. Our noon show is going to be wrapping up in about 10 minutes here, but we are staying on top of this breaking news. My colleague Anita Blanton is standing by. Hi, Anita.
Yeah, here in Studio 32, and I think that Paris brought up a good point about the federal judge ruling on Thursday that said the federal agents can't use tear gas, they can't use pepper spray and other weapons against peaceful protesters or journalists. The question in a situation like this will be whether they deem the protesters who came out there as actually being peaceful. There was a large crowd that gathered very quickly in that area before.
What's the definition of peaceful, though?
That tear gas was deployed. So there will be some questions that are asked. I can let you know. I put a phone call into Peter Chico, Alderman Peter Chico's office. I spoke with a member of his staff to try to get him on the line to see if we can get him in for Chicago Live starting at 1 o'clock to talk a little bit more about what took place in that area. As you can see, they've dispersed from this area in large part because of the tear gas that was deployed in that area. But we want to ask some questions about what led up to this, who was taken in, how much information he may know. It also begs the question, and maybe we need to put a phone call in to the mayor's office, because of course now we have what's supposed to be ICE-free zones here in this city. So is that, he talked about private property, you know, and he talked about parking lots and things of that nature, and the fact that people could put, I believe they were passing out over the weekend even placards that people could put on their property to say this is an ICE-free zone. So there are lots of questions that we want to get, and where it pertains to what we've seen just now there at 105th and N Avenue. So we'll put in more phone calls, try to get someone on the line during Chicago Live. There's plenty more that we want to talk about coming up over the next couple of hours about what took place there. As you can see, still just a few people that are lingering in that area, but boy, what a crowd we saw there at 100.
I've got the live protest, them clashing with ICE. I'm going to show that next.
5th and N. Again, we are going to talk about that. We also have several other things that we're going to talk about today. We have people rallying out at O'Hare to talk about the government shutdown. We also are going to go live to a protest that's happening in our nation's capital regarding the veterans who are protesting for troops to get paid. Of course, this is the beginning of that pay period where they should be getting a payment either today or tomorrow, and now they may get part of that or none at all. We're going to continue to talk about that. We're going to bring in a member of CARE to talk about another big issue that's happening in the Middle East, of course, which is the ceasefire deal. So plenty of big stories that are happening right now, lots of areas to to go live to. Again, we are watching what is now a clearing area here on the southeast side of our city after what was a pretty contentious clash between protesters and also federal agents who were in that area trying to do some type of operation again. But we don't know exactly what took place there and what's going to come from it. We just saw a huge plume of gas that went up into the air, that tear gas now being deployed. But of course, it is coming after a federal judge on Thursday ruled that it shouldn't be deployed on peaceful protesters. Again, whether those agents who were out there would deem the protesters who came out as peaceful protesters, we're not sure. We have some phone calls that we've already put in, and we're going to continue to follow up on exactly what took place out there and get anyone on the line who can explain it a little bit better in terms of what we saw and where we go from here.
All right, thank you to our Fox 32 Chicago team as they.
Here it is. Here is ICE protesters clash with law enforcement in Broadview, Illinois. Do you hear it?
So I'm going to stick with this.
Can you hear it?
Unclear to me if we will see some sort of dispersal tactic imminently here.
Let me know if you can, because I can. Brian, you can't hear it, you can't.
What's that?
Can you hear it?
Yeah.
Okay, that's it. Let me know if you can.
All right.
It's a bunch of white Karens.
It always is.
Alright, this is what it looks like.
Line of officers slowly making their way, pushing the line back.
This doesn't look like very much to me, dude. Just a bunch of white people.
Some of those demonstrators you saw getting right up in the faces of the officers.
Oh, this is not, you know.
God damn it. Fucking making me work, man.
Alright, I'm gonna go to the next one. I don't know why people do, brother.
Not my tax dollars.
This is it as continue.
Keep moving. Keep moving.
Um,
Federal agents dressed in camouflage gear conducted a military-style raid on an apartment building in South Shore, a neighborhood of Chicago. They brought Black Hawk military helicopters and more than 100 agents in full tactical gear. Even though it was supposedly a very dangerous and important mission, they brought dozens of cameras and set them up so that they could film their attack on the building in HD for social media. See for yourself.
Damn. This is really dumb. The fact that this is even going on. I mean, personally, seeing them in corners of
Here we go.
police not responding. Yo, what up, Nut? What's good, man? What's good, brother?
Build a website you love with Wix. For your words.
So even though they documented the raid, their propaganda video conveniently left out
my cash
important
app's in the
facts.
bio. You're making me work.
In the dead of night, and seemingly for the cameras, armed federal agents emerged from the Black Hawk helicopters, rappelling onto the roof of that apartment building. According to media reports, the agents ransacked multiple apartments and detained almost everyone in the building, including U.S. citizens and children who had done nothing wrong. Witnesses told reporters that federal officers zip-tied the hands of people, including children and seniors. Some, including U.S. citizens, were detained in the back of vans for hours.
God damn it.
Seemingly proud of this shameful treatment of innocent people. They recorded it, and Kristi Noem posted the video, bragging about the operation. Since we sat through that propaganda, I think it's important to hear directly from members of the community who experienced this takeover of the building.
Neighbors like Ebony Watson says they ducked for cover as they heard several flashbangs go off.
They was terrified. The kids was crying. People was screaming. They looked very distraught. I was out there crying when I seen the little girl come around the corner. Because they was bringing the kids out too. Had them zip tied to each other. That's all I kept asking. Where's the morality? Where's the human? One of them literally laughed. He was standing right here. He said, them kids.
Watson says budget trucks and military-style vans were used to separate.
I feel if they were just U.S. citizens, but they're like breaking the law illegally. I don't know.
Parents from their children. Other neighbors say.
All right, let's move on. No one can hear it, although ABC 7 gets credit.
They had a big 15-inch chainsaw with a round blade on it, cutting this fence down. We're under siege. We're being invaded by our own military.
The FBI did confirm this morning that they did help the U.S. Border Patrol carry out a targeted immigration enforcement operation in this area, and they say they have been supporting these efforts at the direction of the U.S. Attorney General.
Imagine being a child awakened in the middle of the night by a Black Hawk helicopter landing on your roof. Imagine an armed stranger entering your home and forcibly
Probably shouldn't come here then, dude.
removing you from your bed, zip tying your hands, separating you from your family, and detaining you in a dark van for hours. This didn't happen in some faraway authoritarian regime. It happened right here in Chicago, right here in the United States of America. The reports of excessive use of force against children is unconscionable. And the way many innocent residents who lived in the building were treated,
so that all of a sudden the liberals give a shit about children. Let's keep it real.
Yeah.
Let's keep it real. How much do they really give a shit about children? We don't even need to get into it. We don't even need to get into it. You guys always want that list. Go look who's fucking on the list. You guys want to know what happened to the children, huh? What about Planned Parenthood? What about your... Come on, man. Don't all of a sudden you use children for your fucking benefit. That's it.
It is appalling.
And it is appalling, you scumbag.
In response, I've directed the Illinois Department of Children and Family Services and the Illinois Department of Human Services to provide support and to evaluate the treatment of the children who were traumatized. If they find suspected abuse or neglect by federal agents, the state will be taking every possible action to hold those individuals accountable. Now, I'd like to turn to some examples of the more egregious actions that we've seen from ICE, CBP, and the other federal agents. Over the past several weeks, it has been made abundantly clear that Trump's invasion force is not going after the worst of the worst, like he said. They're harassing and detaining many people based only on the color of their skin. Tamale vendors, delivery people, people looking for work at Home Depot, and even families just out and about enjoying themselves on a sunny day. Dasha Ramirez, an 8-year-old girl, and her family were detained by federal agents while enjoying a day in Millennium Park. Witnesses saw her crying and clutching her doll. Honestly, what danger did they represent? What is it that they presented that was so awful? And how did detaining them make anyone safer?
Take that.
Federal agents have been openly carrying assault rifles down.
Get them!
Racially profiling
Come on,
people,
man.
and
Let 'em
based
go.
on that, demanding proof of citizenship and snatching people up in our neighborhoods without a judicial warrant. All of it rightfully has Illinoisans very upset. In the small suburban village of Broadview, with a population of 8,000, federal agents have turned 2 blocks of protest areas into a war zone by firing chemical agents and tear gas at peaceful protesters. They've used rubber bullets and flashbangs. Agents reportedly unholstered their guns and pointed them at peaceful protesters. They arrested a journalist who was a bystander, and they fired a chemical weapon at a CBS reporter in her car. They even detained Juan Munoz, an Oak Park trustee. And they're detaining people for extended periods in a facility not designed.
They even detained Juan Munoz.
For that purpose.
I should have been out the way.
After seeing this, I could not, in good faith, allow federal agents to continue inciting people who were there to express their First Amendment rights. At the request of the Broadview Police Department and with the help of the Cook County Sheriff's Office, we sent backup to ensure people could safely express their rights while also protecting nearby Broadview residents who have had ICE and CBP operating in their neighborhoods in an aggressive fashion and interfering with their daily lives.
Ambulance.
As someone who has myself peacefully protested since I was a kid, I understand the sentiments on the ground from some of the advocates, but I want to say this: peaceful protesters are welcome. Federal agents who abuse their position to terrorize Illinoisans and incite violence are not welcome. They aren't receiving any orders from
I wonder how much money this guy's got paid to say this.
Trump to cease and desist their aggressive behavior. Remember, they answer only to Trump, not to the people of Illinois. In case there's any doubt about that, Noam, Bovino, and their agents have been escalating the situation outside the ICE facility and inhibiting the Broadview police from doing their jobs. At one point, state police asked CBP leaders for time to move the crowd to avoid any unnecessary confrontations. Rather than give state police time to protect the protesters and the ICE agents, Kristi Noem chose to drive her motorcade through the protesters to create clashes. Shortly after, Bovino came out to threaten mass arrests. These stories are only scratching the surface. While all of this happened, we got reports that tear gas was unnecessarily thrown
By the way, to all the funny people about the ads in the chat, in order to use this video, you have to turn off your ad blocker. So yeah, suck one.
agents at people on a busy street in Logan Square, right near an elementary school and a grocery store. A Chicago alderman at a hospital asked masked officers some questions about someone that they detained, and she was arrested for it.
Burn your laws. He has constitutional rights.
No.
He has constitutional rights. Do you have a sign?
No.
Do
You need to leave.
for me?
Turn around. You're turn around and leave.
He is under.
I'm going to arrest you if you not leave. You are going to be placed under arrest.
Do you have a signed judicial warrant for him?
Can somebody go in the hallway and get Lisa for me, please?
Judicial warrant for him.
Can somebody go in the hallway and get Lisa for me? This is an older person who's being under arrest. I need my other staffer who's in the hallway by registration to come here, please.
You are hurting. I am asking. I am not.
Can somebody get my staffer, please?
This is a hospital. Do you have a signed judicial warrant for him? I am asking. I am asking. I did not touch you.
I told you to leave.
I did not touch you.
Now you're under arrest for impeding.
I did not touch you. I asked you if you had a signed judicial warrant for him. It is very simple. It is very simple. That man has constitutional rights. I did not touch you. It is a public space. I am not trespassing. I am asking you. Do you have a signed judicial warrant? I am asking.
Hey, is that a dude or a chick? I can't tell. Literally.
Have a signed judicial warrant for him. It is a question, sir.
Looks like he'll whoop your ass,
Federal
man.
agent.
We do not need a
You are a
warrant for
federal
somebody
agent. I
under
am an
arrest.
elected official, and I'm asking. Do you have
What
a signed
elected official?
judicial warrant? I'm the alderman of this
Can you
ward.
keep recording? I need a call.
If arresting an elected official for peacefully asking questions isn't a demonstration of authoritarianism, then what is?
I don't know what is. Man, y'all got real hateful real fast. Y'all don't like the fact that we're trying to clean up the streets, huh? I understand. Some of y'all like to cry, but that's the only reason why I voted for Trump, even though I knew doing what he did wasn't going to be easy, and what's going on is very bad. They should have never been brought in here from the first place.
Profound joy of soaring hope, of renewed faith, and above all, a day to give our deepest thanks to the Almighty God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob.
President Trump with a powerful speech in Jerusalem yesterday, and he had a lot to say. In fact, a new column argues Trump's triumph is bad news for his adversaries. Here's a quote: Trump's successes make for bad news for his most zealous opponents. There was Trump addressing the Knesset, standing by the Israeli flag, receiving ovation after ovation. Let's just say it wasn't a good time for the Trump is Hitler people. All of that a quote in that op-ed in the Washington Examiner. Here are some of those people.
We have a Timmu Hitler in the White House right now that thinks that he is going to become the dictator of the United States.
I studied the Holocaust. I helped to build a Holocaust museum. This is what happened in the early days of the Nazi regime in Germany.
Donald Trump's modern-day Gestapo is scooping folks up off the streets. They're in unmarked vans, wearing masks, being shipped off to foreign torture dungeons.
Kind of like, you know, the orange orangutan, you know, the Timmu Hitler.
Disgusting. Many are looking ahead to what's next for the president's peace plans. And the Wall Street Journal editorial board has this headline: Trump's hostage triumph in Jerusalem. And it argues, quote, past hopes for peace have been crushed. Hamas gave in not to make peace, but because its alternatives were worse. It seeks to exploit the ceasefire to restore its power and return to war. Several Hamas leaders have already said the group won't disarm, and the terrorists may be reinvigorated by Israel's release of nearly 2,000 prisoners. That's a quote. Action on the ground today. Israel says its troops have fired.
Look, Trump cultists are the worst, as well as you liberals. You're all the same to me. So stop acting so mighty high, because you ain't no better.
Fired on suspects in Gaza who crossed the boundary line, which was set up in part of the phases of agreement. And in focus now, Mike Pompeo, former Secretary of State and former CIA director.
If you can't watch the shit and take take it for what it is, and you have to just pick a side, then you're just not very smart, are you?
Also a Fox News contributor. Great to see you. First of all, what do you make of just kind of the tenderness, the fragility perhaps of where we are in this peace agreement as, you know, kind of it's categorized by the enemies of Trump?
Yes, Harris. Well, good morning. Great to be with you. It is fragile. I don't think there's any doubt about that. But what joy we saw and what power we saw exercised by President Trump and the Israeli leadership, right? This is exactly the opposite of what President Biden did. What President Trump did is he put pressure on Hamas. He told the Israelis, go do what's necessary. And Hamas then had no choice. The Wall Street Journal's piece is exactly right. Hamas no more wants peace than a man in the moon. They gave in because they were about to have the noose tightened on them even more. And so in this moment of great joy, and to see these families reunited is remarkable, the pressure cannot be relieved. The fact that the Israelis still control a good deal of Gaza, the fact that we still don't have the bodies of those slain hostages home, that all tells you that there's a lot more work that remains to be done, but President Trump is perfectly positioned to lead the charge to do just that.
Do you see a reinvigorated Hamas after all of this?
Not if we do this right. And here we as an American leadership team, just as we have seen unfold with Midnight Hammer over Natanz and Fordow, and with Gulf Arab partners who say, no, we're going to take out the tunnels. We're going to continue to apply pressure. When Hamas does what it will ultimately do, it's a resistance movement. When it resists, we go back at it. There'll be moments like that. We have to be serious about that. If we get that right, we can continue to apply the pressure necessary to achieve the peace and stability that President Trump has worked so diligently to achieve this remarkable moment.
Yeah. So the fragility is real, and having those partners in the Middle East lean in with us will be very real and necessary as well.
Amen.
Ukrainian President Zelensky is hoping that the president's Middle East success could mean peace in Ukraine.
Co-producer is going to give you unique sounds that actually fits your track in seconds. Let me show you. First,
watch.
Nah, I'm not okay with Trump and the troops just to invade our shit. Nah, I'm not cool with that. Never said I was.
Ceasefire, it's big, huge step to peace deal. That's why I think this is real success. And of course, it gives signals for us and hope that with such pressure, what President Trump used in Middle East to make peace, and I hope that he will use the same instruments even more to pressure Putin to stop his war in Ukraine.
President Trump, on his way back from the Middle East last night, said he expects to host Zelensky at the White House this Friday. Zelensky posted this. The main focus of the visit is air defense and our long-range capabilities aimed at exerting pressure.
Wait, who are you talking to? Who mentioned what now? The cleanup? I mean, you could have paid the homeless to do that, bro. What do you mean? Don't put words in my fucking mouth.
On Russia for the sake of peace. President Trump on Air Force One last night. Let's watch.
I might have to speak to Russia, to be honest with you, about Tomahawks. Do they want to have Tomahawks going in their direction? I don't think so. I think I might speak to Russia about that, in all fairness. I told that to President Zelensky because Tomahawks are a new step of aggression.
Now, if memory serves me, that's what the president had fired into Syria after chem weapons were used by Bashar al-Assad. I remember the USS, I think it was the Monterey, I don't want to say it wrong, but the ship that carried them fired so many into that. He's not joking.
Okay, ICE and the cleanup are two different things, bro. Get your shit right. Yeah, I'm totally down for ICE getting rid of the illegals. Going through with the National Guard to clean up the cities is a little fucking too much. Get your shit right, bro.
Putin should be worried, should he not?
Harris, I remember that moment too. I was the CIA director at the time when we fired dozens of Tomahawk missiles after Assad had used chemical weapons on his own people. Look, I think your clip showed it perfectly. The parallels are very real. Vladimir Putin is no more going to give up because he wants peace. I mean, that's crazy, right? He's going to give up when he realizes that is his only option, and more pressure being applied, whether it's the Tomahawks or allowing the Ukrainians to target economic and military targets inside of Ukraine, or inside of Russia, rather, deep inside. Those are the kind of things that just as we put pressure on Hamas and forced them to the negotiating table to give up, at least for the moment, the way to get a ceasefire in Ukraine is precisely the same. More pressure on Vladimir Putin will ultimately achieve that end. And I think whether it was Operation Midnight Hammer or what we've seen unfold in the last days, I think Putin must be strongly thinking President Trump is a serious man, totally prepared to deliver peace to Europe in the same way that he's done in the Middle East.
Yeah, I mean, Senator Thune moments ago brought up Iran and what the president did there to that mountain that housed the nuclear facility. He said, you know, you pay attention to those sorts of things. Your last quick thought.
Yes, I think that's right. And President Trump has a long history of this. You'll remember the strike on General Soleimani that we took in the first term. No one thought we'd do it. They thought it might cause World War III. In fact, it delivered a temporary peace in the Middle East. President Trump has demonstrated he knows how to use American power. It's not about deploying the 82nd Airborne and sending lots of troops. It's using all the tools in the American arsenal to deliver good outcomes for America and for the world.
All right. Good to see you. Thank you very much. Glad you were part of it.
If that's what it takes, Brian, yeah.
The 20 Israeli hostages are spending their first full day of freedom following their release by Hamas terrorists. We're learning details tonight about some of the people who held them captive. The ceasefire signed Monday appears to be holding, but President Trump is already sending a warning to Hamas about upholding its end of the deal and phase 2. Chief National Security Correspondent Jennifer Griffin reports tonight from Tel Aviv.
If they don't disarm, we will disarm them. They know I'm not playing games.
President Trump with a warning to Hamas, which is already in breach of the agreement by not returning all 28 of the deceased Israeli hostages. In Gaza, Hamas terrorists continued carrying out extrajudicial killings in public squares of those they suspect of collaborating with Israel and clans they suspect could threaten their authority. We spoke by phone with a Palestinian woman in Gaza who described to us the mood there.
Oh my God, we're all so happy that finally this deal is happening and we have this ceasefire.
We obtained this video from another Palestinian known to Fox for years, showing his house before the October 7th Hamas terror attack. This is what he found when he returned home after the ceasefire. 4 additional coffins with deceased hostages were returned to Israel tonight, bringing the total to 8. Israel returned 45 Palestinian corpses late Monday.
Now we must bring everyone back. That is the only way this story can truly end.
Information about the identities of some of the hostages and Hamas captors is now slowly trickling out. Quote, one of the guards was a first-grade teacher, another was a lecturer at a university, and another was a doctor. These are normal people becoming terrorists. President Trump was asked on his way back to the U.S. about a Palestinian state.
I'm talking about something very much different. I'm talking about rebuilding Gaza. I'm not talking about single state or double state or two state.
As part of the deal signed in Egypt, the Gulf states promised to rebuild Gaza.
Those are, really seriously rich countries, and they can handle it.
The reality may be different. The Israeli military, which still controls 53% of the Gaza Strip as part of the agreement and as a buffer zone, shot and killed several Palestinians today who they said got too close to their positions, Brett.
I knew they'd already be on it, bro. I knew they would never stop.
Jennifer Griffin live in Tel Aviv. Jennifer, thank you.
President Trump announcing that phase 2 in the ceasefire agreement has begun, and he's putting pressure on Hamas to put down its arms.
They will disarm. And I spoke to Hamas, and I said, you're going to disarm, right? Yes, sir, we're going to disarm. That's what they told me. They will disarm, or we will disarm them. Got it? Okay.
What is the deadline you're going to put on that? You say quickly, sir. Sir, you said quickly, but what is the deadline you're going to put on that before you take action?
A reasonable period of time. Pretty quickly. A reasonable period of time.
and he was getting some well-earned praise for his historic peace efforts. Time magazine heralding Trump's triumph on its cover, but President Trump wasn't too happy about the photo they used. He said, quote, Time magazine wrote a relatively good story about me. The picture may be the worst of all time. They disappeared my hair. Meanwhile, President Trump's critics are getting back into the groove of calling him an authoritarian leader.
You name it. The Trump administration has taken an unprecedented policy of extorting these institutions to toe the Trump political line, and that is the stuff of dictatorships.
He has definitely decided he's going to use the power of the federal government to attack American cities and the people who live there.
In a country that is losing its democracy, what are you going to do? What are you going to do? Complain?
Yes.
Every authoritarian leader has had his grim reaper.
Okay, let's go. Let's start with this. Harold, I kind of like the photograph. I thought it was flattering of President Trump.
I think it's hilarious.
Are you in agreement?
I'm in agreement with you. If they
They're brainwashed by a left-owned
can disappear my hair.
news source. Amazing.
You were on the cover of Newsweek, weren't you?
And they had my hair.
Yeah.
I'd say a couple of things. First, the president deserves an incredible amount of credit here. I think listening to him today, if not all the credit, you read the piece there, the former Prime Minister, Mr. Barack, saying that President Trump was the leader that Israel needed. But here we are now in this second phase. I thought the most newsworthy thing from this press conference, which was overshadowed by a number of things. The Argentinian leader was there, and there were questions about the $20 billion, the line of credit, whether or not we would go forward with it if he is not successful, he being the Argentinian leader in their midterm elections here shortly. And when the president said, we will disarm Hamas if they don't disarm, I mean, I chalk that up as the president just sort of being the president and talking the way that he talks and making it clear that we are firmly behind an effort to disarm them. Two, the questions around whether or not we'll have a two-state solution and where we are there. I thought the president handled that well, so we've got to get through these phases here. And I think it's important that Democrats and even Republicans and certainly Democrats give him a little space here. This accomplishment by the president not only should be applauded, but we should be trying to figure out ways to help him, which helping him helps us, helps the United States. Having said that, the president should not think, nor should anyone believe, that's
funny because I know people in the Middle East who are literally praising Trump more than me.
That all politics is now on hold, that people have to agree with the president on everything that he's done. I'm saying what I believe the president's doing
Personally,
here is the right thing.
Thank you, Kirk.
Give him the space to get this done. But when it comes to other issues, domestic issues, people are going to have their disagreements with him. And guess what? That's American politics and always has been.
It is weird for some of these leaders, Lawrence, that they can't read the room because President Trump delivered the piece. There was very little help from the European partners, very little support from the experts, nothing from the UN, nothing from the UN. If the UN was in charge of this, it had gone on for another 10 years.
So a couple things. If you failed at achieving peace, okay, we don't need your way in on this. You failed. It's like the person that loses a game and then wants to coach the person to a successful championship. Really, it's not needed.
Nobody wants to watch that,
talk
bro.
has to stop. I mean, the Israelis, the Jewish state gave him the highest honor. The Hitler debate is gone now. It's over. The Jews have decided. They've decided. Their country have decided. The Jewish state has said he's the best president in American history. We're giving him the highest honor ever. Okay, and then the third thing. I'm not saying Democrats can't disagree with the president on policy here back at home, but don't make an inconsistent argument. You can't say on one hand he has just achieved decades-long peace with people that can't come together and say he's not willing to work with Congress. That just doesn't make sense. You can't say he's a radical, he's a person that was trying to get people from being blown up and getting beat to death and all that, and he wants the cops to come in the middle of the street and beat people at home. It's inconsistent. And I just think you lose credibility when the president, because of his action, has commanded the world stage and everybody's watching and everybody's celebrating. Even the people, the leaders, the French, the UK that tried to sabotage the deal, all came to a heel. Canada too.
And all the people that we showed that were dissing the president, Greg, they were part of the Free Palestine Now.
Yeah.
They wanted the ceasefire.
I mean, when you look, it's pretty obvious. The politicians that are saying authoritarian, it's a surrender. This is not real. They know it's not real. They have nothing left. This is like a guy on his sofa, watched his team lose, and just throwing the beer can at the TV. No one on the other side of the screen can feel it, but it's your way of getting it out. Nothing sticks anymore. But do you honestly think when they call somebody an authoritarian, it sticks? Nobody is it's white noise. Okay. It's like, oh yeah, whatever. You keep talking. As for do we have Harold's when he was on Newsweek? Look at that, huh? Yeah, not your daddy's Democrat. So anyway, about Trump being on the cover of Time. Trump was always like a 2-hour drive to an hour at the beach. You know, it's like it's going to cost a lot, but when you get to the beach, it's awesome. But the reason why the drive took so long is because his opponents concentrated on making that drive miserable instead of creating an alternative path. Instead of saying, hey, maybe we can get to that beach too, and we can make a better life for you. No, if you choose the Trump path, we're going to call you Hitler. We're going to call you Nazis and authoritarians, and we're going to make sure you pay. But you know what? It's like what I mentioned before about people still stuck to the path, and they drove all the way to the beach. And now yesterday you saw the fruits of being at that beach. I do think for a lot of these people, not the politicians, but the people that hate Trump so much, it is the Trump derangement is the scaffolding for their ego. And if that thing starts crumbling, it's going to be a disaster. So you got to let him down slowly. You got to because over time, they're going to realize everything that they were told, the entire narrative was wrong, dead wrong. What are they going to do?
Have you ever wanted to see your home from space? With this free satellite Earth Maps tool, you can zoom right down to
space, really.
And a quick last word.
Yeah, all I will say is I don't know many authoritarian leaders who won 312 electoral votes. The popular vote shifted Black, Latino, and young voters by double digits and outright won the popular vote.
She can wrap it up. I love it.
So joining me now is Tom Nides, former U.S. ambassador to Israel. Tom, good to have you with us. Obviously, a lot of joy mixed with a lot of emotions today for everyone in Israel. This is from the Wall Street Journal that it outlines sort of what happened here. It said, though many aspects of the current deal were on the table for the past year, more than the balance of power in the Middle East has shifted significantly, creating conditions for the breakthrough. Before the meetings wrapped up on the first day, the mediators delivered a warning to Hamas. Put your faith in Trump's plan or face endless war. You have 5 days to decide. Your reaction to all this?
Well, first of all, Martha, as you said at the beginning of the show, how beautiful those pictures. These families united that they've been tormented about not seeing their loved ones and be able to embrace them today. This is a beautiful day. Not only is it a beautiful day that these hostage families are reunited with their families, there's surging humanitarian assistance into Gaza, which is desperately needed. And hopefully the stage 2 is on its way. So first and foremost, I thank President Trump and Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner for the work they did. And to be clear, a lot of other presidents have also been working on these issues for the Middle East, including the president I work for, Joe Biden. But this is not a time about that. It's a time about celebration of what's happening and the hope of what can come in the future.
So what can come in the future? You've got 35 nations who signed this agreement with Hamas. So they have skin in the game, these nations. They all stood there. A lot of them stood right behind President Trump during this, saying that Hamas can never regain strength. No one will threaten the borders of Israel. And it is a new Middle East. Do you believe that, Tom? Do you think that's what we will see?
Listen, Martha, you've been covering this for a long time, and I've been involved in diplomacy for a long time. This takes a lot of work, and I hope that the president and the president's team, from the Secretary of State to all the people involved in this, understand that this is the first day of a long journey. Dealing in the Middle East, as you know, is a really complicated business, and something that people say on Monday is somewhat interpreted differently on Wednesday. So my hope is that they'll work together to get accomplished done.
Tom, but one of the thing that has been said is that there's a lot of young leadership around the Middle East these days, and that they don't want to live this life anymore. Because as long as I've been alive, it has always almost felt like there were entities who would rather fight than have peace. But it feels like there's a different mood now.
Well, listen, I spent still a lot of time in the Middle East. I agree with you. And I think the street wants it as well. It's not just about the leadership, but the street is demanding. I think one of the things that happened with this war in Gaza is that the street really got the leaderships to recognize this has got to stop. We can't keep doing this over and over and over again. Yes, what happened on October 7th was unusual, but remember, you've been covering this a long time. The rockets going from the Gaza into the Israel was going on year after year after year. Violence in the West Bank, problems in Iran, Hezbollah, the Houthis. It needs to stop because the people who get hurt the worst are the people who can't defend themselves.
Between Israel and the United States, those entities have been decimated over the past 16 months. I mean, Iran does not have any border munitions, ability to shoot down planes anymore. They are kind of blowing in the wind out there right now. Do you think Iran comes to the table? Because that is one of the biggest questions here.
It's interesting. I worked on the JCPOA, which, of course, President Trump ripped up in his first term. We've always believed at the end of the day, we've got to get Iran to the table. And maybe now, listen, I supported the president's work that he did on Fordo with the attack on Fordo. I'd hoped it would be done by the JCPOA.
Did you advise that during Biden? I mean, why didn't it happen?
Because we said, as you know, many, many times, we're not going to stand by and let the Iranians get a nuclear weapon. And by the way, as you recall, the first time Iran attacked Israel, the first time it was President Biden who sent the ships into the Mediterranean, sent General Carrillo, who's still at the CENTCOM, to basically manage that attack. And that was the beginning to show to Iran, America has Israel's back. It was true with Joe Biden. It's certainly true with Donald Trump. And I think that was the beginning of this process. But at the end of the day, my hope is that Iran now understands they need to come to the table because the whole world is watching, and they are the cancer in the region.
But no president had the guts to do what happened at Fordo under President Trump. Do you agree with that?
I'll give you certainly, which I supported. If we couldn't get it done by a treaty, which I felt was the right thing to do, I fully support what Donald Trump did as it relates to attacking Fordo.
Tom, thank you. We're all hopeful that this chessboard is moving in the right direction and that younger generations in the Middle East can live peaceful and prosperous lives. And thank you very much. Good to have you here as always. Tom Knight is former ambassador to Israel. Thanks for being here, Tom.
Honored.
So what all this could potentially mean.
So thanks to the efforts of President Trump, 20 families have been reunited now that all of the living hostages have been released from Gaza. And now peace in the Middle East is closer than it has been for decades. Joining us now is one of the Democrats applauding the president for this accomplishment in New Jersey, Congressman Josh Gottheimer. Congressman, thanks so much for joining the program this morning.
Good to see you. Thanks for having me.
So you, like many other Americans, just not Americans, folks all over the world, are applauding the president for this peace agreement. What's your reaction this morning?
Yesterday was a very emotional day, as you know, and I'm sure, like so many people, watching the videos of parents and loved ones hugging their family members after not seeing them for more than 2 years, knowing what was happening in those tunnels, hostages being tortured by Hamas terrorists day in and day out after the October 7th massacre and what happened, not just on that day, but how Hamas treated the hostages after that. So seeing them free and out and with their loved ones, I mean, it was an incredibly emotional day. And I give so much credit to these families who just kept up hope and never given up.
Mm-hmm. Congressman, I think you have great instincts. You're part of the Problem Solvers Caucus. You're always trying to work across the other side of the aisle. What do you say to some of the Democrats that left the president out of the congratulations? Even some taking credit for it, saying this was a Biden proposal. You also have Hakeem Jeffries, who said, "I'm so relieved and thankful to see the remaining living hostages are now home with their loved ones." He didn't mention the president. Nancy Pelosi, the ceasefire between Israel and Hamas and the release of all the hostages gives hope for what comes next after unbearable suffering. Of course, Bernie Sanders said today we welcome the long overdue release of all 20 remaining hostages, Israelis, held by Hamas, and the freeing of almost 2,000 Palestinians held in Israeli prisons. What's your advice for them?
Well, I can't speak for my colleagues, but I can speak for myself.
Yeah.
I know what I believe, which was yesterday was a a great day for American leadership. And obviously, thanks to President Trump and his team, it happened. I mean, I had a hostage here from New Jersey, Don Alexander, who's 21, who the president helped free with his team. So, we should give credit where it's due. And this is not a partisan thing. We should all be very proud as Americans of our leadership and what got done thanks to us. And also, by the way, I'm one of these people, and I'm sure you'd agree, that we should give credit to everybody. And so 100 hostages were released in the last administration. We should give credit to them too. And everybody, this is one of those things where everybody who is involved, but especially the parents, everybody should be very proud. And now, as you know, the key is keeping Hamas's feet to the fire, because we still have to get out. We released 20 hostages yesterday, but there's 24 more hostages who we believe are no longer alive, whose remains are in Gaza. We have to hold them accountable until we get every single one out, so that these families can have closure and properly mourn. And and then, of course, we have to make sure that Hamas lays down their weapons and hands over governing power. So there's a lot of work still to do. We all have to work together, stop pointing fingers, and just get this done. And to me, that's the most important thing. Again, great American leadership yesterday. We should all be very proud.
I like the way you think, and you talk about leadership and working together. The government is now being shut down back here at home for 14 days now. What is it going to take to get the government open? Many of the Republicans say, this is just a clean CR. Let's vote for this. And if there is going to be some policy disagreements, then we need to do that in the committees, like regular order requires. Do you disagree?
Well, what I think is there's a big issue, as you probably know, that's out there that has to be dealt with now, because come November 1st, the health insurance marketplace reopens. So that's just in a couple weeks. And families, if we don't do something about this right now, this is not one of these things you can delay and send to a committee and get stuck in bureaucracy. Right now, we got to work together and figure out how to get health insurance premiums down. This is the Affordable Care Act, health insurance premiums. Because if we don't, literally for millions of Americans, you're talking about health insurance prices going up $20,000 a year for a family here in Jersey, for a family of 4, if this doesn't get fixed. And with what the prices people are facing and what they're dealing with from not just health care, but as you know, child care issues and food and energy bills, we got to deal with this. So listen, I'm one of these people who believes we should just sit at the table and work together. I'm already doing that. We should all be in Washington. I'm going there back today. Open up the House, work together,
but Congressman,
literally day in, day out until we get this done. And again, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm short on time. I never want to interrupt. But don't you think that is a debate to have? But in the process, would you vote to open up the government, and then y'all sit at the table to have that back and forth debate? But there's many people that are suffering right now because they don't have the money.
Well, listen, there's a reason why Democrats and Republicans in the House and the Senate have said publicly we got to deal with this now. It's not just Democrats who've said we got to deal with this in insurance premiums now. And you know how it is. If you don't actually solve this problem now and say, let's just punt this thing to later, literally the premiums are going to go up. Nothing will get solved. This is our chance to do it. And listen, again, I'm not pointing fingers. Yeah. What I'm saying is just let's get at the table. Let's figure it out. Let's work it out. We're close. Many of us are working together. I think we can get there. You saw what we did yesterday in the Middle East. There's no reason why, if we work together, we can't do this. And the president's got great momentum now to say to everyone, okay, let's go. Let's get together in a room and work it out. Right? And that's all I'm asking for. We can do this.
I got to go, but it's such a great point, because I look at this. This has been an issue for decades in the Middle East. And you see the commander-in-chief get peace in the Middle East, and then he comes back home, and we hear the narrative that he's not willing to work across the side of the aisle. It just doesn't seem true. But I hope that there are more reasonable Democrats like you that are willing to get to the negotiating table so all of our American workers can get paid. Thank you so much for joining the program. I hope you will come back.
Thanks. Great to see you. Thanks for having me.
Thank you, sir.
I will. Thank you for having me.
So an emotional reunion for former hostages and their loved ones as they meet face-to-face for the first time in over 2 years, thanks to the deal brokered by President Trump.
And we now know the names of the 2 of the deceased hostages brought back to Israel yesterday.
Chief Foreign Correspondent Trey Yingst joins us live in Tel Aviv with the latest. Hey, Trey.
Yeah, hey guys, good morning. A joyous day as 20 living hostages were released from Hamas captivity. Also, the bodies of 4 others returned to Israel for a proper burial. We have gotten the names from the Israeli military of 2 of those hostages who were returned in coffins. Bipin Joshi from Nepal, he was working near the border during the October 7th massacre, and Guy Iluz, who was a sound technician attending the Nova Music Festival. Overnight, President Trump wrapped up his trip to the Middle East with a summit in Egypt where he signed the Gaza ceasefire deal that allowed the release of these hostages. It was a day of celebration on Monday with so many reunions, former hostages meeting their families again after more than 2 years. We do expect to get more updates on their health conditions today from local hospitals. With 20 living hostages freed from Hamas captivity, negotiators are expected to immediately start working on phase 2 of the agreement. President Trump told me he's confident it's going to work out fine.
I'd like to talk about phase 2 of the deal. Already Hamas has said they're not willing to disarm. What leverage do you have over Hamas at this point?
We have a lot of leverage over them, and
I don't think both sides are willing to disarm. This is ridiculous.
countries that would back them or had backed them in the past are not going to be doing it any further. And I think they want peace also. They've gone through hell. You know, there've been 70,000 killed of them. And they rebuild and they regrow, but it's not easy. And I think they probably say, we don't want this anymore. Look, they agreed to this. They agreed to the terms.
Don't let it go, Doug.
Going against the terms of the agreement. So I think it's going to work out fine. Maybe you're going to have to be a little bit strong about it, or maybe not. But they've agreed to disarm, and they've agreed to...
Tell them, Timothy Jackson. I hear you, Bubba.
Inside Gaza, Palestinians continue to return to their homes in the north. A surge of aid and supplies expected to reach those civilians as part of this agreement. You can see in this video here some of the Palestinian prisoners that were freed in this broader deal. The big question remains what comes next. But for now, again, phase 2 is very close. And according to the president, they are working out the details of it now. Guys?
You know, Trey, I'm curious because you've been to Gaza, you've interviewed members of Hamas before. What is the current mood when it comes to the public? I saw the Trump signs and screaming Trump. Are the people rejecting Hamas now, or do they still have some sort of authority over the people?
He was fired just 3 weeks before he was set to retire.
And now he's becoming an industry whistleblower. Kate Jennings has the story.
It's a great question, and it's a really challenging situation right now for Palestinians inside Gaza. Remember, there's more than 2 million people that live there, and President Trump, during our interview yesterday, said he saw the images of Palestinians returning to their homes in the northern part of the enclave, and he said he could see on their faces they're good people, but they're still under partial control of Hamas. And we've seen Hamas just in the past 48 hours crack down on people they accused of working with the Israelis or even opposing them during the war. We've seen videos of executions of civilians over the past 2 days inside Gaza. And so until Hamas lays down their weapons and disarms, it's not only a problem for Israel, but also for the Palestinian people.
Trey, let's talk about the tunnels, because senior IDF commanders are saying that you have to dismantle Hamas's terror tunnels under Gaza. They call it the Gaza Metro. It contains 310 miles of tunnels, half the length of New York's subway system. They're built, as we know, under hospitals, under schools, under civilian areas, and this is where they stockpile weapons and bombs. How are they going to get rid of these tunnels? How do you even get in there when we're not as knowledgeable, or Israel's not as knowledgeable about the area?
Yeah, absolutely. We've reported from some of these tunnels beneath the Gaza Strip, and many of them go 60 or 70 feet underground. And while the Israelis used airstrikes to dismantle much of this tunnel network, especially in the northern part of Gaza, we have to look at the reality of the situation, and that is that Israeli forces did not enter some of the central areas of the Gaza Strip, including the Deir al-Balah area of central Gaza. And we know that there are tunnels there that have not yet been touched. And so Israel still has a long road ahead. The easy way out here is Hamas laying down their weapons.
Yeah, this is definitely stage shit for sure.
Disarming and leaving Gaza as part of this Trump administration peace plan. But if they refuse to do so and this war sparks up again, the Israelis will likely re-enter some of these areas of Gaza where there still is a tunnel network. And so it's a long road ahead. But for right now, the ceasefire is holding and the war is over.
Obviously, Trey, Hamas is behind the 8 ball so far on returning some of the deceased bodies.
What's sad, guys, is there isn't a news source that isn't shitty. Like somebody said in the chat, Project Mockingbird. No matter what I play for you, you're going to have the same news, just different way they spin it. So personally, I always go with Fox. I don't agree with everything. I can't stand CNN because it's completely aimed one way. I can see the bullshit with Fox, definitely, and I'll call it out. And that's just, it is what it is, you guys.
What are the logistics involved in that, and what might we?
But it's all bullshit in the end.
Expect in terms of getting more of those bodies released as promised?
The logistics are quite complicated. There are still 24 bodies of hostages being held by the terrorist group inside Gaza. And there are some reports in Palestinian media today that I read that indicate more bodies may be released today. But the bottom line here is they have to actually find where they're located. Some of them were held in tunnels. Others were buried in locations across Gaza. And so as part of this Trump administration ceasefire deal, one of the line items actually indicates that there will be an international coalition. And this will not only involve possibly people on the ground inside Gaza, but also extensive intelligence work to try to identify where these bodies are located and facilitate their return to Israel.
Will Gaza allow the intelligence individuals to go into their area to look for these people?
It's a great question, and that's why I asked President Trump that question yesterday during our interview, whether or not he thinks phase 2 will actually succeed. And he's confident that it will. He says that the Americans still have leverage over Hamas, and he said they agreed to the terms of this deal. And so if they don't release the bodies, they will be in violation of President Trump's ceasefire agreement.
Wow. Excellent reporting, Trey. You were there on day one, and it's so great to see an end to all of this and the hostages back home. Excellent reporting. Stay safe out there.
Thank you, Trey. You've done a great job, Trey.
Well, we are watching history unfold, which begs the question, how did we get here? One could argue it started in June during the 2-year war between Israel and Iran, when the United States launched Operation Midnight Hammer, striking 3 of Iran's nuclear facilities. It was a moment of deception, marking the largest B-2 operational strike in our country's history, severely damaging Iran's nuclear program.
Then on September 29th, President
Not a
Trump
bad idea,
unveiled
Lord.
his roadmap to end the 2-year-long war between Israel and Hamas, a 20-point Gaza peace plan, including an immediate ceasefire and the release of all remaining hostages in exchange for Palestinian prisoners. By October 3rd, both sides agreed to come to the table for phase 1.
It was then Special Envoy Steve Witkoff and President Trump's son-in-law, Jared Kushner, met with Hamas leaders last week to negotiate and seal the U.S. brokered deal. Approved and finalized by Israel, phase 1 of the peace deal is now underway, leading to the historic return of 20 living hostages yesterday. But more work needs to be done. Yesterday, only 4 of the 28 deceased hostages have been returned to Israel. Aram Cooper was 84 years old when he was taken hostage. He was killed in captivity, and his loved ones are still waiting for his body to be returned. Imran's son, Rotem Cooper, joins me now. Rotem, we are so sorry for the loss of your father, who was one of the founders of Kibbutz Nir Oz. What was yesterday like for you and your family?
You know, yesterday was a huge roller coaster day. You know, it started with great anticipation. Myself and Dalia, my wife, we went actually to the Re'im Junction. That's near the base where they first bring the hostages when they are coming out of Gaza. We were watching the the vans that were bringing them to the base. There were probably more than 1,000 people over there standing since the early hours of the morning. They're starting showing up around 10 a.m. It was very emotional, very happy for a lot of people, including us. I'm from the New Orleans community. That's where I grew up. We had 4 that Ariel and David Conyo, Matan Tsangauker, and Nathan Horn that came out alive after 2 years. So there was a big uplifting. And then, of course, later in the day, we knew that we're going to go into a different mode, that we're going to start getting deceased hostages. But getting only 4, being notified only 4 was a shock. You know, we met the families with Steve Witkoff on Saturday evening. We were getting briefs, intelligent briefs from various sources, and we thought that, you know, it's more like maybe there is a legitimate issue with maybe a single-digit number that maybe going to be harder to retrieve. But 4 is obviously, meaning, you know, it's obviously Hamas is playing games and is not doing it in good faith. You know, 4, it's a weird number, but it's bringing it exactly to half. 20 plus 4 is 24.
Not sure if you saw the news, but Fox News is claiming President Trump is declining in the polls. President Trump responded,
which is half of the 48. And it's very clear that Hamas chose that number, probably not by mistake, and that Hamas is playing games. And the big question from us, we're not going to stop fighting, but I'm saying Witkoff, Jared Kushner, and Ivanka that talked to us are very clear that the U.S. is committed, and I think now it's putting to the test. Hamas is not negotiating in good faith. That's very clear. And now the next few days are crucial to send a very clear message to Hamas that this is not going to be tolerated.
Yeah. Well, there are still a lot of questions leading into phase 2. What do you think the future of Gaza will be like?
Well, I can tell you things. Trump, you know, has big plans for the region, and it's great. But I can tell you that it's not going to move forward without solving the hostage situation. And getting out all the 20 lives is great, you know, more than we could expect a week ago. But Israel is not going to move forward without getting all the remaining 24. So the first thing to even think about, you know, normalization, next phase, peace, it's all great. But nothing going to happen without these 24 hostages being returned. And it's very clear that Hamas can return almost all of them yesterday.
Yeah. You know, these hostages who were released yesterday, they could have a long road ahead of them. Your mother was also taken hostage with your father and released in 2023. How is she doing now?
You know, not too good. You know, she lost her husband of 60 years. She's not living in the community that is, you know, still for the most part, nobody lives in Kibbutz Nir-Oz.
Love you, Daisy.
You know, I would say she has what I think the syndrome of a Holocaust survivor. She doesn't want to talk about what's happening over there too much anymore. Yeah. So, you know, getting back my father for proper burial is probably the minimum we as a society should do and owe her, you know, to kind of get somewhat of a closure. There's never going to be a full closure on what's happened that day and the following 2 years.
Well, there is no moving on from this, but we are praying that your father comes home to receive that proper burial that he and all of you deserve. Rotem Cooper, thank you.
I got one more.
Thank you.
Let's bring in Tal Heinrich, journalist and former spokesperson for Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Tal, it has been a long 2 years. I still remember interviewing you when this war first began. I mean, 2 years. So much pain that the people of Israel have gone through, that these hostage families have gone through. Give me your thoughts as you're watching these images of what could be, hopefully, everlasting peace.
I would describe today as a national exhale in Israel. That would maybe come close to describing it. We haven't had many days throughout these 2 brutal years in which we could fully rejoice as a nation, you know, and today was just one of those very rare moments. Those families, they deserve this moment of relief so much. We've seen many of them. They became very prominent, those faces, the families of the hostages on our national TV, but we've never seen these faces actually smiling for 2 years. And today, for the first time, we saw them smiling. So this was just one of those rare moments, including, you know, the images that we see right now that you're just showing from Cairo. We've had peace summits in the past. We've had global leaders who came to our region and delivered speeches in the past. But right now it feels differently. First and foremost, because what we're witnessing obviously is a different Middle East, very much thanks to the effort and sacrifice, I should say, made by our soldiers who they created the conditions on the ground that allowed our leaders to facilitate this deal. And it's a deal that we haven't had on the table throughout this war. It's the first time that we had such a deal actually made feasible.
I hear
also
you,
thanks to the
Carlos.
phenomenal leadership of Prime Minister Netanyahu and President Trump, both of them, they did not succumb to international pressure or domestic pressure. They remained committed to doing what is right, not what's trendy, not what's simple, not what's been tried and failed time and again, not what's been chanted in these protests that you mentioned, but simply doing what is right. You talked a lot throughout this broadcast about how President Trump's speech resonated in Israel. I can tell you that many people in my country simply feel that, well, finally, that's a global leader who truly gets it. Someone who doesn't tell us, well, you'll have to bleed some more in the present just for the sake of empty slogans, empty promises that maybe down the road in the future you won't have to bleed more. You'll bleed some less. It's not only about what he said, how he told Israelis, promised Israelis rather, that Israel will no longer be threatened in any way, shape, or form. That's the quote. It's also about what he didn't say at the Knesset today. Notice, when was the last time you saw a global leader coming to a region, addressing the Israeli-Palestinian conflict and the notion of peace down the road, and not talking in those terms of the 1967 lines, the two-state solution, the Green Line or settlements, as if that's the real impediment to peace and the essence of our conflict. He simply told Israelis, well, you guys won the war, now let's make peace. That's how you make actual peace, by not conflating diplomacy with achievement. That's something that both Prime Minister Netanyahu and President Trump did over this last period of working so tight together. And it hasn't been a common practice in the West recently, unfortunately. Many global leaders tend to conflate the two. These two leaders, they set a goal, they make it clear what it would mean as an achievement, and they use diplomacy as one tool out of various tools to achieving it.
Tal, we're watching the beast here that just pulled up. And I just quickly, before I let you go here, just 10 seconds here. Do you trust these countries that the...
No, I don't trust them. I'm ending it there. I don't care what that broad's got to say. No, I don't trust those countries at all. I'm going to end it with some officers attacked during fiery street takeover chaos. And this story is actually really crazy. I hope they cover it right. It's a really crazy story in Chicago. And from what I understand, if it's the right story, they cornered off all the streets. They blocked in the cars. They set the police on fire. It was a whole thing. So let's see if it's the right one. If not, it is what it is. It's something.
Is this the final one? Are we lighting up or no?
Yeah, light up, everybody. You got something to smoke up. Let's do it. Unless I find something else, this is it.
They were throwing explosives, like firework-looking explosives. All like the people were out running, and there was about probably 25, 30 cop cars. But that cop car lighting on fire because of the explosives was insane.
Boston cops under attack when a street takeover descends into chaos. At one point, agitators shoot fireworks at a squad car, causing it to burst into flames.
This is Boston. This isn't even Chicago. Holy shit.
Flames, look at that, with an officer trapped inside. Now, as the crowd continued to wreak havoc, two suspects, an 18-year-old and a 19-year-old, were arrested and charged with assaulting a police officer. Hello, everyone. This is Outnumbered. I'm Kayleigh McEnany. Here with my co-hosts Harris Faulkner and Emily Compagno. Also joining us, Molly Hemingway, Fox News contributor, and joining us.
That was their only charges, dude.
Us on the couch for the first time.
That's
Excited
crazy.
to have him, John Ashbrook, co-host of the Ruthless podcast. Welcome. Well, the president of the Boston Police Union says his officers were always targets.
What's up, New England?
It has happened the last couple of years on a single incident or maybe a couple of incidents
Yep.
through the summer.
In
Where
Portland?
it used to be drag racers would come in, they'd come in 1, 2, 3 in the morning, separate communities, spin the tires, make a bunch of smoke, and then go on their way. And we would monitor them, rightfully so. But what happened last weekend got out of control. It went through 4 different communities, ended up here at a couple of locations in Boston. And each location that they went to in this past incident, it appears as though they got more aggressive. And when they ended up in the downtown South End section.
Could we use your house to trial our 24-hour bathroom upgrade system? We're looking for homeowners within valid states to test our new 24-hour bathroom remodel service. Professional contractors will take care of everything.
Section of Boston. That pretty much, in our opinion, looked premeditated. They knew what they were going to do, and they were hell-bent on attacking police officers.
Massachusetts Governor Maura Healey pledged to put an end to this dangerous trend.
Anyone who engages in that conduct will be found and will be held accountable to the furthest extent of the law. I just want to be really clear that we have zero tolerance for this in the state. Some of the perpetrators are from Massachusetts. Other perpetrators are coming into Massachusetts. But whether you're in Massachusetts or you think about coming to Massachusetts, you are not welcome to engage in that conduct at any time, in any place.
I got one more
in
video.
the state.
Unless nobody.
Lighting a cop car on fire in Boston was just the finale for these vandals. Earlier in the night, crowds at other street takeovers across the state shot fireworks at cops, almost hit an officer with a possible stolen car, and blocked crucial roads leading to a hospital.
This shit's
Emily,
crazy.
yet again we see this, an 18-year-old, a 19-year-old, this time assault and battery. And my question is, how do you stop these individuals? This seems like an intervention point when someone's 18 or 19 years old from becoming a career criminal who could go on to perpetrate other violent crimes.
Yeah, you stop through deterrence, and that means enforcing the laws, and that means equipping the judges with some type of a modicum of control and influence over the outcome. So they don't sit there and say, my hands are tied. They're juveniles, so we're going to put them through family court. They'll be out in 2 seconds. Look, what I see here is a pattern that's very frightening. And to me, it's reflective of the prior administration's lax policies and the Democrat and liberal DAs that have been allowed to foment and fester in all of these Democrat cities. And that is that out-of-state agitators, out-of-area agitators come and join what they were sort of describing as a ruckus. I mean, you heard the police union chief talk about it, the president talk about, look, it used to be, drag racing on the streets. Who hasn't done that? That's been there since the 50s, whatever, right? Now he says throughout the night, it was escalating in violence, escalating in targeting, and then culminating in what I see as an enhancement, by the way, that can receive the death penalty. If you shoot an explosive incendiary device at a car with a cop inside, that is absolutely death penalty eligible. So I think here they're making the right statements, but now we need to see it backed up with arrests and with sentences that are commensurate with the crime, not the ages.
Yeah, it's a great point, Harris, especially when you look and you have the union saying that the city was hell-bent, that these individuals were hell-bent on attacking law enforcement officers. We see this in Portland, and people like to infantilize the kids there. They're on a naked bike ride in Portland. No, they tried to burn down a place that law enforcement inhabits, a nice facility, and here again, targeting a guy in a car with a fire.
Yeah, I just want to visit this idea, though, that they're somehow adolescents working through aggression and trying to get older. I mean, these are men.
I mean, these are men and women.
These are men and women of adult ages. At that age, at 18, you could fight in a war for this country.
I bet
they've decided to take their anger and purpose their violence toward, I don't know. I don't even know what you call this because it's dangerous. So I like a one strike you're out theory for this particular age group. And Emily's right. So you make the punishment fit the crime, but you don't wait for it to be 2 and 3 strikes before you get tough on them. I mean, we are living in a place right now in America where soft on crime policies have gotten out of hand. So maybe they started when they were young and have just gotten better at it now. Well, then let's have that tougher conversation legally with them while they're still young.
John, I wonder where this attitude and this disrespect for police comes from. And I started thinking about it, and I think back to 2014, 2015, some of the narratives that were sown during the Obama administration around Michael Brown, hands up, don't shoot. And then Obama's DOJ comes out and says, hey, nope, nothing to see here. That was lawful self-defense. Kamala doubled down on the false narrative many years later. I bring that up because people have been taught, it's been sown in their head politically to disrespect police, disrespect law enforcement. And we know the bad apple in law enforcement is the rare exception. These are heroic men and women.
Yeah, cops have a very, very difficult job. And I have a bunch of friends who are cops. I've got friends who are cops during riots. I've got friends who are cops at the point that you're talking about in our country where, unfortunately, just the mood against police went way, way bad. I remember a friend of mine was taking his daughter to soccer practice, and he got off his shift, and he was in uniform. And people at soccer practice were like looking at him, giving him side eye. Somebody walked up and made a comment to him. And they already have a difficult job enough as it is dealing with all of these things that you saw in the video, that like you need that support from the officials. And of course, now the governor of Massachusetts seems to be saying the right things, but how are they actually going to back it up? You know, the mayor of Boston has been very anti-police throughout her tenure. And we know, and you mentioned Portland, in the state of Oregon, they spend more money on illegal health care than they do for cops.
Yeah, I mean, you took the words out of my mouth. As you look at this, Molly, I mean, these are violent scenes. And you have Governor Maura Healey saying, we have a zero tolerance policy. Well, really? When Boston's mayor, Michelle Wu, has repeatedly bucked Tom Homan, trying to play the strong woman, we won't work with ICE.
Well, you know, you're right that these anti-police narratives took root more than a decade ago, but they really got going during the BLM riots in 2020. And we saw there just an actual agenda to decrease law and order on city streets, to remove police officers. And this wasn't just supported by the Democrat Party and the media, but also corporations, which I think we should remember gave $100 billion to the BLM movement. Criminals and Antifa and other left-wing terror groups understand that to gain political control, you actually need to control the streets. And so it's not surprising that we're seeing these problems in both of these areas. And Portland has, to your point, John, has actually helped some of these criminals and Antifa networks think about how to avoid accountability for what they're doing to the city.
Yeah, and just a reminder, Kamala Harris solicited money and donations for the Minnesota Freedom Fund. And part of that money from that fund was used to bail out people in those 2020 riots. So that's how a narrative takes hold over time.
Hey, everyone. I'm Emily Campagno.
All right. This may just be our final one coming up.
Chicago.
Good afternoon to you. I'm Marion Brooks. Chicago Police Superintendent Larry Snelling is about to hold a press conference. He's speaking out as federal immigration enforcement efforts continue in Chicago. Let's listen in.
That's going on in the city. So I want to be clear about one thing. This is about law enforcement response to these types of incidents. So I want to be clear that I'm going to limit my responses to that. So it would be appreciated if your questions are around our law enforcement response to what we're seeing here with federal agents and immigration enforcement and how we respond. I've been quiet a little too long because I want to stay out of the politics of this, because as you know, there's a lot of politics around this. I don't play politics. I've told you that before. I'm the head of a department that enforces the law. We have to be politically neutral if we are going to enforce the law the way that it's supposed to be enforced, impartially. We want to make sure that when we show up, we're keeping every single person in this city safe, and we want to keep the peace. That's our jobs. And that's what our men and women out there every single day are doing, putting their lives on the line to keep this city safe. So I just want to be clear about a few things. The events that occurred on Saturday when there was a shooting involving ICE agents. So I'm going to start with a timeline. It started out with our two deputy chiefs who responded to the scene. That would be Deputy Chief Brian Kinane and Deputy Chief Gabriella Sheemash. They did an excellent job over there. The narrative is out there that CPD was not on scene. CPD did not show up. Let me just put all of that to rest. At 10:32 a.m., CPD receives a call of a person shot at 39th and Kedzie. By 10:36 a.m., CPD responds. They located a woman who flagged them down. She had been shot. She stated that she had been shot by federal agents. CFD was called. She was taken to the hospital to have her gunshot wounds treated. At 11:06, CPD officers are at the hospital with this individual who had been shot. At 11:25 a.m., CPD units are holding down the scene where the offending vehicle was located. And when I say the offending vehicle, we're talking about the vehicle that smashed into the Border Patrol vehicle.
We have got to the point where literally anybody can build a fully working app without knowing how to code. This is based.
At 11:36 a.m., the scene is then turned over to federal authorities for their investigation after CPD was clear that there was a shooting that involved this particular person who was at the hospital. At 12:12 p.m., in a separate incident, and I believe people have been conflating these two things. In a separate incident from the shooting, there was a vehicle that rammed the federal agents off the road, ran them off the road at 3200 West 35th Street. They crashed as a result of it. That offending vehicle also struck another vehicle in that location, another federal vehicle in that location, and then fled the scene. Our officers arrived on the scene to do the reports and document everything that happened. We have no documented injuries from that incident. At 12:28 p.m., federal agents called for CPD to assist due to a large crowd gathering at 39th and Kedzie. At 1:09 p.m., additional CPD units are en route to 39th and Kedzie. At 1:15 at 39th and Kedzie, where CPD is on scene, a group of protesters began moving barricades and federal agents deployed tear gas. At 2:56 p.m., objects are being thrown at CPD by members of the public. Federal agents again deployed gas to leave the area. So let me just kind of break down what happened there, because at 3:48, everything was all clear. When our officers arrived on scene, they met with the federal agents who were out there. The federal agents had deployed chemical agents. They deployed chemical agents while our officers were there. Those who will tell you that our officers weren't there, say that to the 27 officers who were affected by the chemical agents that were deployed by federal agents. There were 27 reports done to document our officers who were affected by that gas. I've since had a conversation with federal agents, and on that particular day, I spoke with the leadership of the federal agency. We talked about things as to how we were going to work this out. You see, communication is the key here. Communication does not mean collaboration. This had nothing to do with immigration enforcement. What it had to do with a scene where someone in our city was shot, and we, as CPD, are responsible for showing up, documenting that, even when the shooting and the investigation has been taken over by the FBI. We stayed out there for the crime scene to make sure that evidence was preserved, because if that evidence isn't preserved, a proper and a well-performed investigation cannot be done if we don't preserve the crime scene. If we allow people to breach that area and contaminate the crime scene, it hurts the investigation. We have a duty to do so. So I need to be clear about a few things. When a crime is being committed, CPD is going to show up. And it doesn't matter if there are ICE agents there, we have a duty to investigate and protect our city. Now, there are a lot of talking heads out there. There are a lot of politics being used here. And people are using this for their political talking points. Well, my officers are not political pawns. My leadership team, not political pawns. Their lives are too important to play politics with these men and women who face danger every single day. This is not a game. This is not a joke. This is still our city. And we still have a responsibility to maintain safety and calm in our city. Now, there are a couple of things that I want to address. One, what we have to deal with as a department. Because I want to be clear to those who have never done the job, who haven't done the job in years, who weren't on scene, who don't know the facts or have the facts. But they've got a lot of solutions or a lot of ideas of what happened or what should have happened. Let me first talk about the Trust Act. The Trust Act prohibits law enforcement in the state of Illinois from engaging in assisting federal agents when it comes to immigration enforcement. We abide by that law. The city ordinance, the Welcoming City Ordinance, goes a little further. It even prohibits us from asking someone their status. We abide by that ordinance because in law enforcement, we don't make the laws, we uphold them. And we're sworn to do so. And we take our oath seriously. Engaging with federal agents, we do it on a regular basis. We have task force officers who are out there every single day working to stop human trafficking, drug enforcement, gun violence, gun recoveries, search warrants, and everything in between when it comes to violent crime in our city. We have a great partnership with our federal agents, and we still do, and we will continue to work with them around violent crime. But let me explain how important it is to understand how difficult it is for our officers at times. Because when we look at the Trust Act and the Welcoming City Ordinance, sometimes there's a struggle when you're walking that line to make sure that you're not violating either one of those things, and at the same time enforcing the law the way that we're supposed to. One thing about law enforcement, I'll tell you this right now, you're damned if you do and you're damned if you don't. But we accept that. So I'm not going to stand here and make excuses or pretend like the job is not a struggle, so we're going to make excuses about it. No, we're not going to do that. Again, these men and women go out there every single day, and these are the things that they fight through. And my leadership team wants to make sure that our officers don't get caught up in something where they end up in an investigation, fairly or unfairly, and they want to make sure that these officers are safe and that they can keep everyone else safe. So although we do not engage in immigration enforcement, we are going to enforce the law when the laws are violated. So let me be clear to the public about certain things. You have to excuse me, I'm a little dehydrated. Let me make this clear.
Whoever invented this deserves a raise. Take a string and a pencil, twist off the faucet's old nozzle like this.
Federal agents, ICE, HSI, are officers. They are agents of law enforcement. If you box them in with vehicles, it is reasonable for them to believe that they are being ambushed and that this could end in a deadly situation. And it's reasonable for them to use force based on those conditions. Do not box in any law enforcement officer. You are breaking the law when you do that. And you are putting yourself in danger. Law enforcement agents around. The question is why? What do you plan on doing? It's also reasonable for them to believe that you're eventually going to do harm to them. If you ram any vehicle, especially that one that contains law enforcement agents, and that's any law enforcement, local, state, federal, county, and you do this intentionally, this is considered deadly force. Deadly force is anything that can cause great bodily harm or death. When you plow into a vehicle that contains law enforcement agents, you're using deadly force. And they can use deadly force in response to stop you. We need to be clear about these laws. We cannot become a society where we just decide to take everything in our own hands and start to commit crimes against law enforcement. It is a crime. You may not like what they're doing. I can understand that there's a lot of emotions out there, but that does not mean that you get to commit a crime, especially one that could lead to deadly force. We need to keep everyone safe. Our responsibilities when it comes to federal agents, and I've been asked these questions, we do not interfere with the duties and responsibilities of federal agents. We don't have to agree with it. It doesn't matter. You don't have to agree with it. We do not interfere with their orders. And when they go out to carry out their orders, they will do that the way that they're trained to do it and their understanding of what it is they have to do. Another one. CPD will not arrest and cannot arrest federal agents because someone deems what they're doing is illegal or unlawful. Their rules of engagement are different from CPD and other local law enforcement agents. We need to be clear about this. If we're not clear about this, we will see another event like we saw Saturday. We cannot move like this in this city. If we want to keep the peace in this city, we need to be smart about how we do things. And attacking law enforcement under any circumstances is not safe for anyone. Because as I've said before, a member of law enforcement who cannot protect himself, herself, cannot protect anyone else. And we have a responsibility to make sure that we protect ourselves and each other so that we can protect everyone else in this city. If for any reason a crime is being committed, an ICE agent, state, local, police officers, if it involves law enforcement, we are going to show up. And whatever's going on there, we're going to work to stop it, put an end to it, calm the situation down. And if we need to stay there to continue to keep the situation calm, we will do exactly that. So I want to be clear about one of the things that we're going to do now. What we're going to do, and this is my decision because I need to be firm on this. When we show up to a scene and a crowd gathers, CPD is going to step out there. We're going to make sure that we maintain that scene and we keep people calm. This is our city, and we're going to make sure that we bring some type of calm or resolution to whatever's going on at that scene. We will be there. Now, when we look at what has happened, there's some things that we can work on, because whenever you see something for the first time and you respond to it, there's always something that you can do better. That's what we do. And that's why we're having an after action about what happened, so that we can prepare if something like this happens again, or to prepare to make sure that we can avoid it.
This game, you're not ready.
So we learned some things. Now, I'm going to allow some questions from everyone here. I'll do my best to answer your questions to the best of my ability. Again, I would like for everyone to stay on topic as to what we're talking about here right now. And when it's over, there's some things that I'm probably going to touch on if we don't get to them with the questions. So go ahead.
Okay, we'll start here. Please introduce yourself.
Thank you. Madison with Black Club Chicago. Superintendent, when you said there were 27 agents affected by the chemical agents used, can you expand on that? What do you mean by these officers were affected?
Well, thanks for that question, Madison. Our officers were out there. There were chemical agents dropped. Our officers were pulled from other locations to go over there. On Saturday, we had multiple events going on, including a large protest in the downtown area. So in order to help out at this location, we pulled officers from other places. They did not have the equipment to fight off a chemical agent, and they were affected by it. Were there any major injuries? No. Our officers are resilient and tough, and they were actually pretty tough on the scene. And but we made sure that it was documented, just in case they had some after effects from it. We just want to make sure that our officers are safe. So those officers are doing good, and then thank you for the question, for asking.
Sarah Schulte with ABC7. Good afternoon, Superintendent. At any time, maybe you can clear this up too, at any time on Saturday were CPD officers told by dispatchers to stand down?
Well, I don't know about them being told by dispatchers. There was some communication between boots on the ground, a supervisor, and the chief of patrol. So there was some communication by phone. There was something that was put out there that there was an internal message that came from the chief of patrol. That is absolutely not true. There is no internal message. There was a phone conversation. I'm not sure until we get to our after action, all of the exact language that was there, but I have had a conversation with the chief of patrol, who was concerned about officers showing up on a scene. The chief of patrol at that time had no information that anyone was in danger. And let me just be clear about one other thing when it comes to these federal agents. These federal agents can handle themselves, all right? We've been out there and we've seen it. Now, that doesn't mean that we're going to leave them because we know that they can handle themselves. We need to make sure that we have our officers and enough of them to respond to a scene if they are being surrounded. So were they told to stand down? Our officers were not told to stand down. Our officers were out there throughout the entire event. I would never tell our officers to stand down, because if our officers were in trouble and we needed help from other officers, I would expect those officers to step in and help us. And it's the same thing that we do on our side. When someone is in trouble, we're going to step in. So to get a little more information about that, we'll know by tomorrow what that exact conversation was.
Superintendent, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good, thank you. JC Navarrete, NBC Chicago. Going off the point here, damned if you do, damned if you don't, as you mentioned. How do you toe that line between showing up and providing backup for a fellow officer who may be in need, but not helping them and execute their orders that are, of course, from a federal level? How do you toe that line between both of those?
Doing the right thing, showing up on the scene, doing the right thing, preparing for the backlash, the rumors, the things that people write and say, the things that people accuse you of. Officers deal with this on a regular basis. And this is why wellness for officers is so important, because this is the type of thing that an officer has to go home and kind of decompress from, right? You show up to a job, you know you're there to make sure that people are safe. And if there are immigration officers there, they're now being accused of...
I just want to know why you don't help the police and the ICE people when they ask. The police just stand down. I don't know why this guy is standing so damn like he's so perfect. But dude, I've heard the damn calls where they stand down.
Enforcing immigration. They now become the subject of an investigation. They don't know how that investigation is going to unfold. But on my end, it's my responsibility to explain these situations. It's my responsibility to take that off of the backs of my officers, that when they go there and do the right thing, that they can be certain that their superintendent is going to stand up for them for doing what they're supposed to do and doing the job the right way. And that's exactly what I'm going to do.
The right thing is to help the right person. It doesn't have to be political. If you see a cop that's being attacked by a group of gangs, then you want to help him. If you see a citizen being attacked by a group of cops, you want to help the citizen. I mean, come on, people.
Exactly.
Hi, Superintendent Saramaki, CBS.
Hi, sir.
This is, I guess, part clarification, part question. I think you mentioned you met the day before on how we're going to work this out. Was that a meeting on Friday with federal partners?
I'm sorry, I'm not sure if you understood what I was saying.
Yeah, I don't think I did. So I just wanted to clarify. Have you met, I think you mentioned you met the day before to talk about how we were going to work this out.
No. So
people definitely are forgetting about morals and just humans. We see everybody left, right, red, blue. I just feel like if you see something that's unjust, you should defend it. I don't give a damn what side it is. If you feel like it's not right, you should defend it. I don't get it.
So I actually have contact with federal agents. And the reason that I talk to them is because when we have a situation that's volatile, that could blow up, that could turn into a full-blown riot, we have to have this communication. Because if we're going to keep the peace and we're going to keep this city as safe as we can possibly keep it, we need to have that communication. The rules of engagement for federal agents and the rules of engagement for CPD are completely different. There are things that these agents do that we don't do here in the city. So we need to make sure that we have an understanding of how we're going to go about keeping the peace at a scene when a crime has been committed, how we're going to stop violence if that's going to happen. And
Ronald,
what was a very fruitful conversation that stopped Saturday from ending in a riot-like situation. And we're going to continue to do that.
Can you elaborate on what those strategies were then that prevented maybe things?
Well, I won't go into too much with that, but what I will say is this. Having a conversation about our officers going in, taking over the front line, making sure that we're standing out in front of these protesters so that they can then move to the inner perimeter and do what they needed to do to maintain that crime scene, get that crime scene taken care of as soon as possible, get them out of there as soon as possible. That brings down the boiling point. So if we're working to make sure that we're keeping the peace, this has nothing to do with immigration. It has to do with keeping the peace in our city and keeping calm.
Hi, Superintendent Sophie with the Sun-Times.
Hi,
I don't know if you could talk a little bit more about, we're going to be involved in scenes like this now. Will it look different from how it looked Saturday? Did this federal leadership you spoke with have anything to say about those 27 agents who were, affected by chemical gas?
Oh, absolutely. He was extremely concerned about it. We are going to have further conversations about it. He was also appreciative of the fact that we came in, stepped in, and he was the first to say that this could have turned into a full-blown riot, and it didn't. So CPD, again, just can never say enough about how proud I am of those officers going in, being converged on like that, stepping in, and making sure that they kept the peace there.
Brandon with WBBM News Radio. I think during the DNC, you kind of showed and ushered in what looked like a new era of crowd control and how that might look like successful crowd control. Are you going to be utilizing any of those techniques that were learned and trained for during the DNC? And the second part of this is
is going to be used
when you're
against us. I don't care what
doing
side
crowd control around these federal agents. Will federal agents then be allowed to join in, and would the techniques like we see in Broadview that are being used, or other gas being dispersed throughout the city, are those going to be included into your crowd control techniques?
No, because that and let me just go back to your first question, and it's a great one, and thank you for that. Our officers are trained, and we continue that training just in case we have other civil unrest or protests that are going on, First Amendment activity. And our officers are very well trained, as you said. They'll show up on the scene and they'll utilize that training. Depending on the size of the crowd, things of that nature, tactics and techniques could change based on that. However, when they show up, all of the techniques, tactics that they've learned, that's what we'll be utilizing in these situations to diffuse situations and to keep things calm. When it comes to deployments of chemical agents and things of that nature, again, the federal law enforcement, they have a...
If you get stuck on a melody, or if you just feel like you can't get a song started, Output's co-producer is very dope. They make it much easier for us to either get inspiration or to help us when we just can't find that right element. Let me show you.
Different, probably training around it. They have different rules of engagement. So when they deploy based on their tactics and what their rules are. When we take control of a scene, we will have direct contact communication with them so that they understand that we're going to cover that front line, so that it will be unnecessary to use these chemical agents at this time, because we'll be in front, we'll make sure that we keep these things covered.
Omar Jimenez, CNN. Good to see you.
Hey, how's it going?
So in the timeline that you put out, you said 1228 federal agents call for help for a crowd, 109 additional CPD units are en route. I know there were already officers on scene, but can you just give some clarity on what were the considerations, or what would the considerations have been between in the 31 minutes or so, or 41 minutes, quick math, or so, when additional units were still being considered to be sent to the scene? What was the decision making around there, and why was that needed?
Well, the decision making was based on a request. There was a crime scene there that had to be processed by the FBI, who was doing the investigation, and you still had a crowd there, not a very large crowd, but within that crowd there were some unruly people. There were federal agents there. And they held their line, but we wanted to make sure that we got there because there had been some chemical agents that were deployed. We wanted to get there to make sure that we brought the temperature down, allowed for the processing of the crime scene. Once it was processed, then everybody could leave. But that gap of time that you're talking about, it took a little time to move officers from one location to another to get those officers over there. So we pulled officers from other deployments to get over there to help out with what was going on at that location.
Hi,
We've got
Superintendent
Superintendent
Snelling.
Larry Snelling there now taking questions from reporters. He covered quite a bit of ground, but I just want to highlight a couple of things that he said right away. One, he hasn't spoken until now because he's tried to stay out of the politics of it. He says the police have to be neutral. That's part of his responsibility. He talked about the differences between CPD and the federal government. One of the main things being that the CPD has to follow the Trust Act, which prohibits law enforcement from engaging in immigration enforcement, and the Welcoming City Ordinance, which prohibits them from asking someone's immigration status. So those are two key things. He also clarified what happened on Saturday, points out they were two different incidences. I think there's been a lot of questions about exactly what happened, and we will break.
Oh no. Oh, here we go.
Started to break last hour and turned into a riot, and federal agents had to get involved heavily. Non-lethal pushback on this group, but pepper balls and a heavy amount of tear gas. Our reporter Mike Tobin was on the air with me just a little while ago telling me what materials they were using, and people were not really dispersing. They were hanging in there, if you will, and shouting things like Nazis at the federal agents. Now, that's not a crime. That's, that's protected by free speech. They can sound hateful if they want to. But when you physically press against people, you've gone now from that zone of peaceful protesting to really crossing the line and endangering lives against the people you're pushing. So they are now throughout the neighborhood. On the left, you see the line is being held. That's the live look. The moments ago, that's part of what's been happening. And I just want to point out, you can see some residential markings just off the campus of this Immigration and Customs Enforcement facility. That's where this broke out. So this is kind of furthering the problems that we're having at ICE facilities with people showing up and things getting out of hand. And we've seen even Democrat lawmakers get caught in this. Like, we know Congresswoman MacGyver has a trial coming up for showing up at the ICE facility in Newark, New Jersey, and getting handsy and throwing elbows and getting physical with those federal agents. If she's found guilty of the charges against her, she faces 17 years behind bars. This is serious. And that line is still needed because those people have not left. So we're watching that. Scenes like this in Chicago playing out. Agents facing unprecedented rises in threats and assaults like what just happened in Dallas of this week. So we're getting our first looks now at newly released surveillance video from that attack in Dallas. And remember, one detainee was killed, 2 others were hurt. They were inside of a van like this that's hard shell on the outside, no markings. Someone took fire at that and then turned the gun on himself. You can see on your screen now agents rushing to get those detainees to safety as the gunman was firing. The FBI revealed the suspect left the note claiming he did this to terrorize ICE agents. And officials say they believe there was a high degree of pre-attack planning. We're also learning more about what kind of app that this individual was allegedly using to track ICE agents' movements.
The shooter used the ICE tracking apps. Anyone who creates or distributes these apps that is designed to spot, track, and locate ICE officers are well aware of the dangers that they are exposing to law enforcement. It's a casting call to invite bad actors to attack law enforcement officers. It's no different than giving a hitman the location of their intended target. The media has been amplifying these apps even as we warned them it would only lead to more attacks on law enforcement. We truly wish we didn't have to say, I told you so, but here we are.
White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt posted this on X. 3 months ago, CNN irresponsibly gave free publicity to an app that recklessly shares the location of ICE agents. It has now been revealed the leftist lunatic shooter who opened fire on the Dallas ICE facility was using one of those apps. Arthel.
Listen, President Trump won on immigration, and there are a lot of Americans who want to get this illegal immigration under control, understandably. I'm wondering, as we're seeing this play out, you were just covering for your last hour what was happening in Illinois, and it's dangerous. It's dangerous for ICE agents. It's dangerous for communities. And so I wondered, because all of you, I'd like to ask the question, which is, what do you think can be done so that the president can execute what it is that he won on and keep the ICE agents protected, as well as the community, so innocent bystanders, if you will, are not hurt?
Well, I have one thought. When it comes to the lawmakers, we have to see a bipartisan pushback on this. A censure would be nice. When you're hearing people like Ilhan Omar and right? I see you nodding, Larry. I mean, her recent comments. When you're hearing that, it's hate. And, you know, it's a different calculation of how far you can go in an elected body. They do have some tools inside Congress, because when it's driven from that high power seat on Capitol Hill, it gets into the blood decision.
Uh-oh. It seems the video where his phone died. So I guess it's just me. Yeah, please don't put anything in caps. Only a few words aloud. There's some trouble with the algorithm. Here he comes.
All right, I'm back. Sorry, guys. I don't know what the hell just happened. Here. I couldn't get back. It was like echoing so bad. I just had to like end it because it was like fucking horribly bad.
Poll, right? That great conservative news organ. 22% favor Trump on crime. This has even become, this is no longer just an immigration issue. This has become a crime issue. Because, as I say, the violence begets violence. And these politicians, lawmakers, they don't care. They're just going to go and they knock down ICE. ICE is an important law enforcement agency. Always has been, always will be. And it's being very well run by Tom Homan and by DHS Secretary Kristi Noem. Under the president's aegis. I mean, they won't. This is the battle. Every single day, almost every single day, some politician comes out with some swear word, Hitlering, fascism, because of, guess what? ICE.
But there is a mechanism of accountability.
They want to defend illegals, and they've decided that's how they're going to go after Donald Trump. And it is such a loser for the Democratic Party and the left. It's an incredible loser for them.
Look, the Democrats are abdicating their duty now. I mean, this is easy to call hate what it is and to move against speech like that you know is irresponsible to spew from a high elected point. That would. But I liked what Arthel was asking about.
I'm gonna do one
what
more.
Other things can be done at this point, because the president has the law on his side.
Right.
But look at the screen from moments ago. I mean, can we show when everything was popping off not long ago? This is Broadview, Illinois, outside of Chicago. Federal agents having to really unload with non-lethal weaponry to push that angry physical crowd back and hold that line. It's been more than an hour that they've had to hold the line.
Right. I will say this. People are still signing up to do these jobs. It's a testament to them and what they want to do for their communities. It's also a testament to this administration having their back, because they don't want to deal with this, but they will if they have a president that has their back, and they have Tom Homan and they have Kristi Noem, and they know they're being supported. I'd also say this, though, to your point about these lawmakers that are making these comments, Nazi, fascist, Hitler, all of these things. You all make the laws. These ICE agents that are going out there for not a lot of money, leaving their families each day, putting themselves in harm's way, they are enforcing the laws that you all make. And you're demonizing them. They're out there on the front lines enforcing what you all enact. So if you don't want these laws on the books, then try to change them. But they know they can't change them because they know they just got shellacked in an election where, to your point, immigration and illegal immigration was top issue for most voters. They know they can't change the hearts and minds of the American people who voted on this very thing. So this is what they resort to.
And the rhetoric. Don't forget the rhetoric. The rhetoric leads to violence.
Emily.
Yeah, and Tommy, I love that you brought up that point. Just this month, Democrat Congressman John Larson calling ICE Gestapo. Why instead wouldn't he use his microphone to say, here's how I want the laws changed, sir. Do your job instead of contributing to the violence. And of course, we don't have time in the hour to list all of the ways that, Michelle Wu and Gavin Newsom and other elected officials have absolutely demonized ICE. And the other thing that would be laughable if there weren't lives at stake is that these are the same people that go out there and say, like, Black Lives Matter first, and I'm the white person that represents only Black people in my community. I'm the best person to be the mouthpiece for them, et cetera, right? And they say that ICE is some type of racist organization. It's anti-Latino, it's anti-Mexican, et cetera. But who do you think comprises ICE? It's actually a very diverse agency that represents people of a multitude of countries and ethnic origins and religions. So when they're demonizing ICE and when they're putting a face to it that is categorically different and totally separate from, as they always try to do, siloing, if you have this skin color, then you must vote a certain way and you must feel a certain way. And if you come from this country, you must feel a certain way.
Don't have to get any argument from me on that.
But all of those countries are what ICE comprises because they are Americans and their lives are on the line. And when we saw that footage you showed earlier, the frightening behind the scenes of those poor immigrants who, by the way, are being rightfully taken out of this country because they have criminal summons.
You mean at
the
Dallas ICE detention?
Correct.
Right.
Shackled by their ankles and by their wrists because some waste of flesh took it upon himself to shoot up and then hits them and kills them. Like it was so gut-wrenching to me to see. And then with these ICE agents trying to save them, everyone working together as humans to save lives. That's what ICE is doing, is trying to save and preserve families and lives by getting these guys safely out of the country instead of in the hands of cartels.
If I can add one quick thing, just hearing the name calling, the words, I'm just tired of name calling, period. And I'm tired of lines of demarcation when it comes to color. Really quickly, last point, the only colors that matter if we can rally around red, white, and blue. That's all I have to say.
Hey, I want to ask our team in the booth, because I was just watching, we have got a big monitor, and moments ago, did you see that out of the corner of your eye? So this is a line that they're holding in Broadview, Illinois. I don't know if they'll pop it up on the screen, if we can roll it back. Roll it back like 10 seconds, guys. You'll see a guy in an orange sweatshirt bending down, doing something obnoxious with his backside toward this line. I mean, they are taunting the federal agents. They were leaning in earlier physically, and now there's quite a distance between the federal agents and the rioting protesters who showed up. Right? Now, look how big that space has gotten now between them. And this guy walks into that empty space and was doing, I won't even really describe it anymore, but you could have seen it, and then it needed no words.
Then he should be charged with indecency. I'm only imagining what you're saying, then there's a charge for that.
So I wanted to ask you if that's the point. But Emily, when you've been told to disperse, and you don't disperse, that's against the law.
Yes, it is. Because your freedom of your right to freedom of speech and your right to freedom to assembly, that there's always a boundary for that. And so once that line has been crossed and you've been ordered to disperse or you're breaking a curfew or et cetera, then yes, you are breaking the law and that can lead to your arrest and accountability. It is not an infinite right.
I am going to end it with the Chicago mayor talking about how he's going to sign a federal order to stand down.
God damn it, dude.
You can go to bed.
Good morning, everyone.
Oh,
Thank you all for being here today, and to all the elected officials
I don't know how long
who are here this morning. Thank you to the community-based organizations that are standing together in this critical moment in our nation's history. We are here today to talk about the events that have transpired over the past
yeah.
The past week revealed the true face of the administration's immigration enforcement in our city, and the entire world was able to witness that.
It goes down.
Federal immigration agents raided an apartment building in the South Shore community in the middle of the night.
Yeah, no kidding.
This building was managed by
I'm not going to
small
cover
lord
this again, so.
that people have all been clear about. The city actually sued the owner in February over 15 building code violations. The residents were dealing with deplorable conditions already, and this was before ICE trampled on them. But when they came in the middle of the night, they terrorized the families that were living there. children who were without clothing. They were zip tied, taken outside at 3 o'clock in the morning. A scene.
Now, do we believe I'm trying to show both sides, bro. And it's like I can see how one side's getting completely noited out and the other side's like whatever. It's like we're both hearing different shit.
President, an American citizen,
the trigger words are just
no warrants, was taken outside and handcuffed for 3 hours. Doors were blown off their hinges. Walls were broken through.
This guy seems to be
agents coming from Black Hawk
no caps,
to
please.
set up snipers on nearby buildings. This is America. One resident described the situation plainly, and I quote,
"Is he like talking
shit
immigrants
about in one van,
God damn it.
Black people in another van. This raid wasn't about public safety. It was about and it's certainly not about immigration. This was about a show of authoritarianism, a forceful display of
You know what's hilarious? Nobody wants
They
to
sent
hear
a clear
this guy. I
message
love
to
it.
all
I'm
Chicagoans. They said, we do not respect your rights. We can do anything we want and we will film it and put it on social media. The very next day, ICE agents chased people outside of a homeless shelter on the south side and then caused a car accident on the west side. Immigration agents put a young black man in a chokehold on the side of the street in East Garfield Park.
This
Witnesses,
guy-
which you will hear from this morning,
This guy is absolutely causing division and this shit to go down even worse.
bravely filmed.
I won't continue to watch this very long. This guy's already, the division this guy's showing is crazy. And look at the DEI hires all on the stage.
The interaction,
Hey.
eventually leading to this person's release. On Friday, agents dispersed tear gas in the middle of a busy city street. Chicagoans were hit with chemical agents while walking their children home from school. A couple ran from tear gas with a 2-year-old child in their care.
I got some cookies.
Agents went into the Humboldt Park Health Center and detained a sitting elected official, Alder Jesse Fuentes of the 26th Ward.
What's up, homeless?
Because she simply
Sorry
requested
about
to
that.
see a warrant.
No
On
cap.
Saturday, they escalated even further by shooting a U.S. citizen. They claimed it was defensive fire. But frankly, we cannot trust anything that comes out of the administration. It was only a few short weeks ago that they claimed officers were severely injured in the killing of Mr. Villegas Gonzalez in Franklin Park. A Sun-Times investigation found that the agent said on a body camera footage that it was, in fact, nothing major. We have a rogue, reckless group of heavily armed mass individuals roaming throughout our city that are not accountable to the people of Chicago. Their actions put all Chicagoans at risk. When protesters confronted federal immigration agents in Brighton Park on Saturday, they were met with pepper balls and more repression. CPD responded to attempt to de-escalate
What's
the
up, Bubba?
situation, and ICE tear gassed our police officers. Let me be clear. Tear gassing the women and men who serve as Chicago Police Department officers. is
I
not
know.
how
I'm
we
hearing
make
you,
our
Angie.
city
I'm getting
safer.
ready. I'm like, bro.
I'm calling for a full investigation into this incident and into all of the
I love you
brutality that we
guys,
have seen
bro.
over the past
All
week.
right, let me find something.
They are
better to end
taking
it on.
police
This guy is
resources
fucking
that should be in
whiny
our
little
neighborhoods,
bitch.
serving Chicagoans and diverting them to deal with the chaos that they are causing. We need ICE out of our city so that we can continue to focus on the strategies that
All
are
right,
working to
let's
drive
end it
violent
with
crime
Tom
down.
Homan. How about that?
These actions tell us
I can't
simple
listen
truth.
to this guy talk.
If we
bro. I
allow
tried
this
to do
administration
both
to take
sides.
away due process for anyone,
Now you
we will
fucking
allow them to
people.
take away due process for everyone. They told us that this was about the worst of the worst. In reality, they are going after anyone who objects.
Now you people understand why I play a lot of Fox. Now you fucking get it. Because you get this type of shit when you don't play Fox. It's unlistenable. It's not. I don't like any of it, but that shit is very much intolerable. I don't even have another. I'd have to roll another one up for that shit, dude. Fuck.
Guy is digging into the Dallas shooter's
better
background
catch up.
and some shocking discoveries. Take a look at this.
The shooter used the ICE tracking apps. Anyone who creates or distributes these apps that is designed to spot, track, and locate ICE officers are well aware of the dangers that they are exposing to law enforcement.
That shit was.
It's a casting call to invite bad actors to attack law enforcement officers. It's no different than giving a hitman the location of their intended target. The media has been amplifying these apps, even as we warned them it would only lead to more attacks on law enforcement.
Joining us now for our big close-up is the one and only border czar Tom Homan. Tom, these ICE tracking apps are a favorite tool of the left's, and now it's been used to plan an attack. So I think the big question is the administration going to take more action to crack down on these apps that are essentially used for stalking you and your agents?
James, you must be new.
Well, the short question is absolutely. DOJ and FBI is looking all over it. But one quick thing on Joey Jones, the John Brown group. Let's remember, when they attacked Alvarado, they shot an officer in the neck. So every one of those people should go to prison. But yeah, the apps are tracking ICE agents immediately. I mean, you got a representative in Phoenix, Arizona, that was reporting to an app where ICE was currently operating right then and there. They're on this corner and that corner. So the FBI is all over this. I do think that's a form of impediment. And as far as those who are arming and financing these groups, we have license plate numbers. We got videotape of cars delivering shields and gas masks. They're all going to be held accountable, and FBI is deep in the investigation as we speak.
Tom, Jason Chaffetz here. I went out with ICE in Salt Lake City 2 weeks ago, and it was amazing when the officers started to tell me what they had to go through and put up, everything from apps to being tracked to being doxxed to their families being threatened. It is unbelievable what's going out there. We love these men and women. But these anti-ICE agitators, they continue to clash with agents, for instance, in Broadview, Illinois, where several were arrested as the police had to use pepper bombs to control the area. Now the mayor of Broadview, Katrina Thompson, is saying that ICE is, quote, I can't believe this, making war on my community. What say you, Tom?
It's just getting ridiculous. Look, ICE is enforcing the law. I look at the numbers every single day on who they're arresting. They're arresting thousands of public safety threats that are in this country illegally. Public safety threats. You would think every mayor and governor would be calling up President Trump and thanking him for making their community safer. President Trump told me months ago, zero tolerance, Tom. He goes, if someone puts a hand on an officer, they're going to jail. They throw a stone at a vehicle, they're going to jail. Zero tolerance. And I've said it 1,000 times, I'll say it again. If you don't like what ICE is doing,
zero tolerance.
Then go yell at Congress. ICE is enforcing the laws enacted by Congress. They're appropriated billions of dollars a year to enforce that law. I look at the data every day. The vast majority of people arrested are criminals. The others are, known suspected terrorists, national security threats, final orders who had due process or order moved by federal judge. They're doing what the law tells them to do. They're upholding the oath they took. So, they need to stop the hatred of ICE. I'm telling you, it's not over. I said 3 months, back in March, on one of these shows, back in March, I said, if the rhetoric don't stop, there's going to be bloodshed and someone's going to die. And they have. And it's unfortunate I'm right, but you're going to see more if the rhetoric doesn't stop. I'm glad President Trump, Pam Bondi, Secretary Noem's all taking steps to hold these people accountable. Zero tolerance.
Tom, first of all, thank you for being you, for going back into this job. You're in retirement. You're ready to put some margaritas back on the beach, and here you are taking care of our country, and we need it. This is a video of a woman confronting an ICE agent at an immigration courthouse in Manhattan, and it's making news. She's seen being shoved to the ground by one of the agents. And according to the New York Times, that agent has been relieved of his duties and an investigation is underway. I'd love for you to tell us what you know about this, explain any information you have.
Well, you can look at that video different ways. There was the pushing and shoving going on. They also seem to be tangled up, right? Yeah. He said, look, if she's impeding with ICE, then the officer, has the right to use of force. But again, I'm not going to judge it. I'll leave it up to the independent OPR investigator. But every time there's a use of force, there has to be an investigation anyways. Every time.
Yeah.
So, I'm sure that officer filed a report. It'll be reviewed by internal affairs officers. They'll look at the video from 10 different angles. But this is what happens when people try to impede ICE. This is what happens when they get in their face. And again, I'll hold judgment on this on this officer in this incident, but you're going to see this happen over and over and over again. You are not allowed to put hands on a law enforcement officer. You are not allowed to step in front of him, stop him from doing his job. So we'll see an investigation comes out, but I have my own opinion on this.
Well, and that's the thing is, I just was at a board showing where Antifa and these groups are literally attacking, trying to kill ICE agents. Maybe if that wasn't happening, they wouldn't feel the need to take immediate action every time someone got in their face and put their hands on them. I mean, I think one breeds the other.
In Central Ohio, there are so many issues that develop during the day.
Issues that affect you and your communities. It starts with Central Ohio's only 10 p.m. newscast, Fox 28 News at 10.
Followed by ABC 6 News at 11. Always on your side.
Look at this. Just look. If this had come out a few years earlier, plumbers would have been out of a job by now. I'm telling you, one last...
Oh, absolutely. And I looked at the 18 USC 111 impediment and assault of officers. We're at historic highs. So that's another message. ICE isn't, U.S. attorneys are accepting these prosecutions. ICE is going to ask for prosecution on anybody that impedes them, hits them, spits on them, blocks their way. They'll be arrested and charged with 111, and U.S. attorneys are going to take every one of them. So we'll play it out in court, but I think the message has been sent. President Trump says zero tolerance. The Attorney General of the United States says zero tolerance. The number of prosecutions for 111 are sky high, record highs, and they're going to get higher. If they want to impede ICE, they're going to go to jail. I can't think of a better thing to say to them. And the more factual thing to say to them: if you impede a federal law enforcement officer, that's a violation of federal law. You will be prosecuted, and we'll see where it goes.
Yeah, a real turning of the tide there, Tom. It's Anita Vogel. Thank you so much for joining the show tonight. We so appreciate it. I want to ask you about this crazy story. In Des Moines, Iowa, school superintendent Ian Roberts was arrested by ICE after he was ordered to leave last year. Now, some on the left are portraying him as a sympathetic victim, but police found a loaded gun and a knife in his possession. And this isn't the first time that he has run into trouble with the law, with law enforcement. He was already facing weapons charges from 2020. So let me ask you, Tom, how could an illegal alien end up running a major school system? And, are there others out there like this across the country? And keep in mind, there was a nationwide search to find this person, to find the right person for the job. And this is the person they came up with.
That's being investigated right now, but this is just another example I just said a couple minutes ago. ICE is arresting public safety threats that are here illegally. This guy already had weapon charges in the country illegally. You would think everybody would be in support of this, but now you got people supporting him. It's just incredible where we are as a nation. And, I've done this since 1984, and every day I wake up and I look at these reports. I'm saying, we're in a time now where the police officers are the bad guys and the bad guys are the victims. But President Trump, strongest president in the history of this nation, is going to turn this thing back around. He promised American people to make this country safe again. He promised to take illegal alien public safety threats and national security threats off the streets, and that's what we're going to do. We're going to keep President Trump's promise. ICE is going to be out there tonight. They're going to be out there tomorrow. Over 1,000 teams across this nation. We're not going to stop. You can hate on all you want. You can spit on them all you want. You're going to be arrested. ICE will continue to do this job every single day.
Tom, I love that. I would also say, I've said it many times, every time you have one of these mayors, these governors come out, push against ICE, I think you send more agents. I think you flood the zone even more. Maybe teach them a lesson. ICE is there to stay. But I want to point you to this. It's an outrageous Halloween display that's not funny at all. It was found in a predominantly Hispanic neighborhood in Houston, Texas. It shows two figures dressed in red hats, black shirts, and black masks hanging from ropes from their necks on a wooden gallows, and it's also topped with a Mexican flag.
This is your story you've been crying about forever, fucking Del.
Now, the left is going to say this is just good old free speech, but given all the hostility and assaults against your ICE agents, what do you think of something like this?
Oh, no, it's not. He would never bring that up.
I'm disgusted. And look, I'll say it again.
What
You have the
the
right to
fuck?
protest. Everybody
What the fuck? Are you kidding me?
has a First Amendment right, and I support that. But when you cross that line, you're going to go to jail. You're going to be prosecuted.
Are you
Look, people need to
fucking kidding
understand
me?
assaults against ICE officers are 1,000%.
What?
And I've worked with these men and women since 1984. They're fathers and mothers too. They're sons and daughters. They have children. They come to work every day, put a Kevlar vest on their chest and put a gun on their hip. That's the tools of their trade. And they put themselves in danger every single day to make the community safer. Everybody should be supporting ICE, whether you like the politics of it or not. Again, if you don't like what they're doing, go scream at Congress, change immigration law. But these men and women are patriots. I said it the other day. I've handed too many folded flags to Border Patrol agent spouses and children, ICE spouses and their children. These are the finest men and women this country have. They don't make a lot of money, and they're putting their lives on the line to make this country safer every day. Protest all you want. It's disgusting. But you got to control the hate, or more people are going to die. That's not a threat. I'm telling you, I've seen this movie before. I've been doing this for 41 years. It has to stop, or there's going to be more bloodshed.
Border Czar Tom Homan, thank you so much for joining us. Thank you for all that you do. We certainly appreciate you and all those agents out there doing the Lord's work. Thank you so much for joining us tonight.
Thank you.
All right, guys, I want to open this up to the table. That was really moving to me there at the end, Joey. And I think it's easy for those on the left that are so riled up about President Trump's zero-tolerance immigration policy. It's very easy for them to just see ICE agents, and they don't think of them as fellow Americans, right? They just think of them as this boogeyman that they hate because they hate President Trump, and somehow they've decided they're for the illegal aliens, even the worst of the worst. But
what fills your heart about Ireland? The coast? The people?
the point that he brought up, they're enforcing the law that the folks in Congress make. So why don't Democrats win an election and change the law?
They're not just enforcing a law that the folks in Congress made. They're enforcing a mandate that the American people gave President Trump when he took office. You know, there's a lot of semantics when it comes to landslide victory and overwhelming, and you can take the numbers and deduct them any way you want to. I don't have conversations with people of any political affiliation that didn't acknowledge the problem at the border. When you get into the nuance, when you peel the layers of that onion back and you find out that as many people came here illegally during the Biden administration as the 2 or 3 previous administrations before it, the exacerbation of that problem took the ability to use a surgical tool away, and it made a meat cleaver the only thing you can do. You have to reset the playing field in deportations and in securing the border in order to go back and do things like DACA or visa or, you know, decide who should stay and who shouldn't. I think one thing that happened in this, and I would love to have asked Tom this and I should have, is I feel like there were 2 things happening at once. They were told by the president, take the worst first. They were also told by the president and his administration, hey, we need to get those numbers up. You need to be doing your job. So, of course, there's going to be hiccups along the way. There's going to be a sob story here, a sob story there. And I do feel for people at the end of the day. But if you came here illegally and you broke our laws, legally, you can be deported, and that's what they're doing.
I think that's a great reminder. We were just showing that Halloween display, and it's so hard to see. It's so disgusting. I guess I'm not surprised by it, but you spent time with ICE agents just a couple of weeks ago. You see how difficult their jobs are. When you're spending time with them, is the morale still high, Jason, even with all this hate out there? Because I feel like on the one hand, you have stuff like this that's disgusting, that's got to be hard on the morale. But then on the other hand, you have a Trump administration that has their back 100%. So did that kind of balance out for those agents you spent time with?
Well, you hit on it, Tommy, because the fact that they have Donald Trump as their president and they have people like Stephen Miller and Kristi Noem and Tom Homan, people like that in place, buoys them up. They're really excited about this. I want to address the Congress thing because I was elected in 2008, same time that Barack Obama came in. You know what? The Democrats had the House, the Senate, and the presidency. Yeah. And I was on Judiciary. I asked to be on the Immigration Subcommittee. And guess what? For 2 years, the Democrats, you know how many hearings we had? 2. One was to take a class photo. The other, guess what we did? Stephen Colbert came and testified. You can look it up. Wow. That is the honest to goodness truth. They could have changed it, but they didn't change it. And now they all complain about it, but they were part of the problem. They never addressed it. And the single biggest thing that changed is Donald Trump locked down that border, and now they're apoplectic because they can't just bring these people back in.
And they can't win elections either.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here to
All right. I am going to mute this. I'm going to say what's up to the chat real fast. My voice is pretty much gone, so I don't got too much in me. Hope everybody's doing well. What up, homeless man? Haven't talked to you in a while. Haven't seen you in a while.
What's up, homeless?
Hope everything's going well your way, man.
It's been a minute.
I know I said I was going to stay away from these political shows the best I could. Honestly, there was only so much that I could hit on. I really wanted to put out some content, and you know, there was just a lot, and I didn't know what was going on. To even break the spell, I needed to know what the spell was, so I had to watch it all. You know, and did I buy either side? Not really. I think both sides suck.
Hey, Billy,
So
you've been here
I
the whole
read a
time?
lot of hate. Hey, what's up, Rooster? I really hate that people are so stuck on these one-sided, because there's still so much to come, and I feel like there's just common sense to make on both sides. But I voted for Trump to get rid of the illegals that the Democrats brought here. We wouldn't even have this problem. I don't want this for anybody. Billy Donkey, what's up, buddy? I don't want this for anybody. No one wants to see anybody have to go through anything. But some shit's necessary. We're stuck in a weird place. We don't want people here we don't know that's here. Just is what it is. The spell is a spiritual war going on. Exactly, brother. That's what it is. I keep trying to tell people. It's not even about it's not even about white versus black, left. No, this is a spiritual warfare, good and bad at this point. Little hit? Is that what your name? Little bit? Sister, I'm sorry, sister. But yeah, it's just it's a spiritual warfare at this point. You know, what side are you on? And you know, both sides are good. I think both sides have their flaws. Absolutely. I'd be lying to you if I didn't think that. You know? I don't believe any of this stuff going on with the cease and all this is. There's still going to be going on in Gaza. There's still going to be stuff going on over in the other part of the Middle East. I can't really say the word triggery, but you know what I'm saying. That shit ain't going away. You know, I don't know. This is just a little I don't know. Here, watch this for a minute. I don't know. What do you think, Ryan? What are you thinking over there? You have anything to say to the peeps? What up, Nut?
Yeah, I thought it was a good show.
Yeah, lots of illusions going on. That's kind of what I was doing, man. I stayed away from the Charlie thing the best I could, bro. I showed my respects. I never really paid attention to him enough. But I didn't take the time to really go down all of his rabbit holes that could have really. I felt like it was just going backwards. Like we needed to keep the what's going on now, you know?
Yeah, the chat was going off on both sides.
Yeah, no, man. The chat was definitely
keeping me on my toes, that's for sure.
I forgot how crazy y'all get when we get real political. You know, when I do my shows at night, the chat does not go off like this. I kind of like the morning one when everybody really gives both their opinions. I like both sides. I love hearing you both bitch. It's
I know.
Because depending on the story, you'll hear the one side bitch, you'll hear the other. You know,
and if I take down a message or take down something, response or whatever, it's not personal. It's just you're using trigger words that are killing the algorithm, and it's just not good. So I have to I got to take them down.
You said I gotta take them down.
I got
Dude,
to.
one of y'all wrote a really good comment and you highlighted, you uppercase
Hi,
like,
Candy.
and I was like, I love the comment. I'm like, don't snipe it, Ryan, and he sniped it. I knew you was gonna snipe it.
Yeah, I couldn't help it.
It was just.
I know
gonna
you
happen.
could still read it. That's the thing.
Yeah, I've seen it. I can
I
read
know
it.
you've seen it, and you can still read it.
And then it was gone. So whoever writes good comments, and you're like, damn, these fucking dudes just erased my comment, and it was like,
No,
totally
he still sees it. He still
we
sees it.
appreciate it. We just don't. We can't do the uppercase, I guess. Apparently.
No, it makes it seem like we're fighting. We can't do that. They don't like it for some reason. I mean,
YouTube's a
for
bunch
good
of
reason.
J's. We know that. Benjamin Netanyahu runs YouTube. I'm packing a bowl up. Who's smoking with me? I've already smoked some sideways. Hey,
I already smoked, man.
I could go for some sideways, but I just packed up some banana mac. That's what I'm puffing at the moment. I had to get some sativa, dude. I had to get the little sativa and get a little oomph. Get a little oomph. Political is the diver. It's diving for suckers. Hey, look, man. You talk some truth, you get people that'll call you a conspiracy nut or whatever. Because I'll bring you whatever I brought you today. I'll bring you the my opinion, real shit on for the nighttime, and this is more just for the day. But y'all, no matter what I say, y'all are gonna argue no matter what. There's always gonna be an argument. Sativa's where it's at. He said that's what I'm doing.
Yeah,
Hey,
Banana Mac is where it's at.
bro.
Banana Mac, dude.
Banana Mac is the gas, bro. The N-word around my crew and it's on, guys. Tim is one of those. Say the N-word around my crew and it's on, guys. Yeah, if you use that hard ER around my peeps and they don't like it, it is what it is. Corky, bro, where the fuck are you, Ish, man? I fucking busted out some stupid gas and was like, you ain't even there to look at this shit. I was like, damn. I went over to my little side thing where I busted out. I was like, you weren't even there. I'm Team Sativa too. During the day, like right now, what we're doing at the moment, this is Sativa time.
I'm opposite.
Now,
but I will take. Listen, I take the Banana Mac and I sprinkle it in my, indica.
See, my favorite
It's
strain
so
is
good.
that
It's
lemon
so
tea.
good. Sorry. Go ahead. What?
No. You're good. You're right. No, you're right. And that lemon G is so fucking tasty that I like to sprinkle it across mine too, just to get that beautiful taste, bro. It's amazing. I'm an equal opportunity player when it comes to cannabis. Hey, I'm the same way, but certain times call for different measures. Like, hey, man, you like right now, I couldn't sleep. I was up. I slept a lot because I haven't been feeling well, so I was awake. If I would have smoked that cookies, my ass would have never done this show. But I couldn't sleep, and I was doing dabs, everything. Couldn't sleep. So I've just been smoking on sativa, trying to stay awake. Anybody use the N-word is in a trance, already conditioned. I'm an equal, yeah. We debate, what do liberals do? Argue. Look, man, we try to argue. We try to debate. We do it all the time. It's important. Shatter's good. I seen I seen some crumble, which isn't shatter, but it was like more expensive than like the good shit. The oil's just way too expensive from the dispensary right now. Man, Marley's like, let's go outside. I've been taking him outside, you guys, letting him walk around and touch the earth, and he's been loving life. Loving it. Rooster said, "Hey, Rooster, me and you. Hey, I hate everyone equal. No worries." Yes. Yes. If you're a dumbass, you're a dumbass. I don't care where it is. Where are you from? You're still a dumbass. You know? I agree, bro. I'm with you on that one. And by the way, yeah, Candy, Marley says what's up. He's been chilling, man. He's been extra bossy, extra fun lately. I got no complaints. Honestly. I never want to call them neighbor. That's my N-word. Neighbor. Ryan, you need to put your sunglasses on. See, that's what I told him before the show. I said, "You get your sunglasses?" He's like, "No." I said, "Put them motherfuckers on." I told him that should be his that should be his thing. That should be his
How am I supposed to read?
True that. It's hard to read with sunglasses on. I can't even read without. I can't barely read. Bro, do you know how hard it is to
with
read?
these on, man.
Bro, I can't even, dude. If I saw your face right now, I wouldn't be able to do the show because you're probably wearing them old man glasses. You might not be, but I can't see him right now. I'm looking at a different screen. But when you put those glasses on and you look down, it's pretty fucking funny, bro. It's not funny. But what's the stuff that's squeezed from fresh but rosin. Some good old rosin, brother. Oh, yes. Love me some good rosin. Shit's so expensive, but it's the best. I mean, it's the best tasting.
Broken weld with those shades. They're fucking aviators, man. Jesus.
Everybody fucking remembers those shades coming in looking like Terminator and shit. He's like, "I'm gonna snipe the whole chat." He said, "Yeah, Rooster. Hey, if you're ever in Ohio, I'll smoke some rosin with you, buddy. For sure." Marley, no, you're not
Thanks,
getting up here
Target.
right now, bro. You're not. You're not getting up here. Fresh press. Yeah, man. The fresh press is good. It's not as much fun to dab, though. What's up, John E? How you doing, bro? Fucking yeah, the fresh. Yeah, thanks, brother. Hey, the fresh press is dope. The smoke, but man, put that in your rig. It's gonna turn it black. It's not worth it. Too much stuff. I don't care how thin your screens are. You're not
I
getting all
just
that.
threw mine out. Fuck. No. Take it. Throw it away. Ruins it.
It's called China's bird cum. Of course, that's homeless. China's bird cum. What, dude? Later, a little bit. Nice to meet you. God bless you.
Bye-bye.
Glad that you popped in. I like these early shows. You know, I'm not gonna lie. I do like the early shows. Night ones are fun too. Diamonds, dude. I missed that stream. I was looking at this shit called the Blue Raz. And it's got a strain that Alien's been talking about. It's like a Portland strain, and I've been wanting to get it real bad. So I might get that next time. It's through cookies. I just don't like buying eighths anymore. I smoke too much. Just smoke a fucking eighth of weed. It's run through that shit.
Yeah, I know, dude. If you don't buy a half, what the? I don't
If
understand.
you don't have a half, then you can't
I don't
enjoy
understand what the point is.
There isn't. You roll up a couple dubs and you're out already. You're like, fuck. And if you, I don't know. There's just no, I don't know. I like being able to pack it, roll it, do whatever I want with it. I don't like just being stuck with my 5 little nuggets.
With 2, 3 little buds, dude. Tiny little.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly, Candy. I like having me a nice little mix. I like being
nice,
able to
dude, that
smoke
is.
right out the bag, break up as much as you need to. Fuck a handful of little nugs. Although I kept picturing with these cookies, imagine what a whole pig would be like. Amazing. Imagine having a whole pig of some of these cookies I got right now. Bro, smoke out that pound for a minute. For real. Dallas, the best way I can describe it is that frozen butter consistency. Nice. That's are you talking about the rosin? Kinda. No.
Yeah, it was kind of like crumble.
I would say it's more like sauce.
What?
If you're talking about the damn rosin, it's more like sauce. Like the shit my dude made, it was like it came out real sticky. Like it would stick to anything.
Still sounds like crumble.
It was like a syrupy. It was like a syrupy consistency. Marley's like, feed me. Yeah. Feed me. But that shit's fire, dude. But dude, we took 7 G's just to make like maybe one. It takes a lot to make a little. No, we didn't dab it. We put it in a J because it was just like too much plant matter. It would ruin the piece, you know? So no, we didn't do that.
Concentrates are expensive.
Yeah,
Too expensive for me.
they're starting to come down in Ohio. I've been able to buy it.
I'm smoking cherry pie, cheetah piss, and fucking, what is it? London pound cake. Motor breath and GG4. And I like it a lot.
Had 280 ounce? Or was that 28 gram? Family size. Grow your own if you can, folks. Hey, well said.
Yeah, man.
Well said. Hey, yours is beautiful, Nat. Hey, congrats. I thought that was nice. Billy, when you say that, it's crazy because I could have already been there. That's crazy to me. But hell, guys, what else do we got? I'll finish this bowl and then I'm gonna call it a freaking night. You guys have been fun to hang out with. It was more of a mainstream show today. I'm not totally proud. I'm not against it. I thought that opening, if you didn't watch the beginning and you didn't see the Amish story, go peep that one out. That shit was crazy. How you doing? I have no idea. You know what, Awaken's saying? I haven't paid attention to that whole entire situation very much, man. It's just a waste of time at the end of the day, dude.
How you doing, Awaken?
I really did, man. I just stepped away. If you go look at my videos, like I did 2 with him, and then I just stepped away. I didn't want to go down that rabbit hole. I just didn't care. I really didn't care anymore. But it is a great question. I don't know. Do you know?
What, candy?
Yeah, exactly. Oh, wait, look, there was just too much. There's too much going on in this world, man. I just stayed away from that. You know, I showed my respects, but I just never really watched him to begin with. So like I just showed my respects. Keep being you, Tim. Love you, brother. Hey, love you back. Hey, love you back, brother. Thank you. Oh, there isn't one. Got you. I would love to talk to you off air and tell me what you think. I watched one of your shows, man. I'd like to hear what your opinion is. It's just nothing deep. Now you don't look like you're struggling to read.
You're the one who told me to put them on in the first place, silly.
Did you put your glasses on? Did you put them on?
She's making me put my sunglasses on and put my reading glasses on.
Now you're just gonna look like a real goofball. That's what she's trying to do.
Well, she done got me now, didn't she?
Hey man, I appreciate everything you've done to Awaken. Go peep out his channel, everybody. Awaken Saint. He's taught me a lot of stuff, man. He's a very good gentleman. Good guy.
Yes.
Good guy. Go check him out.
Absolutely.
For sure. Been watching him forever. He's taught me a lot of stuff. He's had me on his show, welcomed me like a brother, and I appreciate him. So,
Very
God bless.
informative.
God bless.
Yeah.
Billy, that cheese is sticky dense. Oof. I got a seed. I can't wait to see what happens. I can't wait to see what happens with it. To be honest. Oh man. So he said there is no burial. I wonder if that was like a joke. Didn't he get cremated? No, because in the casket they showed that weird ass. Wait a minute, Awaken, are you still in the chat? What's up with that picture of Erica with her hand and the middle finger up? What's up with that? I looked into it a little bit, but I just didn't take it far, you know, like I saw it, but I just like I knew it was a distraction. I knew it was, man. I wonder if he's still watching because I would love to know. Do you know what I'm talking about, Ryan? Did you see that?
No, I didn't see it, man.
Like there was like a picture. I think Erica has a bank account that's high. Dude, he gave her 90 million. But there was like a picture of her holding his hand and giving the middle finger on with the Masonic G on her hand.
I don't know anything about that.
I don't really want to get into it too hard, but I seen it. I saw it on 2 different channels, and I just like I said,
good night,
man,
Candy.
I pick. Hey, good night, Candy. Love you. Much love.
Yeah.
Sleep good. Hey, Rooster, it's good to see you around too. Honestly. Haven't seen you in a minute, man. I don't know what else is left, man. We done hit a lot of stuff. I was going to go live tonight because I still got like all my other stuff that I wanted to do. I just needed to get it all taken care of before I could show it. So I was like, I wanted to do something at least. So this is what I came up with.
Well, you did.
And it worked. Always does. I've been chilling like a villain. That's what's good, man. Don't accept everything you see or read. One more thing, and that's what I'm going to talk about tonight, is that ID, digital ID. That's something I'm going to want to talk about tonight. And I'm definitely going to watch Awaken's video to see what he says. I know a lot of people are talking about it.
I want to watch it too.
Yeah, I'm very interested to see where we're heading with that. Because it's coming our way. It's definitely coming our way. As is a lot of things that we're ready for. Everybody's worrying about Charlie Kirk. You know, there's a lot of stuff going on right now. So I hope everybody's paying attention. Hope everybody's prepped up, ready to go if anything happens. You got your toilet paper. Everybody's got their toilet paper lined up in case you can't get out. What else? What is Awakened Saints channel? His name is, it's literally Awakened Saint.
Saint. Yeah.
That's his channel, Rooster. Awakened Saint. He does a lot of shows on YouTube and also on Rumble.
Yeah. He's an OG.
Yeah, I've been watching him forever. I've been on his show a million times. He's a good one. Yeah, he's a good one, man. You'll like him. You'll see where I get a lot of my stuff from. I think I take a little bit of every one of my favorite guys, and so to see him in my chat, it's an actual to me, it's a compliment, or what is it? It's like, man, watching somebody you look up to watching your show is pretty dope. You know what I'm saying? It's actually really cool. So,
oh yeah,
very much a cool thing. Have you heard of AI suffers from word salad speech and objects? No, I haven't. No, but if you're subbed and you watch my late night shows, I'm going to talk more about the AI and all that. You can send me stuff, or you could, we could chop it up more about it later. We could do that more later. Marley's like, dude, what are you doing? AI evidently causes alternative reality. I believe that. I believe we're on some sort of alternate reality, and some people have it, some people are on one, some people are on another. I'm with that 1,000%. I'm with it.
Like different frequencies,
like different timelines, like the Mandela effect.
All right,
like
yeah.
some people remembers one thing, some people remember another.
Yeah, that's weird.
I mean, there's just no way we're all in the same frequency, the same timeline. There's just no way. Right. Some people can't describe what a male or a female is. That's just no way they're on my timeline.
Right, dude.
I just can't believe that we're walking the same frequency of life. It's just hard for me to believe that. So, hey, if you haven't hit the like, smash the like.
Yeah. Subscribe.
Hit the sub. We go live. We were doing it every day, but probably once or twice, 3 times a week if I get lucky. So you believe in the theory of dimensions? Yeah. I don't just believe it. I seen it with my own eyes. I know they're there for sure. That's for a whole nother show, Target. But yeah, I definitely believe in dimensions, my brother. Hardcore. I don't know if it's even a theory at that point. If you've experienced it, I don't know what it is.
Yeah,
but I don't know if it's an experiment or a theory anymore. I've witnessed them, but I'm sure some of y'all in here have witnessed them. Them kindergarten cop says it best. Hey, dude. I would love it, brother. I'm always down. Blame the Jews. I mean, who else is there, dude? They pretty much take the grasp of it all.
Who said that?
I don't know. C-Wag.
Okay.
Who you gonna debate, C-Wag? Who you trying to debate, bro?
I think I know who that is. I don't know though.
Who is it? Oh, that's funny. What else?
No, maybe not.
You don't know shit. Anybody that doesn't think like me, I know that look, Tim. Yeah, I'm ready to
Yeah, about that time.
yeah, that's where I'm sort of like, okay. All right, they're out mowing the lawn.
Yeah, no
I'm not,
shit. It's been bugging the hell out of me. I gotta
what's
go to
bugging
sleep.
you? Yeah, we are all separate as equal, unique individuals. Huh, I can agree with that. We are separate, unique individuals. That is for sure.
Yeah.
What else? Um, hey, man, I'll see you on Discord, Nut. What I can do before I end it is drop my other Discord real fast. Here's this. No, never mind. I didn't do it.
Okay, I'm gonna head out.
All right, head out, Bubba. You have
All
a
right,
good night.
everybody. Love you. Thanks for watching.
I'm gonna grab this.
Until
Discord
next time.
Otherwise, there's the copy link. All right, let's see if it goes. There we go. Not just a wait. Is it? It's Awakened Saint or it's It's Awakened Saint, or he just changed it. Hold on. It's Awakened Saint, or he changed it. Hold on. I'll find it and tell you what it's called. Yeah, it's Awakened Saint. It's Awakened Saint. It looks like he's doing a show on the 18th at 7 o'clock. So. Oh, okay. At Awakened Saint 11. Hey, homeless, peace, man. Hope to see you back soon. We ought to tap the Watcher's Book of Enoch. Hey, for sure. You're the second person that's brought that up to me, man. The Book of Enoch. You're like the second one. Who else is that? Yeah, give me a call, bro. For sure, at any time. I don't know if I'm a crash after this or what. I'm not too sure what I'm doing. But again, I don't know what else to say. I mean, I'm over here like I still look. There's just so much to say, bro. Like even the government shutdown stuff, dude. I didn't even want to talk about that. We haven't even talked about any of that stuff. I'm just trying to recover deep personal information shit. And I hear you, brother. You don't gotta say nothing. Say less. All good. All good, bro. All good, man. You don't gotta say nothing. Say less. Say less. Say less. But yeah, everybody enjoy your fucking day. It is 65 degrees. I bet you it's nicer than that. It's got to be nicer than 65. It was cold as shit. It was like in the 40s. Now it's like 65 degrees out. Sunny. It's going to be 70 degrees and sunny here. So that's pretty dope. Everybody enjoy your day. Go get some sun. Enjoy it while you can. Doesn't got hold Congress. I don't know, man. I don't know enough about it, but I feel like definitely the Republicans. I don't know, though. I don't know enough about it for me to really say, Target. I truly don't. I've really not paid that much attention to that stuff. I truly haven't, man. I've stayed away from it. So, but I'm gonna go ahead and call it a night. We got 69 people watching. If you haven't hit the like, hit it. If you haven't hit the sub, hit it. Otherwise, y'all, God bless. Have a good night. Wait, hold on. There's 66 people watching. I cannot end it with 66. All right. Y'all have a good night. God bless. Stay cool. Hey, I try to stay clear of them politics, man. But man, that's what's popping. I mean, I've already touched on all the other topics. That's just what's popping. You know, it is what it is. So y'all have a good night. God bless. And I'll talk to you on the other side. Stay blessed. God bless.